Okay, so this is a bit of a late stream. I think I might even be breaking my record again for the latest that I've started a stream, because it's actually almost 11 p.m. So this is basically like a Demon Hours stream. But I figured, fuck it. It's not a big deal. My sleep schedule is super fucked, and this is just a Twitch stream anyway, so if people show up and watch it, cool. If not, I mostly just want to get this recording for the people on YouTube, and I wanted to make sure that I did at least stream it, because I usually think it's more fun that way. And I'll just hop in and get on with the rest of this run. There's not really a lot of intro stuff. If you are watching this for the first time on YouTube... Oh, right. Oh, am I dead? Great start. Okay, so I forgot that I don't have flying. It's not a big deal. I am leveling a Prot Warrior up from 1 to 80 in Cataclysm Classic. I have all this mail from part 1 of the run, when I mailed off a bunch of stuff. And part 1 was 1 to 40. I did that about a month ago or so. And I finally, over the course of a month, finished part 2, which was just 40 to 58. Not a lot of levels, right? But it took forever due to a variety of reasons, which I explained in that video. And now, in this part of the recording, we're going to be doing levels 58 through 68. So, for this initial Twitch stream, I am almost certainly not going to get through those entire 10 levels, but I'm going to get as much as I can done right now. We're probably going to stream this again on Saturday, and then for the people watching on YouTube, I'm just going to take all of the recordings, all of the bit of leveling that it took me to get those 10 levels, combine them together into one video, and you'll be able to watch that there. Now, before I actually jump into anything else, I do need to mail off a handful of things. I definitely need to mail off Monolithic Bow and sell that. I got that a while ago, and I still haven't gotten around to actually selling it. But I have a bunch of stuff that I prepped, obviously, when this run started, and I still need to deal with that. I'm just going to mail all of this stuff away, clear some bag space, and basically, where we left off in this run, I didn't actually talk a lot about most of the end of the speedrun, because the way that this ended previously is I used the Blackrock Depths detention block spam trick to level pretty much the entire way from 48 to 58, because that is just the fastest method, but it's very RNG heavy. One of the advantages of it is that you get a ton of these dungeon bags. There were like a few more that I got in addition to this that I just opened as I was leveling, because as you can see here, I'm almost out of bag space just because of this stuff. It's crazy. So before we do anything else, I just want to organize my bags a little bit. Just clean this up, because basically the entire end of the last part of the speedrun, I was just struggling to be able to manage my inventory. But the advantage to doing that, and the reason why I left all of this until later, is now that I haven't touched any of these bags, I can open all of them right now and get better rewards. So you can see here, this is item level 55. It does scale. Unfortunately, it also can give you stuff that has intellect on it, which, that's unfortunate. Treads of the Soldier, though, that is good. And, actually, I already have 55 boots. So I'm effectively trying to get gloves, a belt, bracers would be nice. Let me double check what else I prepared, because I know that I bought a handful of items. Yeah, most of them are either 60 or 61, the stuff that I prepped. because jewelry is a little bit harder to get your hands on. So I have that ready to go whenever it's needed. I have this for... What did I don't even remember why I got the leg armor. Did I get a leg BOE at some point? Oh no, I remember why I bought this. It's so that whenever I do get a good pair of legs while leveling up, I have an enchant to apply to it. So it's not a complete waste. Yeah. I'm pretty sure that I actually did take everything out of my bags. And... I'm not sure. It doesn't look like I'm missing anything because I have stuff going up to level 77, 78. Though, that is one of the issues with doing these speedruns over a very long period of time. I did a lot of prep work that I've just kind of forgotten by this stage. Okay, finally I didn't get a pair of boots, 11 strength, and 11 stamina. I wonder if bulk mail inbox would be useful. Does that work for Classic? I can look into that. I never actually really considered doing that for Classic speedruns, considering it is an add-on that we only just recently started using for the retail ones. Okay, bracers are good. And I have relatively good rings. Yeah, I have the heirloom ring. I have other good options. I don't think you can even get those from the bags. That requires level 53. Battle-worn Thrashblade. One thing that I remember at this stage... I don't think it has... Yeah, it hasn't saved any of my details damage. At this stage, I do want to switch heirloom weapons. I don't think I have... Yeah, it's Blood-Soaked Skullforge Reaver. In fact, let me just go ahead. I can actually, I think, should be able to just buy that. So I'm just gonna take a detour real quick. I'm also... Oh, nope. I'm not using an active timer for this run. This one has gone on so long that I'm just going to be using the slash played time as a reference. And we'll just check that at the end. Just checked and it apparently works. Yeah, I figure that at this point the mailbox is basically the same. Okay, so for currency I have 3,000 justice points. I forget how much the heirlooms are, but I should be able to buy the Skullforge Reaver. Now, previously, this didn't exist. I think this is a... Justice Heirlooms. No, it's, Oh, no, it is purchasable. Okay. Yeah. So it's either that or Dalrin's Sacred Charge, which... I'm honestly not sure which is better, but I figure this is likely good enough. It has strength on it. I don't really think I need parry for leveling, but we'll just roll with it. And I'm gonna hope that I have enough gold to afford a Crusader enchant on this server, and we'll apply that to the weapon. Crusader, if I recall, stops being effective beyond a certain level. Crusader, item enhancements, or whatever it would be. I think it would be under consumable. Yeah, enchant... Oh, wow, it's cheap. Okay. Has a reduced effect for players above level 60. Right. In that case, I don't really want to use it that much. Let me check what the other options I would want are. Here, just double checking enchants real quick. Okay, one-handers. I know that there's a few good ones But it would need to be a basic enchant, because one of the issues with heirlooms at this level is they don't actually have an item level. So if I go to my collections, I go to Bloodsoaked Skullforge Reaver, it's set at item level 1. And most enchants require a specific item level or higher, which does mean that you're either forced to use Crusader at low levels or something that gives just a flat stat value. I could probably use Crusader for now, especially because it doesn't stop scaling until you start getting past level 60. But I at least want to double check to see what enchant I could use in its place. Would probably be something that just has flat strength. Greater striking could work. Potency is too high. Level requirement, or it would be superior striking that is best. And then I could just add 15 strength. Let's just go with Crusader for now, and we'll see how badly it falls off at higher levels. Because the current available enchant options don't seem like they're that much better. At least not for strength users. I think there's a few good agility or caster options, and obviously they don't get a ton of value out of Crusader anyway. I'll use this, and then I'll switch off Battle-Worn Thrashblade, which, don't get me wrong, Battle-Worn Thrashblade, words, is a very strong heirloom. The only thing is, the extra attack, its value starts to fall off when you get actual AoE abilities and stuff that now scales off your stats. This is really good at low levels where your auto attacks are still the bulk of your damage, even in Cataclysm, but it's not so good at this point. And we can continue opening all this stuff. Ideally, I would like to get, what's of the champion? Yeah, dodge rating. Okay, we got a belt. So that is good. Yeah, that's an upgrade, for sure. And Stalwart Treads of Strength, that's what I have on. Yep. I could use anything on bracers or belt that has double strength. So Soldier is a slight improvement, I would say. Is it, though? Actually, you know what? 2 strength for 9 crit rating I think is better, though I would just prefer flat strength. I won't enchant anything else until I've opened all the bags. Of the bear, champion, strength, but of course that's the one that I don't need. So many boots. Oh my god, so many boots. And I guess that you can't get gloves? I'm either incredibly unlucky or this can only give you belts, bracers, and boots. Okay, there's, yeah, pure strength bands. Cubby Bear said, what do you think about Outland leveling? You've always hated it. Yeah, Outland leveling is terrible, for sure. The one saving grace is that the dungeons are pretty good, but obviously dungeon spamming is super hit or miss, and if you're not a tank, it's not ideal, basically. Wow, what is good? Am I just really unlucky? What is happening here? It's all boots and bracers. And we know that belts can drop, because I did get one. Holy shit. I think something's just broken. That definitely doesn't feel correct, and getting a singular belt and no gloves... It's like, I don't have terrible gloves here, but I would have thought it would have been better. Okay. But yeah, Outland leveling it's honestly relatively straightforward at the very least. There's not really a lot to optimize for it. I have one unspent talent point. It's terrible. I guess I'll take heavy repercussions just because none of these other talents look really useful. Okay, enchant bracers. Didn't get any gloves, so nothing to enchant there. I'm gonna replace Insane Strength Potion with Haste Potion at a higher level. I have Onslaught Elixir. That stuff's not for a higher level. Armor kit would be legs, hands, or feet. Or chest, legs, hands, or feet. And there's only one slot where I don't really have any viable enchants. When I get a slightly better pair of pants, so anything that's like level 60 plus, I'll probably use the Cleft Hoof leg armor on it, just because I think that'll be stronger. And I've already outgrown Darkmoon Firewater. That flask I can use at 65. One thing that I should do now is just take all of the outdated potions, or elixirs, or whatever, and just mail them off to my paladin, and I will deal with that later. But this will allow me to reorganize my bags at least a little bit before I get on with the next leg of the run. I basically didn't touch this at all during the previous section of the run, just because I wanted to get through it as quickly as I possibly could. I just wanted to move on to the later stages, and as a result, I just wasn't too concerned about this. But now, I just want to take this opportunity to get everything sorted. I think that looks good. And yeah, all of this other stuff I'm still using for now, so I'll hang on to it. I probably won't use any more of the rugged armor kits, so I can move that to the side. And that should be fine. And now I'll just send all of this away. Which bag was it? Yep, this. Maybe I can reuse this for a future run. It also perfectly fills a single mail. Looks like Evoker will be the class. Well, keep in mind the top two options will win that poll. But yes, I wonder what the race will be. Yeah, effectively, what I'll do is... I'm also pretty sure that I'm going to do Evoker on Sunday, because I would rather it be... I would rather do, like, the first stream, right? Tomorrow's stream will be the first 10 to 70 run on the PTR. So it'll be notable for that reason. And then Sunday's stream will be an Evoker 10 to 70 speedrun, which will be notable just because it's very different. We've never done an Evoker speedrun from 10 to 70. So in that way, each one will have its own unique appeal, and it won't just be like the first test run is an Evoker run. I think that would just feel kind of weird. It would also mean that I don't really have a baseline to compare to. I kind of figured that Evoker was going to win, so I wasn't too concerned about that. And I haven't really decided what I want to do. I'll abandon this quest. Haven't really decided fully what I want to do for like which class or which faction is done tomorrow and which is done Sunday. Obviously, one of them's going to have to be Alliance, but I mean, Evoker is going to have to be one of them, either Alliance or Horde. War Chiefs come in, Outlands, and I think there's already a portal to the Dark Portal that I can take. I'm just going to start queuing up. Oh, I can't. Oh, do I not unlock TBC dungeons yet? It's interesting. That's a really weird, like, level range, then. Level 58 fucking sucks in that case. So then there's just this weird slush level where you can't actually queue for dungeons. Unless it's one of those things where I need to do the intro to Outland before I'm able to access the dungeon finder? Why is there a quest for that? What's the slash played? Slash played is a little over 15 hours. 58 to 60 is the worst on Classic. You hate it? Yeah, this looks like it's not going to be great. Yeah, admittedly, the slash playtime is a little bit scuffed. The run is realistically closer to 14 hours because previously I was using a timer for it. So there were a few sections where I was AFK, basically. I wasn't doing anything, and I was just sitting there talking to people in stream chat and sitting online on my character, letting the slash play tick up, because at the time I was just like, yeah, I'm gonna just keep using the timer. That just became impractical. So the slash plate isn't fully accurate, but I will admit that this has taken me a bit longer than I expected it to. I think, what did I say? 24 hours is what I hope for. Basically, if this goes beyond 30 hours, I'll be upset. Now, I don't necessarily know if the rest of this process is going to take me 15 hours. Obviously not going to take me 50. Would kind of suck if it does take 15 hours. If so, oh well. We'll cross that bridge when we get to it. I'm assuming entering Outland hasn't fixed anything. Yeah. Yeah, this is a very weird level. Because I can tell you right now, Lower Blackrock Spire and Upper Blackrock Spire are not good dungeons. I mean, I can't even remember the last time I ran them, because you just don't even see them in... Well, obviously, Upper Blackrock Spire no longer exists in retail. Hasn't for a while. But Lower Blackrock Spire does. It's just, you never get it. And I think with good reason. It's just a terrible, terrible leveling dungeon. And I genuinely can't even imagine how the classic version of Upper Blackrock Spire would translate as a leveling dungeon. That just sounds awful. And I really, really don't want to experience it. Let me go ahead, reapply enchants and stuff. May as well make this efficient. Now, on one hand, I mean, Hellfire Peninsula, all things considered, is not a bad leveling zone. In terms of, like, TBC Classic, there's, like, relatively good quest density here. So, if I have to level through here from 58 to 60, it's not a huge deal. And I guess it's kind of hard to remember exactly how I leveled way back in the day, but I distinctly remember doing Hellfire Peninsula a lot, and that was probably why. I didn't remember the fact that there was this weird 2-level gap, but clearly that is the case. What happened here? Did the quest giver get killed? Well, that's awkward. It's also really strange that I can't fly. Well, I guess I should just start killing mobs while I wait. Somebody's fighting the Fell Reaver. I'm trying to remember what I was saying earlier. What was I talking about earlier? Oh yeah, the kill the boars, you know what must be done, yeah. Yeah, so for the retail speedruns tomorrow, I think I'm going to wait and see what ends up winning the second spot, because, so if I refresh the poll, what's it at now? Poll's at 246 votes. Somebody said, Shaman could be cool to see with all of the new elemental buffs coming. Poor guy doesn't realize that if Shaman wins, it's going to be enhancement. I'm not playing Ellie. I don't really have anything major against Ellie. It's just not really fun for leveling. Especially at low levels, it struggles. I'd probably actually play Resto for early dungeons, but... Gonna like the comments. Yeah, so right now, Evoker is at 29%, so pretty clear leader, and I would be very surprised if Evoker doesn't win this. Priest is in the bottom, which, honestly, I'm kind of happy about, because Priest is probably the only one on here that I really didn't want to do. Not that I dislike Priest, but I played so much Priest lately because of Mop Remix. Because my level 20 booster is a Priest. And so that's basically all I've done in dungeons for like the last month or two. So it would have been nice to just have a break from Holy Priest. And I don't see it coming back from being that far behind. Considering like most of the polls end up getting 700 odd votes, I wouldn't be super surprised if Warrior made a comeback, because right now it's a tie between Paladin and Shaman at 21%. Warrior's at 17%. That's not an insurmountable difference. Could absolutely make that up. We'll see, though. I think, I'm leaning towards doing Horde first, and doing the Evoker on Alliance on, what's it called? On Sunday. And I guess how would I handle that? So if Paladin wins, then it would have to be Zandalari, right? Because if I do Horde tomorrow, then unless I'm misremembering, you can't be a High Mountain Paladin, I think. Unless, did they change that? Let me actually check Dragonflight race class combos. I'm pretty sure it's only Zandalari for Horde. Normally when I do Paladin runs, I do what's it called? Lightforged on Alliance. Okay, Alliance allied races. Yeah, so Paladin have either Dark Iron or Lightforged, and Horde have only Zandalari. Okay. Well, no, I'm saying specifically for allied races, because obviously if it's a 10 to 70 run, I have to start at level 10, which means that regular races, yeah, exactly. If it's starting from level 10, then those are the only options that I have available. So, basically, if Paladin wins, then I would be forced to play Zandalari. Not that I dislike Zandalari or anything. Just, you know, something to consider. I have a bit more flexibility if I play Paladin on Alliance. Though, I don't know. The thing about the Alliance leveling route is the early levels are always weird, and you do TBC stuff. So I'm kind of tempted to do Evoker for Alliance specifically because that would just skip the dungeon leveling section. And by skipping dungeon leveling, you can just get into testing, like, the actual stuff that you want to do. You might be able to still do, like, 1 or 2 dungeons as an Evoker before it becomes inefficient. And I guess, technically speaking, I will want to queue for dungeons regardless. It's just going to be a little bit more finicky, because by the time that I'm actually able to queue for TBC dungeons, I will already be at a level where stuff like Escape from Durnhold is in the options, and, well, we know that that doesn't necessarily make life easy. So, we'll see how I end up handling that. Meanwhile, the Horde route, I think, is a lot more standard. You start from, you know, Silverpine, and that just works out really well. And doing that first, I think, will work. But it could be interesting if it's Shaman. I guess I'd probably do Volpera then, if it was Shaman. Just because it feels better being able to play Volpera for leveling, especially when I'm still determining route changes. Maybe that's what I'll do, assuming Shaman does win. Volpera Shaman, Zandalari Troll Paladin. One of the two. Too close to call. And I mean, if somehow Warrior does make a big comeback, then we'll see. That could definitely work as well. You've not been playing, or you've been not playing to get... Sorry, I read that wrong. Oh. Really? Alright. Oh, man. Some people really are losers, huh? I guess in Hellfire Peninsula, it's probably you're going to encounter this way more than most other zones, but... That's unfortunate, and... Well, I mean, realistically, if it's just this guy being a twat and killing me once, that's fine. The unfortunate thing is, because I don't have flying, if some random loser decides that they're going to camp low-level players in Hellfire Peninsula, I have no recourse. I just can't level. Also, probably explains why the quest giver's dead. I would suspect that this guy is just killing the quest giver so that, you know, Horde players aren't allowed to quest, which is, you know, I don't really use this a lot, but that's kind of virgin behavior, if I'm being completely honest. Like, that is just actually one of the most pathetic things I've ever seen. Oh well. Okay, that's actually a good pair of pants. Yeah, I'll use this and I'll actually put the armor kit onto it. Oh yeah, absolutely I can report for griefing. Camping quest givers and stuff like that, that is absolutely griefing. The thing is, I don't like to say that because, like, basically, while it is very clearly griefing, and I think anybody with a brain would understand that, there are a lot of people who have this very weird mindset about, like, ganking in World of Warcraft, and they believe that it should just be part of the game. And if there is a high-level player ganking you, you should just accept it, because that's part of playing World of Warcraft, and, like, it shouldn't be. We shouldn't just encourage that behavior. Like, why? That's stupid. Right. Did I already apply a shield spike to my level 61 shield? I did. Okay. So I'm going to use this basically the entire way through to level 70. Most likely. So I'm going to apply a shield spike to this one. But, like, I'll give you an example. In my like, really fast 60 to 70 run earlier this year, I had a warrior who kept trying to gank me and camp me while I was doing quests, 10 levels higher than me. Past a certain point, it absolutely is griefing. And Blizzard has stated that, you know, repeatedly trying to disrupt quest progress and stuff is reportable. But I got so many comments of, like, PvP happened on a PvP server or whatever, you turned war mode on, and it's like, brother, like, oh, yep. Really? Yeah, I'm just not allowed to quest right now, apparently. Man, do people actually do this for fun? I mean, I genuinely I'm not going to be able to play the game. Are there genuinely max level players on Fairlena who just, like, they spend their free time killing people who are trying to quest? The unfortunate reality of the way that Cataclysm questing works is, like, because you're forced into one area, I literally can't do anything. I guess I can mob grind, but I literally cannot do anything. Like, if this was Chromie time, I could just go to a different zone or run dungeons, but, like, I can't run dungeons. It only gives me the option of classic dungeons, which I can't do. Ubers and LBRS are not viable options. At this point, it would be better to just pick a spot in the corner of the zone and grind mobs, but the other issue is these are all max level players who are just one-shotting me, and I don't even have flying. So at least for the next 2 levels, there is basically nothing I can do. I mean, just like... Jesus Christ, man. That is actually just, like, pathetic. I guess realistically speaking, right, if I wasn't streaming right now, this would be a log off and just level a different time angle. I don't particularly want to keep playing with this stuff, but obviously I'm not just going to end the stream, so we'll keep going and I'll deal with this bullshit. But yeah, that is very unfortunate that people actually do this. And I guess just don't level on a PvP server in Classic. Unlike War Mode, there is no advantage to being on a PvP server in Cataclysm Classic. I guess for future speedruns, what I would probably do is I would need to move resources to some PvE server, because unfortunately, the new server that I play on now is, oh, it's not this canon, it's the other one. The server that I now play on is Alliance on Benediction, which is also a PvP server. So, I have to gank lobies because I'm not good enough to kill ones my level. Yeah, that sums it up. The killing quest givers is just really pathetic, though. Like, that is just, holy shit. Yikes. Classic PTR, and the problem with PTR can sometimes work for the retail speedruns when they're entirely questing focused. But at the in like Cataclysm Classic at least, dungeons are a crucial component of leveling. You can't just not do dungeons, so it's not really an option. Hello, King Bob the Third. Good to see you. Yeah, it's... I don't really remember where or what Eradicate the Burning Legion leads to. Obviously, it's a breadcrumb to something else. But... On the plus side, the moment that I unlock dungeons at 60, I assume it's 60, then I can just completely ignore this shit. And because experience values are better, like, honestly, this has not been bad questing. I've basically gotten, how long have I been streaming? 38 minutes, and I've pretty much only been questing for like 15 of that. In that time, I've gotten basically 60% of a level. This is good. This is very good. and that is with people griefing me and preventing me from doing the quest. So it's a shame because this is very clearly actually a solid questing zone for this level. You're chilling getting on Cata Classic? Nice. And yeah, I'm doing well, all things considered, right? Obviously, it's not fun having people gank you while you're trying to quest. Yeah. And so one of the other things that I really dislike about the PvP happened on a PvP server argument that people always use to fight against this stuff is it ignores the fact that you don't get to choose really what type of server you play on. Because it's not the case of, like, War Mode is obviously a very weird case, and it's very hard to explain to somebody in retail that for a leveling speedrun, you're forced to turn on War Mode. I do not have a choice. I have to play in War Mode, because at the end of the day, if you're doing a speedrun, and this applies to basically any fast speedrun of the game, you take every single possible advantage that you can get. It's why, like, when you watch speedrunners for other games, they will take, like, really risky strategies that have a high chance of failing, even if it's, like, a 5-second time save or something, because obviously if you're trying to do things as quickly as you possibly can, you got to do that. And the reality is 10% more experience, it's not just a minor time save. That's a very big difference. So the unfortunate reality of retail speedrunning, because of how war mode works, is you are forced into running it if you want to level as quickly as possible. If you're just a casual player leveling up an alt and you don't want to have to deal with people ganking you, sure, you can turn it off. But as a speedrunner, I don't have that luxury, right? Like in the example that I gave where I was trying earlier this year to get a sub 2 hour 60 to 70 run, I can't just say, oh, well, I guess I'm going to finish this run without without the 10% XP buff. No, it's either I continue leveling in war mode and try to not get killed, or I restart the run, or like abandon it and try again a completely separate day. Like, I don't have a choice, right? The 10% XP buff is mathematically required to achieve the goal that I am aiming for. That is the nature of speedrunning. So that, yeah, that kind of sucks. That's obviously a separate issue. But the issue with PvP servers in general, right, is a lot of times, frankly, if you gave me the option, right, of if I could just, like, be immune to PvP, I never get attacked by anybody in world PvP, and I never have the ability to attack anybody, because obviously fair is fair, right? I would obviously choose I don't want to be attacked, and I don't want to attack. It's just not something I'm really interested in. I have had fun world PvP situations in the past, notably when I was playing on Emerald Dream back in Legion. There was a lot of really fun open world PvP events, but also those were organized, right? Now, admittedly, some of the other fun ways that I had fun doing world PvP was actually counter-ganking people. It was whenever somebody was griefing other players. My favorite example was an entire Alliance guild was camping the Valdestal flight point and just sitting there for hours killing people whenever they landed just because they're fucking losers. And then me and my friends went there, and anybody in that guild that was camping the flight point, we camped the flight point and murdered them. And any Alliance player who wasn't in that guild that was ganking people, we let them pass safely. Basically just as a fuck you to the people ganking it. And then that guild organized like a 20, 30-man group or something crazy to try and kill me and my 4 other friends. All we had was a group of 5. And we kicked their asses because those people, a lot of the Zerg World PvP guilds, were full of dog shit players. So they got wiped by 5 Mythic Raiders. Also, I was playing a Guardian Druid, and Guardian Druids were absolutely broken in World PvP. With full cooldowns during Legion, a Guardian Druid could wipe a 40-man raid completely on their own, because with your self-healing and your damage reduction, you just could not be killed. Rage of the Sleeper also made you immune to CCs. So there were multiple times where I would just drop down onto a raid of Alliance, pop all cooldowns, and just erase them from existence. Which, like, that stuff is kind of fun, but obviously the bulk of that we opted into. And it wasn't, like, dynamic stuff while questing. Although it probably did happen once or twice, I mostly enjoyed the organized world PvP. But on a day-to-day basis, I don't want to fucking deal with that. But 2 examples, right? Why am I playing on a PvP server in Classic, in Cataclysm Classic? Well, because right now, the 2 largest raiding servers for both Alliance and Horde are PvP servers. Initially, I was playing on Fairlina because it was the biggest raiding server, and this is where the guild that I joined was located. This is where a lot of my friends were playing. So obviously, I'm here, and that's why I made this alt on that server. Duh. Also, I just realized I never got new glyphs. Next time I stop in the main city, which will probably be level 60, I'll do that. We'll grab that. And why is this still blinking at me? It's so annoying that the UI is bugged out like that. Check random dungeon finder? Yeah, I'll check at this level. I also see that you... Yeah, okay, I can do Burning Crusade dungeons now. So I'll queue for them and just do them. So at the very least, it's only 58 to 59 that has that weird slush zone. And all things considered, that was not a very long questing process, so that could be a lot worse. I do have full rested experience at this stage, so that made things a little bit faster. Okay, I need more demonic runestones, yeah. But, so all that to say, I am playing on Fairlina because that's where my previous main characters were when I started the speedrun. That's where all of my gold was. Obviously, I'm going to make my new character there. It just makes sense. And the other thing that I think is important to understand about Fairlina is it is a 99-to-1 Horde Alliance server. This is not an actual PvP server. The only people who are PvPing here are max level characters in a level 60 leveling zone who are here to gank low level players. That is not real PvP. That is just griefing. Nice, that didn't take too long. So, very big distinction there, but even on an example of a balanced server, currently in Classic, I am stuck on Crusader Strike. And to my surprise, I've given up leveling my Sod Rogue, by the way. It just wasn't fun to me. I might revisit Season of Discovery in, like, the next level 60 phase to see if they've improved anything, but while some of the changes made in Sod seem interesting to me, there is still way too much bullshit. Way too much bullshit that I just do not want to fucking deal with. The catch-up mechanisms are terrible. It's, like, the thing with Vanilla is, well, Vanilla is a game that has, like, a lot of stuff going on in it. To a certain extent, a lot of it is optional, right? Like, you don't need to do every single rep grind in the game. A lot of it gives, you know, kind of gear that isn't necessarily required. And that means that if you wanted to get caught up, like in 2019 Classic, aside from, well, leveling, which is still a long process, and that I don't necessarily mind, it's just a matter of getting to max level and then doing stuff to get gear. But there are, like, so many systems and shit in SOD now. Crafting professions are no longer just some optional side thing for 1 or 2 pieces. They now have, like, mandatory best-in-slot pieces. There's now, like, really tangible player power tied to crafting professions, which is just really weird to me, because one of the things that I liked about professions in Classic is that, aside from engineering, which was nice, but mind you, not required. Like, it was borderline required for tanks just because of bombs, but even then, the main reason why engineering was considered required for tanks is because tank AoE threat in Original Classic was so bad that sapper charges were one of the only reliable ways that I had to hold threat as a warrior tank, on AoE, at least. And they've added all these new AoE abilities, so the engineering bombs are no longer mandatory, and yet they've added all of these new, extremely overpowered crafting things that make professions more mandatory in SOD than, like, literally any version of WoW ever? Kind of? At least leveling up your own professions. Like, the closest that you ever get is in, like, I guess in these days of Cataclysm. Oh, that's neat, I suppose. I don't think I'll need that. I'll pass. Like, in Cataclysm, obviously, engineering is really impactful. You have a few, like, really good enchants. Like, Sword Guard Embroidery is really nice. Stuff like that is really impactful. But how do I put this? You know, I know people who are raiding without that, and it doesn't really make that big of a difference. It helps, but the power difference in terms of, like, the items that you get or have gotten throughout SOD is just crazy. It just makes professions feel super mandatory. And also, the big difference is that leveling up professions in SOD is super fucking expensive, and then you have to jump through, like, a million really, really annoying to complete quest lines just to unlock the stuff. And this isn't even accounting for runes, which so many runes have incredibly annoying unlock processes, which, I'm going to be honest, I didn't really enjoy doing at the time. The rune system was already something in Classic that, in SOD, that I was not a big fan of in terms of the acquisition. I also think a lot of the runes are just boring and uninspired, and for Rogue specifically, I have had major issues with the rune design. The runes for Rogue are some of the most bafflingly terribly designed shit I've seen in SOD so far. And I thought Warlock runes were bad when I played Warlock, and I've now realized that Warlock is nothing compared to how atrocious the Rogue rune design is. It's so fucking shit. But then having to go through all these unlock processes when nobody else is doing half the shit required is just such a fucking slog. Rogue especially is now in a weird position where there's so many runes that are like locked behind previous rune acquisitions, so I'm forced to go unlock runes that I don't even want, just because after unlocking 2 more runes, I'll finally be eligible for the quest line that gives me the rune that I want at level 45. It's just not fun. And at this point, it doesn't help that, I mean, I haven't even talked about the economy, which is completely fucked. The only reason why playing SOD thus far has even been bearable for me is I have so much leftover gold, which I'm kind of close to running out of at this stage. I still have enough to probably make it to level 60 if I wanted to, and still be able to afford most basic stuff. But making gold is just fucking impossible now. And half of their solutions to basically like, oh, let's make this rune easier to get is just put it up for a relatively high, I wouldn't say high, but like medium gold price. But there's so many other gold sinks in this game already, in SOD specifically, that putting rune catch-up behind just fixed vendor value is just terrible design. I mean, I don't know, like, there's just so much stuff in SOD that's just, it is bad. It just feels really bad. And I just had, like, this realization after trying to play more this morning that I'm just really not having fun. Like, my entire approach to SOD for the past week or so has been a hope at delayed gratification, that I'm just really hoping that if I do make it to level 60, that I'll enjoy playing Rogue Tank. But at this stage, I'm like, I really haven't been having fun in Phase 4 at all. Everything that I've experienced is just kind of fucking miserable. What makes me think that it's just magically going to get better when I hit higher levels? And after thinking about that, I figured, man, fuck this shit. I'm not gonna bother with it anymore. It's unfortunate, but, yeah. I forget how I started on that tangent, if I'm being honest. Oh yeah, because I was talking about servers, right. But right now, all of my friends play on PvP servers. So some of my friends who I initially considered playing with are on Lone Wolf, which is a PvP server, and they play Alliance, and it's now like a kind of slanting Horde based on everything that I've heard. I don't want to say Horde dominated, because they do try to force population balance inside, but it is very clearly Horde favored. It was not fun trying to do stuff out in the open world, and I was mostly in Alliance-only zones. And on Crusader Strike, well, it seems relatively balanced, and for the most part, I haven't really had much PvP griefing. It is actually a little bit nice to see that in a lot of cases, I was questing side by side with players of the opposite faction, and they really weren't giving me that much grief. It was kind of cool. But there were a few times where I'm just questing and some guy like 10 to 15 levels higher than me just chases after me and tries to kill me for no reason. And I can't transfer servers. Like, I started on Crusader Strike, or well, I actually, correct that. I started on Chaos Bolt because all my friends wanted to play it. Now, admittedly, I didn't really want to play on Chaos Bolt because it was a PvP server, but I got forced into that. And then I got forced into moving to Chaos Bolt, or to Crusader Strike after Blizzard closed Chaos Bolt. And now that's where all of my characters on, and I just got done saying how SOD is basically impossible to play if you don't already have gold at this stage. It's just a miserable experience. So I could either start a brand new character and slog through all of that, which is just kind of a non-starter, or I could keep trying to play on the existing PvP server that I'm on and deal with random ganking bullshit every now and then. And obviously, I'm going to continue playing where I already am, and I'm just going to have to suffer through the ganking crap. But that doesn't mean that I enjoy it. And the whole constant argument that people make of, like, you know, suck it up, you play on a PvP server, you made that choice, right? It's like, well, I didn't really make that choice, because when SOD first came out and all my friends were picking a server, a bunch of them wanted to play on a PvP server. So it was either I don't play with my friends, or I give in to what they want to do. And I mean, I don't know. For Classic, admittedly, there's no great solution. I kind of understand that, like, it is Classic. That's how the game used to be designed. Obviously, problems have been exacerbated over the years. And while it does suck that people still have the mentality of, like, I'm going to gank a low-level player just because, like, that's still shitty behavior. I can't really expect Blizzard to change a whole lot about that. One thing that I think they can do is fucking open up server transfers. If I could transfer off Crusader Strike, I would do so in a heartbeat. So the fact that not only are there no paid server transfers for SOD, but also the way that they briefly handled server transfers was like this really scuffed, barely open, you know, system where it would pop up and you could transfer really quickly, and then if you missed it, fuck you. That is just nonsense design. Why would they do that? If their concern is that too many people are going to transfer off at once, well, that should probably tell them that maybe people just aren't having fun playing PvP and SOD. And instead of saying, well, we gotta keep these PvE players hostage on a PvP server so that the balance isn't fucked, maybe just, like, let people do whatever the fuck they want? Because I can tell you right now, I know multiple people who refuse to continue playing SOD because they don't want to play on a PvP server, because they aren't as patient as I am. And they don't want to just suffer through PvP ganking bullshit. So instead of just giving these players the option to play somewhere else, they're basically just forcing these people to quit the game. Because for most of these people, it's not a question of, am I going to play on a PvP server, or am I going to potentially take the opportunity to move to a PvE server if Blizzard gives me the option. It is, am I going to be offered the option to transfer by Blizzard, or am I going to quit the fucking game because I just don't want to be here anymore? And the other thing about PvP that I think is very important to say, at least in regards to SOD, is that I think I definitely did not expect SOD PvP to be in the state that it is at. There were a lot of people who picked SOD PvP thinking it would be like Classic PvP. And I actually played on a PvP server in 2019 Classic, and other than the launch of the PvP system where everybody was like camping flight points and just generally griefing, because that unfortunately is what the game encouraged, I actually enjoyed World PvP in original 2019 Classic. Because the way that people would kill you, outside of, like, you know, a high level trying to gank you and stuff, you had a lot of time to respond. So there were many times in 2019 Classic where somebody tried to kill me, and they just couldn't do it, because I would just escape. I had, like, Parachute Cloak and a bunch of other little gizmos and stuff that I would use to run away, and sometimes I would be able to respond, right? I distinctly remember when I was leveling in Searing Gorge, there was this rogue that tried to kill me multiple times, and one time he killed himself on my retaliation, the other time he jumped at me with evasion up, and then I killed him by just hitting him with an attack. It would dodge, and then I would hit him with Overpower, and I just kept killing him with Overpower because it bypassed dodge. And then the other time, he didn't have cooldowns. He was just angry. He charged at me again. He just lost fair and square. So there were fun times like that. But technically speaking, I could have just run away from that rogue if I wanted to. I just decided, you know what? I am going to fight back this time. And it felt like, you know, it was a little bit more balanced. Whereas in SOD, anybody who's played it kind of knows this. It's no surprise. Everything is just completely fucked. PvP balance has been scuffed from the start. There were multiple times in Phase 2 and Phase 3 where it's just like, if a Shadow Priest passes near you at all and they decide to put a single dot on you, you're just dead. There is nothing that you can do. There is zero counterplay there. You are just going to die. Within 10 seconds-ish. And they can just run away. They throw that on you, and then they just walk away. Alright. That's not really fun. That's not my idea of engaging PvP. So, even if you like PvP, I don't really think SOD had much to offer. Unfortunate, but is what it is. But, all that to say, server transfers for SOD need to have opened up fucking yesterday. It's just embarrassing that it hasn't. Frankly, if I could transfer to a different server, I might be more willing to play my rogue. Because while I really haven't been enjoying the experience through and through, I'll admit. Are you kidding me? I got gloves, finally. And they're fucking intellect gloves. Jesus Christ. Yeah, honestly, SOD has not been the most fun experience. Like I said, I'll admit. But at the very least, if I could remove one concern of getting randomly ganked, that would make me feel a little bit comfortable or more comfortable with the leveling process. So, just something. Long rant, but frankly, the initial plan for today's stream, at least early this morning, before I switched gears, was more SOD Rogue, and the entire experience has just left me bitter. So I just wanted to rant about it. I'm also sure that I'm going to have a few people somewhere asking me whether there's going to be a part 2 to that video, so I guess this is my way of saying sorry, but no. Also, is there... No, there's no new flask that I can use right now. My next new flask will come at level 65. So I'll just use this for now. And I'll read the messages that you sent, Cadus, in a second. So I do this, and I already... That doesn't fall off, thankfully. I could refresh my food buff. I'll probably try to do that when I get a chance. Yeah, extra 10 to 30% XP is massive. That's something that I can't play without. At least for speedruns like that. For casual leveling, if I was getting ganked in war mode, I would absolutely turn it off, but not really always an option. That's, oh yeah, so the other point that I started making, and that I stopped, is war mode is kind of unacceptable in a modern version of WoW. Because I said before, while I understand that there's not a lot Blizzard can do to change Classic, the fact that war mode is still something in the game which basically encourages people to PvP to have a faster leveling experience is actually just kind of disgusting, especially since that was never a thing on actual PvP servers. PvP has always been an inconvenience that you suffer through. There's never been a faster thing for leveling. So, war mode just kind of forces you into the experience if you want to level as quickly as possible, which just isn't ideal. That's not fun. It genuinely blows my mind that war mode has remained in this state for so long, because, like, just make it PvP. Who fucking cares? If somebody wants to potentially world PvP while leveling, they can fucking press the button. If they don't, they just shouldn't have to press the button. And the irony is that war mode would probably still be slightly faster in some very niche cases because of PvP talents, but that's like way too min-maxy. 99% of people aren't going to level in war mode just because they get like turbo fists as a windwalker, right? That would be something that only I'm doing for speedruns, and at that point I would just suck it up and accept that, yeah, that's a me problem. But 10% to, or up to 30% more experience, that's not a me problem. That is an everybody who wants to level efficiently problem. And it ends up just feeling really bad. So, that should not be a thing. All that to say, though, I will probably move, well, I'm not going to move a main character over to a PvE server, but I think what I'll do is I'll move a bunch of golds over to a PvE server in Cataclysm. Probably just, like, buy a bunch of tokens on a PvE server or something like that on level 1. That way I can fund speedruns in an environment where I can't get ganked, where I can actually, like, level peacefully. Assuming I plan on doing additional speedruns, which, at least right now, I am planning on it. The only question is I don't know when I'll be able to. The timing of Cata Classic is just, it's very unfortunate. Because it's basically releasing, it obviously released right alongside Mop Remix, which completely fucked me on launch, but now that I finally have finished stuff with Mop Remix, War Within is coming out, and obviously that is something that I need to worry about. So, effectively, I'm going to end up doing all of my actual Cataclysm speedruns during the Firelands patch, which, I mean, all things considered, is not the worst thing ever. Because I suspect that there's going to be a lot of people who are waiting for the Firelands patch to actually play Cataclysm, since that was considered to be the best part of this expansion by far. So, could be nice that when Firelands does roll around, I'm still going to have a lot of leveling testing to do. And I've already kind of resigned myself to the fact that most of my leveling testing will be in pursuit of optimizing Mop leveling, because, I mean, at this point, we're 99% sure that we're going to get Mop Classic, right? Finally finished my coffee. It's also interesting how Ramparts is still a relatively efficient dungeon, even in TBC Classic. Or I keep saying TBC Classic. TBC leveling within Cata Classic. This is definitely one of the fastest dungeons still in retail for dungeon leveling. So it's kind of interesting that it's still the case here. I'm going to wait to roll until I see what everybody else does. If somebody tries to snipe the BOE, then I'm obviously going to roll alongside them. I'm going to roll greed. Yeah, I figured everybody rolled by that point, and I just missed one of them. But you never know with pugs in dungeons. There's always that guy who waits to the end to press need. And one thing that's definitely nice to see is Prot Warrior is still god tier for dungeons. It is actually just wild how much damage this spec does. Like, I am crushing these DPS on AoE. And even on single target, my damage was not too bad. But AoE, it is just a fucking different beast. I kind of wonder if any of the other tanks would actually be able to compete with this. Because Paladin, unfortunately, in Cataclysm Classic, it doesn't have bad AoE, especially when it gets, like, Hammer of the Righteous and stuff, but at least for dungeons, it feels like it's just missing so much. The other thing is Victory Rush is just an insane tool for self-sustain, and Paladin has no way to keep itself alive in low-level dungeons. I'll probably try it out at some point. I'm debating what I want to level for the next class, because I forget, it's been so long that I kind of don't remember how I decided on this run. I know that viewers voted for Undead, but I think I put it to a poll and Warrior won the poll, which I don't mind, because Warrior is definitely my favorite thing to level. One of my favorite things to level in Cata. I was kind of surprised it won the poll, because prior to doing the speedrun, the only... I did like some 80 to 85 runs, but the only low-level speedrun that I actually did was another Warrior run. So I didn't expect people to vote for it 2 times in a row. Though technically speaking, the first time I chose Warrior myself, and then the second time people voted for it again. So it only won a single poll, but I was surprised that it won a poll after I'd already used it. But again, not that I'm complaining, I like playing Warrior in Cata Classic. But I haven't really tested the other specs for at least low-level stuff. I know for a fact that Blood Decay would be fucking bonkers. Blood Decay feels insane for dungeon leveling. I don't know how much of that it gets right at the start, but I assume that it would feel pretty good from the get-go, because Blood Decay obviously starts at a high level. You have access to a pretty big chunk of your kit by that point, and a lot of the stuff that makes Blood Decay really strong is just its basic kit, not necessarily high-level talents or anything like that. Because you get a Dancing Rune Weapon at your capstone. In fact, you know what? I'm curious. I'm going to check. I'll put myself in queue before I do that. And I'm going to Hearth because I want to learn writing before I do anything else. But let's go to Cataclysm Wowhead, Tools, Talent Calculator, Death Knight. I also need to grab better glyphs. Yeah. So, Butchery, Blade Barrier, then Bladed Armor. Probably don't need Scarlet Fever while leveling. Definitely improved Blood Tap. Bone Shields, Abomination's Might. Probably go with Toughness. Improved Blood Presence. Blood Parasite. Sanguine Fortitude. What level is this? Required level 55. Okay, Rune Tap, Well the Necropolis. One more in Sanguine Fortitude, one more in Toughness. Crimson Scourge. Okay. So, at levels... Yeah, at level 59, which is when Blood Decay would start doing TBC dungeons, you have 1 point in Crimson Scourge, which is enough to make Blood Decay a pretty consistent leveling spec for dungeons, because you already have, I mean, most of your kit. It would do really good. The only thing that you don't have access to that would be really strong is improved Deathstrike is nuts. 3 points into that makes Deathstrike into a single target powerhouse, so the only thing that I think Blood Decay would be relatively weak at when it first starts out is single target damage, because you'd probably have to just spam Heartstrike a bit more. But it would have access to Heartstrike. That's what you get when you select the spec. And that's what does the bulk of its damage. It also has Blood Boil, and you're able to get 1 point into Crimson Scourge, and then at level... oh crap, I need to... Yeah, at level 61... is the healer the one that left? I think the healer might have been the one... Oh no, they're here. Okay, we're fine. But at level 61, you have 2 points in Crimson Scourge, and then as you level up through TBC, you get improved Deathstrike. And then, you know, Dancing Rune Weapon is a very strong ability. You'd obviously get that at level 69, which would be pretty good. But it's not even really required to do good damage as a Blood Decay. Maybe I'll just do a Blood Decay leveling run next, just because that one would be significantly faster. Because, you know, you already start off midway through the process. I think that could be interesting. And then there are some pretty solid talents in the other trees that you could pick up along the way, but none of them are mandatory at all. Meanwhile, for Warrior, I mean, Warrior gets a lot of its really good stuff early on. Because effectively, what's my bread and butter? My bread and butter while leveling is Victory Rush, Improved Revenge, and Blood and Thunder. That's what's doing the bulk of my damage here. Revenge, Thunderclap, Rends. And obviously, Improved Revenge is what allows it to cleave, which is what makes it so strong. Blood and Thunder makes it so my Rend spreads whenever I Thunderclap. That's really powerful, too. Those are, I think, the key talents within Prot Warrior's tree that, like, it just can't really function without. Because Shockwave is going to be really nice when I get that. But I don't necessarily think that the spec is, like, unplayable without Shockwave. It already feels really broken. Devastate is certainly good, but I think not mandatory at all. Thunderstruck is really good damage, right? I don't really get the full benefit out of it, but that's like big damage modifiers to my hardest hitting spells. I think the main thing is that Improved Revenge is relatively far down the tree, so at least for low levels, it took me a while to get to that point. My damage in the earlier parts wasn't bad. It was still beating DPS players by a mile, but I wonder if maybe at very low levels before I unlock that, there's a tank spec that's better. It's kind of a moot point, though, because I guess by this stage I already have all the stuff that I need. And the only talents at this stage that I'm really ever going to need is Shockwave. Like, the stuff up here is fine, but none of those early talent points are really that critical. Yeah. Field dressing, honestly, might be a good option, just because increasing the victory rush healing could be pretty good. But I feel like Druid is probably going to be one of the weirdest ones to level, because while Feral Druid at higher levels felt alright to me, it was very cooldown based. Like, outside of your cooldowns, your AoE seemed to struggle a little bit. You were also kind of target capped in many cases, and it required you to have very specific glyphs. So I feel like Druid would just be a little bit harder to play, especially in dungeons, until much higher levels. I'll have to play around with it to see, though. Every time I said rune, all you can hear is Magni saying wounds, yeah. If you played Classic, you'd rather play Hardcore? Yeah, well, I suppose if you've never played Classic before, Hardcore is definitely an interesting challenge. And I did play Hardcore. Honestly, the reason why I wanted to play SOD, and this is kind of one of the other, I wouldn't say issues with SOD, but challenges for the developers to get sorted, is a lot of people wanted a very different thing out of SOD. For me, when they said that they were introducing new classes and specs and basically bringing modern abilities to the older version of the game, the way that I viewed SOD and the way that I thought it was going to work over time is it's going to be like playing Wrath or TBC Classic, or not TBC, Wrath or Cata Classic, like this kind of era of Classic, but in, you know, vanilla content. So you'd be able to do like all of the vanilla raids, like Molten Core, etc., but the gameplay would overall feel more like this era of Classic. I don't expect it to feel like Retail. Retail feels very different than Classic, obviously. But one of the things that I think is nice about Wrath of the Lich King content, and Cataclysm too, Cataclysm is, I think, really nice class design for me. I really like how a lot of classes feel to play. There's still some clunkiness, and I think one of the main issues for me playing Classic Cata is I can see a lot of very early designs for what the specs would later become. It's the first time where you can look at a lot of different specs and say, ah, yeah, I remember how this mechanic evolved and is now still a thing in modern World of Warcraft. And that just kind of makes the version that you have in Cata feel like a cheap knockoff. With some exceptions like Blood DK, where in Retail the spec has genuinely gotten worse over time, so the Cata version actually just feels better. But playing like Prop Paladin, for instance, I like some of the mechanics that Cata Prop Paladin has, but it feels like such a janky version of the Retail mechanics, which makes it a little bit hard to fully appreciate. But it still is good design. It's not perfect. There's still some flaws. It's not like Retail, where you can see here, I'm doing Hellfire Ramparts, but I still need to take it like 1 to 2 pulls at a time. I can do relatively big pulls. I'm doing a shit ton of damage. I'm pretty much self-sustaining myself without the healer having to just pump into me constantly. That's nice. That kind of feels a little bit more fluid, and is the gameplay that I enjoyed from Wrath and Cata Classic. But it's not like retail. We're on retail as a level 10 Guardian Druid. I am pulling the entire dungeon of Hellfire Ramparts nonstop. I am killing everything without any assistance from my group, because with heirloom scaling, Guardian Druid at low levels is just extremely overpowered. And there is no challenge whatsoever. My health never dips below 90%. The dungeon just falls over, and we literally blast through it at full speed and go on to the next one in, like, basically a minute or less. It's wild. I think the pace and feel of dungeons in this era of WoW for leveling is really good. It doesn't feel like just a mindless slaughter. There's enough engagement to where you actually feel like you're having fun playing your class, but it's not like Classic, where a lot of times dungeons in Classic really just aren't fun to kind of power through. They take a really long time. AoE can be fairly limited. It's just not a super enjoyable experience. I should know. I farmed a lot of dungeons back in the day in 2019 Classic. Way too many. I mean, I even got Iron Foe, right? I did a shit ton of Blackrock Depths runs. I never ended up getting Hand of Justice, but I got a lot of stuff. I need to drink some water real quick. But hold on, I got a ping on Discord. Just responding real quick. Okay, yeah, it's just... The other ping that I got was just Cata Classic Guild saying that we need, like, a fill for Monday, and oh my god. 98 missed messages in, like, the 1 hour since I started streaming in my guild Discord. It looks like they're talking about potatoes, so nothing important. I'll have to catch up on that later. Warrior Trainer. I haven't trained spells in a long time. Surprisingly, there's not a lot. Berserker Rage, Inner Rage, and I'm not really doing much stance dancing. Berserker Rage I'll put on Shift H, Inner Rage... Where do I want to put this? I feel like my keybinds are all kind of out of whack right now. I don't really like where a lot of stuff is. I'm going to take Overpower off of my bars here, and I'm going to put Inner Rage over there. Yeah. Especially because Overpower is Battle Stance only, so I can just put it into Battle Stance whenever I swap. I'm going to go learn Flying. I should have enough gold to get Fast Flying. So nice, that's a new appearance. I've been collecting a decent amount of transmog in Cataclysm Classic. What I started doing is whenever there is a BOE item, or not a BOE, whenever there is, like, an item in Raid that nobody wants, like Holy Paladin Plate, basically. If nobody needs it, I will trade one Maelstrom Crystal to the officer who's handling loot in exchange for the item. Basically, they normally want to disenchant that stuff so they could fund the guild bank, so I just give them the Maelstrom Crystal that they would have gotten by disenchanting it, and they told me that if I do that, if I just, you know, effectively buy transmog with Maelstrom Crystals, I'm allowed to have whatever I want from, like, loot that nobody needs for transmog. So I've collected a lot of really nice Holy Paladin plate gear that has cool appearances. And that's just made me want to collect more gear in general for transmog throughout Cata Classic as I go. 48 attack power versus 11 strength. Yeah, that's better. I have this necklace, which is a slight improvement. And we'll move that there. Let's see. Not really using my potions a lot, but there will come a time, I'm sure, when I want to use it. I'm still using Onslaught Elixir. I can use Superior Defense until I begin running... no, Fell Sharpening Stone I no longer need. So let's move that there. Right, I think that's good. I'll refresh my food buff. I'll switch Sharpening Stones. And then I need Glyphs. Glyphs and Writing. It's the main thing on the docket right now. Let's also throw that up. What was I saying? Right, yeah. So, all of that to say, all that I was saying about class design and dungeon feel, etc., is when they announced SOD, I thought it was going to be kind of like a way to modernize the classic content. Because the way that I see it, and this is why some of the fucking arguments that they've used in SOD baffle me. Because the most recent thing is Agrand saying shit like, well, taunts being melee range is okay, because it has always worked like that in SOD, and we don't expect to change it because, like... Or it has always worked like that in Classic, because, like, it's always worked like that in Classic, so why change it, right? Who cares if it stays melee ranged or not? It's a thing that is key to Classic. And I don't understand how the mentality of taunts being forced melee range is an important element to Classic that we need to preserve. That's just fucking stupid. Nobody enjoys that. It's just inconvenient for the sake of being inconvenient. And I get that that's how it worked in Classic, and for stuff like Classic Era, that should be preserved. But if the entire point in SOD is to modernize Classic content a little bit, then, you know, what the fuck are we doing? Keeping really inconvenient stuff in the game. To me, the core of Classic was always the world, and having to, like, engage with different reputations and crafting. I don't like their solution to crafting, where it's just, you have to have a crafting profession. One of the things that I liked about Original Classic is that it encouraged me to have, like, crafting alts that I could funnel mats to, or, like, a guild crafter with all the recipes. The new, like, everything is BOP and you have to have leveled the crafting profession yourself is fucking dog water design. But I liked that crafting was more impactful, and that there was this sense of, like, community, like the whole thing I said about a guild crafter. You had to go to the guild's blacksmith to get the thing that you needed. That is the stuff that I thought was cool about Classic. And it just seems like all of the elements of Classic that they think are worth preserving are just, like, the worst fucking parts of it. It's just not fun. Who wants to do that? So, I had expected that their view of SOD would be very different, of they're going to try and make it like, as I said, Wrath and Cata, but in vanilla content. And it's very clear that, like, to them, the thing that they plan on doing with SOD is just, like... I mean, I don't know, man. It's like the same thing, really? Like, all the same inconveniences of Classic, but, you know, with a few minor new content things put in. I don't really get it, basically, is what I'm trying to say. I don't get what the fuck their vision for SOD is. I don't really know if they have a clear, consistent vision, because a lot of the changes that they've made seem contradictory, because they have a lot of stuff that is, like, way more modern than even things that we have in Wrath and Cata, and yet so many of the systems feel ridiculously antiquated. It's just weird. And the fact that they still have like these stances that they take of like that's against that's against Classic's design, and like taunts have to be melee range because that's always how things worked in Classic. Yeah, Agrind, did the fucking sod runes always exist in Classic? Why are we citing it always worked that way in Classic as a way to defend bad design? Like, that's one of the other annoying things. Like, I don't mind if something isn't necessarily on their priority list, right? Frankly, I can understand. I'm going to use Glyph of Demo Shout. I use it sometimes on large pulls, so. I can understand if, like, they have bigger fish to fry than fixing taunts being in melee range. So, it's one of those things where, while it was always a little bit annoying, I never really was too concerned about it. But, you know, that kind of changes when they actively address concerns and basically just say dumb shit. You know, it's easy enough to overlook something sucking when you assume that the developers just haven't noticed it. But when it becomes very obvious because they've addressed it, that it's something that they know is a problem, and the reason they haven't changed it is because they think it's fine? Like, what? That shit confuses me, honestly. And it makes me not want to play SOD because there's so many other things that are just really annoying about SOD that I guess at this point, it just doesn't really seem like they have any fucking intent on fixing it. Cool. Unfortunate. Also, it looks like most of the other glyphs I'll get at this stage don't really matter. The only other one that I can even use is Glyph of Devastate for 5% crit chance, and I will probably take Shockwave whenever I unlock that, because by the time that I hit 75, I'll have Shockwave unlocked. And then... I mean, I guess Enduring Victory is the only other minor glyph that I can even really use. It's kind of interesting that Prot Warrior glyphs basically build themselves. There are a handful of alternatives specifically for the major glyph slot, where I could see some of these things being nice to have, like more Victory Rush healing, Spell Reflect cooldown. Glyph of Shield Wall is interesting, I guess. There's charge stuff, which could help with mobility. But minor glyphs and prime glyphs just, yeah, they're all pretty similar. Whereas, I don't know how every other spec works, but Blood DK at the very least has a decent amount of opportunity to build around stuff. Also, there's definitely something weird going on with the bags, because I only got boots and bracers before. I got 0 gloves, and now this time I've gotten 3 gloves in a row. So I don't know what's happening there. Also, can I reforge tank stats? I actually don't know if I'm allowed to use reforging at this level. Item must be level 200 or higher. Okay. So, the answer is no. I guess you can't start reforging until probably Cataclysm content, because I'm pretty sure level 80 questing gear is item level 187, I want to say. And it's not until you get to, like, Nox Ramus that gear is 200 plus. So it's Wrath endgame gear or Cataclysm leveling gear, it seems, that's able to be reforged. Actually, I have gear in my bags that I can check. Okay, so there are a handful of Cata BOEs at levels 78-ish that I could theoretically reforge, because they are a high item level. But, yeah. Also, I think at this stage, probably just spamming TBC dungeons is the best way to level. At the very least, I recall from back in the day that that was always how I leveled characters. And a lot of times, way back in early Cataclysm, like, I didn't actually start playing a tank often until, like, the end of Cataclysm. very end of original Cataclysm is when I picked up Blood for the first time. And then Mop was when I very first started to, like, actually tank. But even then, I mostly played Frost DK, and I played Blood sometimes. WoD was the first expansion where I started playing tank, like, the vast majority of the time. I think I played tank, like, 90% of my time in WoD Classic, or in WoD Classic, in original WoD, and, what's it called? Legion onwards is when I have been, like, a dedicated tank main. Other than some very, very special occasions, I have almost exclusively played tank ever since end of WoD, early Legion. It's just what I've realized now that I enjoy more than other stuff. While I wait for the queue, I may as well do other stuff. Cadus. Oh, man. I appreciate you teeing that topic up for me because, oh boy, do I have a lot to say about that. What are my thoughts on the recent tank changes in the War Within? So there's a lot to say about that. So, okay, actually, there is, on one hand, you can make an argument that there is a lot to talk about regarding the tank changes, but in an interesting way, you could also very easily make the argument that it's just a complete nothing burger change. I think a lot of people are hyper-fixating on the specifics of the changes, and while one or two of the things that they have changed are concerning, the issue with the tank changes, and this is a little bit annoyingly lost on a lot of people, is the problem isn't what they changed. It is when they have changed it. I don't give a shit if they tune tanks. Frankly, that's why I said, on one hand, this is a big deal. On the other hand, this is a nothing burger. Because a lot of the changes that they actually made are nothing burgers. It is minor percent tuning across the board. The vast majority of that is inconsequential. And in fact, as we will discuss, because I will rant about this for a little while, because there is a lot to talk about, in many areas, they actually nerfed 0% pick rate talents, which is baffling to me. So, the two biggest things that I really don't like about the changes are, one, the timing. The timing is the biggest problem, and a lot of people seem to have realized that. But some people are kind of missing the forest from the trees here and thinking, the tanks are getting nerfed, and that's the biggest issue. The tank nerfs don't even really matter that much. The problem is that they have no time to test it. One thing that I will give Blizzard credit for in recent years is that they are fairly good at making tuning changes based on data and numbers and stuff like that. I was so confused as to why I got pinged in my announcements channel. Apparently Discord pings you when a poll ends. So my Discord poll just ended and Evoker won that. Not that it matters, because I used the results for that to decide the YouTube poll thing, which was already finished. What was I saying? Right, yeah, so the biggest issue is that while Blizzard is relatively good at making tuning changes based on data and based on, like, testing and stuff like that, by making these sweeping changes now, which are almost entirely numbers changes, when raid testing is already over, it's like, what the fuck are you guys doing? How do you expect to get any meaningful data for raid tuning if you're doing this after raid testing, a month away from the expansion's launch? And yeah, there are numerous balance issues right now already, not even accounting for this, and this doesn't really affect balance at all, considering we'll get to the specifics, but in a lot of ways, the tanks that were already doing well benefited from these changes, and the tanks that were kind of struggling a little bit got overly punished by these changes, which is bad. And that kind of brings me to the other thing that annoys me, which is that a lot of these changes that they made to tanks don't really seem rooted in any actual sense of, like, needed balancing. It's a lot of targeted nerfs to self-sustain and to avoidance of damage, like dodge, block, any way to avoid taking damage or heal back the damage that you've already taken. And that is just so strange of a thing to, like, fixate on. And obviously I know why they're doing it, right? And you said you're not a fan of healer always being a worse 4th DPS. And, like, I agree. That's so, you know, I said that the whole tank changes don't seem to be rooted in any sense of actual balance, and for tanks, they aren't. The issue with the tank changes is that tanks basically are getting nerfed to make tuning changes to healers across the board, which is such a dumb fucking way to go about it, especially when you're not pairing it with any actual content tuning. Because the way that this is going to work is that it's really not going to change much for tanks. It's going to make tanks weaker. Tanks are basically going to play the same. It's just going to limit what tanks are able to achieve. But, like, high-level key pushers aren't just going to suddenly say, oh, I guess Blizzard has nerfed my ability to tank. I am going to only pull 3 mobs at a time as God intended. Like, no. You're just going to adapt your group comp and your strategies to account for the fact that tanks are now weaker. If that means running a healer, okay, 99% of people already ran healers. It was only a few niche groups at the top. But what this might now mean is that only specific healers that are able to keep up with the now massively increased damage are able to be brought. So, while healer damage may not be something that a lot of people like, now it means healers need to be tuned a lot better. If tanks are now no longer able to be, like, consistently self-sustainable, then all of the balancing now comes down onto the healers. And it's not just about whether the healers can keep up the DPS, but now can they keep up the DPS and the tank? It just adds more pressure onto them. Or, well, AUG will be more important. Effectively, yeah. AUG being mandatory is... yeah. That's not changing anytime soon. So that much, it's like, AUG was already going to be effectively mandatory for high keys. Now it is even more mandatory. That's just bad design, right? And it's kind of the whole thing about, like, if you're not going to address AUG, why are we making these changes type of deal? So, yeah, that's a whole different can of worms. Their refusal to do anything to nerf augmentation or deal with the fact that it is in a really weird place, and are doing all of these other changes to kind of justify not having to remove AUG Evoker, right? Like I said, that's a whole can of worms that I don't even want to get into. Because there are other ways that you could both keep AUG and not have to do these stupid tank nerfs. But it is just such a weird way to change this. And one of the other things is, like I said, these nerfs did not affect tanks equally. And when you nerf specifically avoidance stuff and, like, self-healing, one of two things is going to happen. Either a tank that is not very self-healing or avoidance reliant is just not really going to care, so it's not really going to be much of a nerf to them, or a tank has so much self-healing already that slight nerfs to their sustain really aren't going to bother them whatsoever. Specifically, the two that I'm referring to are Blood DK and Brewmaster Monk. So, Blood DK already has so much self-healing that in the vast majority of cases, this isn't really going to affect them. I am curious how the Deathstrike change will work out, and I think, if anything, the consequence of this change is that section, or like specific scenarios where Blood DK was able to do ludicrous amounts of self-healing through effectively unhealable damage, they will now be significantly weaker in. The two examples of this that I can think of off the top of my head, which, while it's not often that this happens, they are crucially important situations when it does happen, is Ziskarn Cheese Strat before the nerf. So, because I'm pretty sure that, like, very few people watching this will have any idea what I'm talking about, because it was a cheese strat that only existed for a very small amount of time. I was in one of the... Not many guilds actually got to do it. I think my guild was, like, within the first 180 guilds to do it. We were one of the last, because we did it the night before it got patched. So, very, very few people in the grand scheme of things know how this worked. But effectively, the way the Ziskarn Cheese Strat worked is you needed to do two things. You needed to have your entire raid sit against the wall, because the Ziskarn landmines would only cover a certain area, and the section right up against the wall was not affected by them. So if you stood in that specific spot, you would not be affected by the landmine damage, so you could sit there indefinitely because the softened rage of the fight was the landmines getting activated. So that meant that you could just chill in that corner. You didn't need to worry about disarming traps. It made that entire section of the fight null and void. But the other mechanic in Ziskarn that would wipe you over time is the tactical destruction, where there were those big dragon statues along the side of the room, and Ziskarn would activate the however many closest dragon statues there were, and then as the fight progressed, he would add one more statue that he would activate until at the very end of the encounter, it would cap out at the two farthest statues would not be activated. So it wasn't a soft enrage, because eventually the mechanic would cap out and there would always be two statues along the far end of the room that were safe. Now, because of the way in which the fire patterns covered the floor in Ziskarn, that gave you very little room to move. You only had like a few tiles to stand in at the far end of the room where it was actually safe. So, you know, in the current version of the fight, it's still very difficult if you let the boss live for too long. It's one of the reasons why Ziskarn is arguably one of the hardest fights still on reclears, because if you don't have good management of the traps, it can spiral out of control very quickly. It's a pretty annoying boss to do. And I'm going to pull this back, because this is a very annoying hallway. But, so basically, the thing about that, though, is while you don't have much room to stand in the end of the Ziskarn fight, in the cheese strat, you were already smushed up against the very edge of the wall. So all that mattered was ensuring that the two tactical destruction statues along that part of the wall where your raid was stacked were not activated. And because prior to the nerf, the position of Ziskarn's tactical destructions were based on his location, it was whatever the closest X amount of statues near the boss were, those were the ones that would activate, you would have to drag him to the opposite end of the room. So the tank would bring Ziskarn all the way across into the fire minefield, activate the statues, and then run back to the safe zone while all the statues were exploding. And then, basically, until the next tactical destruction, the fight was just free. The only mildly hard part of that cheese strat was handling the, like, the fire lines that would shoot out from Ziskarn, but there was enough room to stand on the sides of the room that if you just had pre-assigned positions, which obviously we did, that was part of the strat, then people would just spread out, go to their pre-assigned spot, and everybody else just pixel stacked right on top of the edge of the room. And that made the entire thing much easier. The main issue with this entire strategy, though, is that surviving that run into the deep fire sections of Ziskarn's minefield, where you're taking ramping, massive ticking damage over time, that is ludicrous damage intake. Tanks were getting blasted. There were only two ways to really survive that run. it was to either bubble taunt with a paladin, using whatever that talent was that, like, whenever you use Divine Shield, it taunts the boss, run out into the fire, and obviously if you're in Divine Shield, you don't take any damage. But that has a really long cooldown. You can't do that every single time. So we use that as a backup. We had one of our rep paladins go prot, because, for reference, with the Zaskarn Chi strat, because there was no soft enrage at all, you could let the fight go on as long as possible. Our kill time was like 13 minutes or something, and we had like 5 people die to minor mistakes, and it didn't matter at all. Because the entire way that that chi strat worked is, as long as your tanks didn't die and you chipped away at the boss over time, there was nothing that could really kill you. That was it. Which is one of the reasons why it was so dumb, because once you learned the basic movements, it was impossible to fail. But the only real point of failure was that tank movement stuff. So we had a prot paladin as a backup for bubble taunt, but the only way that you could realistically survive going into the fire was as a blood DK. You would pop AMS, obviously, as you run out there. AMS would break fairly early, but that would give you a few more seconds of immunity to the fire debuff. And you would obviously try to rotate cooldowns whenever you had them to mitigate the damage further. But because you're out of range of healers, because all of your healers are pixel stacked on the far side of the room, you would have to run out there, and you're just slamming death strikes back to back. You take a fire tick for like 80% of your health, death strike, boom. Another fire tick for 80% of your health, death strike, boom. Every single death strike was a lay on hands. It full healed you, because you were taking so much absurd damage. The death strike, being as broken as it is what allowed Prot Warrior to do that. That is a uniquely Prot Warrior type of thing. So I don't necessarily know if these changes are going to prevent situations like that. But I can tell you right now that, or did I say, I think I said Prot Warrior, because my brain is just shut off. Yeah, that's a Blood DK type of thing. That is a very uniquely Blood DK thing that only they can really do. And if Death Strike does not work the same way, and does not allow you to heal back ridiculous amounts of damage, well then Blood DK just won't be able to do shit like that. And another thing is, Mythic Farok fucking thrashes tanks. And the Phase 3 debuff causes you to take massive ramping ticking damage as the fight goes on. And that's kind of the soft enrage. But it kind of doesn't matter, because if you use Death Strike properly, taking increased damage from the tank debuff really doesn't matter, because you're taking more damage, but you're also healing for way more with your Death Strike. So the only thing that really matters is that in between those Death Strikes, you're not getting kills. And as long as the healers are giving you some bare minimum amount of attention and you're rotating your cooldowns properly as a Blood DK and Farok, you just can't really die. They are basically unkillable. They're taking so much fucking damage, but they're healing for so much that it doesn't matter. And then obviously you heal, but then you also get a very big blood shield on top of that. And they gutted blood shield. It's now like half effectiveness. Instead of potentially getting a 100% overheal from blood shield, it now caps out at 50% of your maximum health, which on situations like Farok are going to be really, really, really impactful. So that is one thing where I have not seen a lot of people addressing that. A lot of people have, one second. Oh my god. Let me try to get a kill on one of these mobs. Okay, yeah. As long as I get a victory rush, that's the only thing that matters. Then I can chain it pretty reliably. That was a little bit spooky. That was definitely a very aggressive pull, though. I normally wouldn't do stuff like that. Alright, we're LOSing. They're sitting out in the open. Get a hint, buddy. Get a hint, buddy. I'm LOSing. Look around you. There we go. Okay, let me just take care of this guy first before I continue commenting. Nice. You can teleport out and back in, yeah, in Cataclysm, so I can just do that, it's faster. Blood DK is still going strong from what you've seen. Basically, how it works is you get a tracking buff. Yeah, I mean, I know how it works, but the problem is just because we know mechanically how it works, it's really not easy to just look at that and say, ah, yes, I just know by, like, I know at a glance whether or not that will be enough healing to survive Mythic Farok. Intuitively, I honestly don't think it would be. I am pretty sure that now, because Blood DK can't just basically heal back 100% of the damage that it has taken, and not just that, but also get a massive overheal that further mitigates damage. So, like, kind of, the more damage you're taking, it's actually better. There's kind of this weird breaking point for Blood DK where if they start taking, like, insane levels of damage, they are actually healthier than if they are only taking a medium amount of damage. And I'm pretty sure that this nerfs that. And that's why, while a lot of people are saying, well, Blood DK is perfectly fine, and for the vast majority of content, right, this isn't going to nerf Blood DK, it's going to nerf strategies. So, obviously, even if this change goes through, and it probably will, but even with this change, right, it's not going to just magically make it so Blood DK isn't played, or Blood DK is now terrible, etc., etc. The main thing that it will do is it will prevent the use of strategies that relied on Blood DK being as broken as it is, which were primarily those very special cases that I just described. It is Mythic Farok P3, it is Zaskarn Chi Strat, because Zaskarn Chi Strat without Blood DK would not have worked. The only other way that you could maybe have it go is they're probably, let's say that these Blood DK changes were already active at that point in time, and it was now ridiculously difficult to survive with just Deathstrike. There probably would have been a handful of insane guilds out there that stacked like 6 tanks or something, and they would rotate like Paladin Bubble Taunts, Blood DKs with IBF, AMS, and Vamp Blood all up at the same time. And instead of just having one Blood DK do every single fucking one, you would just rotate tanks with insane cooldowns because, as I already pointed out, the damage of your group did not actually matter in this instance. It was purely whether or not you could outlive those tank busters. So it theoretically would have still been doable, but it would have required a much stricter comp that was... Is that just a quest item? Yeah. Would have required a much stricter comp that emphasized stacking a ton of tanks instead of just, you know, bring whatever the fuck you want, bring other tanks as a backup, and just make sure your Blood DK can live the Zaskarn Cheese. So that would be a lot trickier. Also, I would argue that about 90% of guilds, probably, that have killed Mythic Farok have had their Blood DK solo tank P3. And I have tanked Mythic Farok at this point on both sides of it. When I got my first kill in Mythic Farok, I was playing Blood DK. So I played Blood DK for all of Emir Drasil prog, and most of Emir Drasil farm, and I was the Blood DK who solo tanked P3. You do like a very minor tank swap for 2 stacks at one point, when the initial set of Corrupted Seeds come out, and that basically just gives the Blood DK a little bit of time to recover their cooldowns, and more importantly, it allows the other tank to get like 30 seconds where they're not building up their debuff. That way, by the time that their seed debuff starts to become lethal, the fight should be ending. So, works out a little bit, but outside of that one specific point, Blood DK is solo tank P3. I solo tank P3. The only time I ever even came close to dying is literally as Farok was dying on my very first cutting edge kill, I procced Purgatory. I still would have been fine, but I had really high stacks, a bunch of people died, and our healers were struggling to play catch-up. Farok did a tank buster, and I wasn't topped up, and it shot me into Purgatory, and then I immediately Deathstriked it back, And I don't think the second Farok Tank Buster in that set had gone off, but I probably would have been fine when it did. And then the boss died, and we were fine. And that was the only time that I ever struggled with survivability, at the very, 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 very last few seconds of that fight. Otherwise, you know, I'm taking insane amounts of damage and just death striking it back, and it's not an issue. And same thing now. Obviously, I'm no longer playing Blood DK, but my co-tank plays Blood DK, and he solo tanks most of it, and he is never in trouble. So it is just the way that you do Mythic Farok, like the way the damage profile of that fight works, because it's a lot of tank busters are large percentage swaps. So you take a debuff and the next hit deals 5,000% increased damage, or even something moderate like 200%, right? That is how a lot of tank busters work, and Blood DK doesn't work for that, right? Because it doesn't matter if you have Death Strike, if you get one shot, you're either going to proc Purgatory and then Death Strike it back, and that works one time, and then the second time, that's not going to work. So Blood DK can get around those mechanics. It is a very flexible tank, but it cannot solo tank those sections of boss fights. Farok just happens to have no force tank swap debuff. It's a ramping ticking damage debuff, and his damage, like his burst damage, is very, very, very predictable. So he doesn't have like heavy hitting auto attacks that can hit you at random. He has like a very predictable and easy to plan for big tank buster that applies a stack, and then you just death strike right then, and it gives you the maximum amount of value on death strikes returns. So all that to say, the Blood DK changes are weird. I highly suspect that it won't really harm their overall viability, but it will make situations like that unavoidable. If anything, it might mean that while Blood DK is still a good tank, it won't be a mandatory tank. Because there are very, very few guilds, like almost no guilds, that have killed Mythic Farok with no Blood DK. Obviously, that is in part because of how good they are at tanking that boss, because the strat basically requires it. It is also because they have a legendary weapon, and Blood DK, while not insanely overpowered in Season 4 per se due to class tuning, still has a really good legendary, is still basically equal in damage to all of the other tanks and ahead of a few of them, and still has insane survivability and valuable utility on multiple bosses, in addition to the whole Farok thing. So when Blood DK is mandatory effectively for Farok, still really good on damage and survivability across the board, and has insanely important utility in the form of Death's Advance in certain fights, AMS on fights like Diurna, and Death Grips on fights like Razageth, Dathia, Ad Platform Strat, what else? Not really many situations right now in Aberrus where they're super useful, but that was definitely their weakest raid in terms of utility advantage. And Amir Drasil, Laradar adds, Tindril adds, obviously, and then, of course, Farok, right? There's a lot of really impactful fights where Blood DK shines in. I don't really expect that to change. In fact, if it was just these nerfs to Blood DK and nothing else, then yeah, things may be a little bit dire. But if you've been following the War Within tuning changes, Blood DK has gotten a ton of really, really, really good stuff. So this sucks, sure, but the amount of really powerful tools that Blood DK has gotten, within raid testing, they were already like one of the top tanks. They were doing incredibly well. So they can afford to basically eat this nerf and not be too concerned about it. Is effectively my stance on Blood DK. I do think people are overlooking the whole, like, you know, Death Strike change in that context that I just described, but it is definitely correct to most people's assessment that it's not a very big deal. So now that we've thoroughly discussed Blood DK, the other tanks. The two that I will quickly touch upon, because they're basically unaffected, is Prot Warrior and Vengeance Demon Hunter. I've seen a handful of people say Vengeance actually took a big hit, and, like, those people are just fucking dumb. Vengeance is in a weird spot in general. There are definitely a handful of changes in War Within that are making Vengeance struggle a little bit, So I think a lot of people are probably more so saying that Vengeance was already not in the best spot ever. So for it to get further nerfs on top of those existing problems is a little bit problematic. And while I would agree with that, I think that the nerfs that Vengeance received in that most recent build are pretty inconsequential. Let me just bring it up, because I've been mostly ranting off memory, but you know, if I'm talking about this, I should actually just bring up the blue post so I can comment on it directly. God, fucking Wowhead has so many fucking Diablo 4 posts. Jesus, GTFO. What the hell? It's just yelling at me. Here, let me find this post. Upcoming tank tuning in the War Within. Here we go. Yeah, so I guess I've been ranting about this, kind of assuming that, you know, people, obviously, Cadus, I know you know what the changes are, and anybody who actively plays retail is probably aware of these changes, but there's probably going to be a lot of people watching the recording who don't really know exactly what happened, so I guess I'll read the changes because they are relatively impactful. I'm not going to... One thing that I think a lot of people are annoyed by is Blizzard, on the top of this post, posted this big, long, wordy philosophy rant about, like, why tanks should be the way they are, and why we're tuning this. And it's all bullshit, which, like, that's the main annoying thing. Because as I already said, the real reason why these changes are happening is to affect healer balance. It's a tank nerf for healers, which they obviously don't want to put that into words because they know that that would not be well received, even though literally anybody who plays the game understands that that is what they are doing. And, like, I don't necessarily hate that. I get why they're doing it. I think they can go about it a better way. But it does moderately annoy me when they post this word salad nonsense at the top of patch notes describing their philosophy towards how tanks should feel to play in World of Warcraft, when I'm pretty sure none of these fucking morons have played a tank in any serious content in the last, like, 5 years, because most of the tank changes that we get these days are just nonsensical garbage. But what can you do? But ignoring all of that, another thing that a lot of people have pointed out is that some of the stuff that they put in their, like, tank philosophy on why they're making these changes is just directly counterintuitive to, like, the actual numbers of the changes that they made. So it's just dumb. Also, where is Aurelian's journal? Oh, I have to open the quest item. Okay. There we go. Are there any other jewelry pieces that I can use? No. Requeue before I forget, and then we'll do some quests while I read over this. And then the other thing is they say, we're excited for you to get a hold of these changes and share your feedback, which is like, then why the fuck are we doing these after raid testing has ended, Blizzard? What the hell? So there's a lot of stuff just philosophically about this post that a lot of people, myself included, find annoying. At this point, I'm kind of used to it from Blizzard, so, like, I've seen people making a big stink about that stuff. I'm just kind of fucking over that by now. Like, yeah, that's just kind of how I've come to expect Blizzard to handle their communication. It just is what it is. But okay, so Blood DK. Death Strike is a powerful ability that blah, 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 blah. Another thing that a lot of people have made fun of that I've seen is the way that they describe Death Strike. They say, Death Strike works like a retroactive shield block. Instead of reducing damage up front, it mitigates the damage you took from a hit by healing you. If used in succession, Death Strike can affect a single hit multiple times, which would be comparable to blocking a hit, then going back in time and blocking it again. In some cases, restoring yourself to higher health than when you started. Which, like... it's one of those things where I get what they're going for. It's not even entirely wrong, because as I said earlier, sometimes if Blood DKs are taking really high damage, the extra healing from Blood Shield can actually make them feel even healthier. So they kind of have a point, but a lot of people have been kind of dunking on them for the really confusing wording of going back in time and blocking a hit again. just seems like a really weird way to say Death Knights have powerful self-healing, which we all know that. Like, you don't need to think of this weird blocking analogy as a way to describe tank self-healing. Like, this is not a revolutionary concept. So, okay. And then in War Within, we're changing Death Strike to only heal the Death Knight for a percentage of damage taken from a given damage event once to make it scale more like other tank mitigation mechanics, which effectively translated, right now, the way Death Strike works is Death Strike's healing is increased by a percentage of the damage that you have taken within the last, I believe it's 6 seconds or something. So that is the reason why stuff like Mythic Farok and Zaskarn is really broken, because if you're taking insane damage, then you can spam Death Strike over the course of like a 5-second period and sustain through what would normally be lethal damage to any other tank. Which is why, for most regular damage instances, yeah, this isn't going to result in too much of a change, but for insane damage instances, it is going to be a nerf. So the actual bullet points of the changes: Death Strike can now only heal the Death Knight for a percentage of damage taken from a given event once. A new aura, Coagulating Blood, shows the amount of recently taken damage, and that will be used to calculate the value of your next Death Strike. The aura description lists the value as a flat amount, and the number of stacks show it as a percentage of your current health, which obviously I haven't gotten a chance to play around with that because it's a very recent change. I have no idea how intuitive this will feel, because the reality of Death Knight tanking is, well, 99% of Death Knights. There might be like one crazy motherfucker in China who actually has like a meter on his screen that is giving him exact numbers of this is how much damage you have taken, and he's like reading the fucking numbers and doing the math in his head on like, my Death Strike will heal me for this much. No real Death Knights that I know actually play like that. It's more of kind of an intuitive sense of, as you are taking a lot of damage, you just kind of get this feeling of, after the next big damage instance, I have taken a lot of damage recently, my Death Strike should heal me for enough to survive this next burst of damage. So it's kind of more like a second nature type thing, rather than something that you actively play around. So I am curious if they have this whole, like, this new buff that tells you how much Death Strike's gonna heal for, which, like, that's cool and all, but I'm willing to bet that 99% of people aren't going to be reading their buff to see how much Death Strike will heal you for. This just means that when you intuitively heal yourself by pressing Death Strike, it will heal for less than before, is effectively the only real way to look at this change. I mean, that's at least how I'm gonna play around it. Blood Shield's cap is now 50% of the Death Knight's maximum health, and the cap is no longer temporarily increased by Vamp Blood, which I honestly didn't even know that was a thing, per se. It makes intuitive sense, I suppose, because it was based on your max health, so the fact that Vamp Blood increases your max health, okay. Not something I ever really put conscious thought into. There's never been a time where I'm like, aha, I'm going to press Vamp Blood because that will give me stronger blood shields. Vamp Blood is just a really powerful defensive cooldown. You mostly want it for the healing taken increase, which, yeah, I guess it does feed into Blood Shield a little bit more, but again, not something that I am consciously really thinking of when I am playing a Blood DK. So I don't really view that change as super impactful, but obviously the Blood Shield nerf in certain situations as described will be very big. Rune of the Fallen Crusader now heals you for 4% instead of 6% of your max health. You generate 3 runic power from one of the talents instead of 5, whatever. Enfeeble now gives you 12% DR. I think Enfeeble was your ghoul's auto attacks apply Enfeeble, which, okay, I guess. Slight nerf there. Null Magic gives you 2% less damage reduction, whatever. Bone Shield now gives you 20% more armor based on your strength. Leeching Strike, which is one of the new hero talents in Sand Lane, which is the one that everybody's running, heals you for slightly less. Dancing Rune Weapon gives you 5% less parry. Like, all of these are kind of nothing burger changes aside from the Death Strike thing. You get slightly less runic power from Heart Strike when mirrored on Dancing Rune Weapon. Okay. Not a big deal, again. Slightly less duration on Dancing Rune Weapon, which... That's a little bit annoying, because Dancing Rune Weapon right now in retail is such a dog shit cooldown. They've, like, neutered it so much over the years. Like, in Cataclysm, it actually feels like it lasts long enough for me to get, like, a decent amount of abilities out with it. In retail, Dancing Rune Weapon is such a pathetic DPS cooldown, and they just keep reducing its duration. So, it's just at a point where, like, you can barely actually use it for any significant amount of time, which is just kind of annoying more than anything. It doesn't really change much, because that has been a thing for a while. But I'm just surprised that this is a change that they felt was necessary, considering its duration was already pathetically low. But okay. Blood Drinker, slight nerf. Bone Storm heals you for slightly less, but has 20% more damage, which... okay. I mean, Bone Storm was never going to be a massive source of your self-healing. It was, like, nice trickle healing. And the fact that it now does more damage is actually kind of a good thing. So I would actually consider that to be a buff overall, because more damage is just helpful, and the healing wasn't necessary. Obviously, the healing will be a little bit more impactful with the Death Strike nerf, but Blood DK is already kind of fine in that front. And that's kind of the thing that I was saying earlier of, if you already have an insane amount of self-healing to the point where you can just mitigate any amount of damage, then a slight nerf to your self-healing isn't really going to concern you. The bigger issue is the tanks, which we'll talk about, that already had relatively weak self-healing or relied heavily on trickle self-healing, and that got completely nuked. Because no matter how much they nuke Deathstrike, it still does scaling healing. So even if it's a little bit weaker now, the healing is still scaling proportional to how much you took, just not by quite as much. Also, hello, Disabilities. Good to see you. So I'm, like, partially tabbed out reading the tank patch notes and stuff. So it takes me a little bit to respond to messages in Twitch. It's also, I mean, it's really late in the morning. There's not going to be a lot of people here, so I figured it wasn't super impactful. Okay. A little bit delayed heals there, but he kept me alive, so that's all we really care about. That was also a fairly aggressive pull, but... I should have gone in with Shield Wall just to make it a little bit safer. It worked out, though. It's also getting a little bit harder to get victory rushes consistently, because earlier, I was basically always getting the killing blows, because nobody was doing even remotely my damage. So that made it really easy to line up victory rushes. Now, like, I didn't get any of those 3 killing blows. It's a little bit unfortunate. There we go. That didn't... Somehow I did not get that killing blow? What the hell? Damn. I've not gotten a single killing blow in any one of these Fel Orcs. This is rough. Fuck me. What the hell? And the thing is, I did the most damage to those mobs, and somehow every single one of those killing blows got sniped for me. That really sucks. Fuck. Okay, I guess I have to just wait for healing. Is this bugged or something? Did I really not get any killing blow on any of those mobs? Fucking hell. No, it's not bugged. Wow. That was unlucky. Where was I? Right. These mobs are annoying. Yeah, unfortunately, this section of the dungeon does require me to focus a little bit, because especially with these stealth guys, they can be a real pain in the ass. go. Victory Rush is nice here, though. But also, come on. Oh, nice. It's a bot. I get to ban another bot. See, this one was creative, actually. This bot posted an entire paragraph about, like, if you want to buy viewers, go to blah, 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 blah. Normally, they just post, buy best viewers, and then put, like, a link or something like that. Surprised there's so many on Twitch. I actually haven't gotten bots in chat and YouTube in quite a while. They seem to be better at, like, cracking down on that stuff. But every single Twitch stream I've done, I get, like, a roaming bot with, like, some link to buy viewers, which is, like, man. Okay, we're alive. After this pull, I will continue talking. Just want to make sure I do this right. Alright. Alright, come on. Nope, no. No, dum-dum. Everybody's LOSing. You should LOS too. There you go. Alright. At least he got the hit eventually. Wrong keybind. Alright, now I'm done with all the quests here, so I can just leave Instance Group. Alright. Where was I? I think we read all the Death Knight stuff, yeah. So, the Vengeance Demon Hunter changes. One of your hero talent things heals 2% max health instead of 4%. You have 60% extra stamina from one of your passives instead of 65. You take 2% more magic damage, 20% reduced soul cleave healing, which is pretty inconsequential because the actual healing from soul cleave is not where most of your healing has ever come from. A lot of your healing has always come from your souls, because souls for Vengeance Demon Hunter are like mini death strikes. Each soul heals you for a percentage of your recent damage taken. And they even say in the like their text explaining their philosophy that they're okay with this. So, all right, I guess that doesn't seem to have changed at all. Frailty now heals you for 2% less. That's where another big chunk of your healing comes from. That's inconsequential. You get 3% less parry chance from Illuminated Sigils. You get 1% more damage taken from each stack of Frailty, which that actually is kind of impactful. It may not seem like a lot, but going from 4 to 3% per stack of Frailty, considering a massive chunk of Vengeance Demon Hunter's survivability is flat DR from Frailty stacks, it's one of those things where you don't really feel it intuitively within a dungeon, right? You're not going to think to yourself, the reason why I'm able to survive this pull is because those 8 stacks of Frailty on the target are each giving me 4% DR, which is, what is 8 times, it's too early in the morning for math, 24? I think, yeah. So you're taking 24% less damage, which that is quite a bit, and you can obviously get that up even higher during burst windows when you're slamming Soul Cleave and stuff a ton. You can get to like 10 plus stacks of Frailty on a single target. That's like close to 30%, or it is 30% previously, or no, I'm bad. No. 3 times 8 is 24. I'm so shit at math. If it's, so what it is now, that would be 24%. 4 times 8 would be 32? Yeah, okay. Math is hard. It's 1:18 a.m. So 32% flat DR from all mobs you're fighting, because like 8 Frailty stacks is really not that hard to stack up. That's a lot. So now you're losing, what, like roughly 10% damage reduction. You're taking, it's not technically 10% more damage from all mobs you're fighting, but that's 10% less DR flat on AoE from everything, and potentially even more on single target. So despite the fact that like it's only a 1% change per stack, that is probably the most significant nerf that Vengeance Demon Hunters have on here. It's, well, it is a lot. It's like, technically speaking, one of those things where it doesn't make a huge difference. It's not going to, like, on its own, nerf Vengeance Demon Hunter's viability, but that's probably the most impactful thing here. Metamorphosis increasing your max health by 10% less is also kind of notable. That kind of sucks. Slight Fiery Brand cooldown increase because they nerfed one of the talents that's really good with Fiery Brand. That's like a little bit annoying, but not a huge deal. And they nuked Dark Lair Boon, which, I already kind of hated Dark Lair Boon, but I guess this just kind of kills its viability entirely. So the Vengeance Demon Hunter changes, they're definitely like notable. It's not nothing, but this is not a case of like these changes specifically kill off Vengeance. Frankly, it's like Vengeance has other problems external to just these nerfs. These are relatively inconsequential by comparison. The frailty thing is the biggest one, for sure. The Metamorphosis health decrease is another small nerf. In Mythic Plus, they're probably still going to be perfectly fine. I think the main thing is that this is going to really further hurt their raid viability, because they've already lost their main utility advantage with the changes in War Within. They're really not getting a ton of cool stuff in War Within to compensate for that, and this is a pretty decent single target nerf, because nerfing your frailty damage reduction will hurt you a lot there. Having less stamina isn't going to matter a lot outside of like potentially surviving one-shots. It could be in the difference between life or death, and on a heavy raid mechanic, that's probably the only time when that's really going to have a massive impact. And Fiery Brand is usually significantly better on single target than it is in multi-target, so having nerfs directly to that is obviously more of a raid penalty than it is anything else. So the way I see it, people are dooming Vengeance a little bit harder than they need to, and I think that's mostly because Vengeance is right now the strongest tank in Dragonflight, and you have a lot of like Vengeance Demon Hunter one-tricks, so if anything happens to Vengeance Demon Hunter, it's the same as if anything happens to the one-trick current meta class, which I'll never understand why these idiots care, because at the end of the day, the people whining are the flavor of the month chasers regardless. They're just going to play whatever the fuck is flavor of the month anyway. So if Vengeance gets nuked, and if suddenly Brewmaster is like the strongest tank in War Within, they're all just going to fucking reroll Brewmaster anyway, so why the fuck do they care? Because as somebody who has played Vengeance Demon Hunter for many years, even when it was considered dogshit, I can tell you that these changes are fucking inconsequential. Vengeance Demon Hunter is still going to be significantly better in War Within than it has been in many of its darkest times, and I didn't see people complaining alongside me back then when Vengeance Demon Hunter was genuinely getting shafted with dogshit changes, and everybody ignored it because nobody wanted to play Vengeance. Because Vengeance was just that tank that, nobody really understood because it had never truly been meta. And I played it because I thought it was fun, and Blizzard didn't understand it, so they just kept giving it dogshit changes. By comparison, these are pretty reasonable. In fact, while the frailty change is a significant nerf, I actually think that's pretty fair, because one of the biggest issues that Vengeance has had recently is that too much of its survivability is tied to frailty stacks. Because a lot of times in Mythic Plus, your hardest time in terms of survivability was at the very start of a pull when you had no frailty stacks on enemies. So you had to pop all of your cooldowns up front to build your stacks of frailty to get that damage reduction on enemies. And that led to this really counterintuitive playstyle where a lot of tanks were pretty safe early on, and then they had to rotate cooldowns when damage increased, whereas Vengeance is a tank that is very squishy early on and becomes sketchy, or becomes less sketchy as they build up more stacks and get their resources rolling, which feels a little bit weird and leads to a lot of new players struggling to handle it well. It's not the most intuitive playstyle on the planet.
But it also does mean that, like, I think these changes fundamentally are good, right? Like, if there should be any intent behind doing this stuff, it should be to make the tank classes feel better, not to just nerf them for the sake of making healers have a better experience or whatever. And I think stuff like this has the potential to actually accomplish that. Because if they do succeed in moving away survivability from Vengeance's frailty stacks into something a bit more passive, right? And frailty will still be important to keep Vengeance alive, but it won't be the end-all be-all. That way, they will take a little bit more damage in the long run, but they'll be a little bit safer at the start of a pull, which will make the entire thing just feel better to play, and it'll be more forgiving to newer players who don't understand that it doesn't really work like they would expect. So, all that to say, I think that's actually not a bad idea. What are the quests here? I probably don't care about most of these. I'll do the wanted quests because, like, they're just easy. Warp Nether, that seems easy enough to do. Yeah, that seems like a relatively simple quest. I could do that. I'll kill the Warg Master, and then I'll head out. Sometimes there's a chest here. Doesn't look like there is right now. Alright, we'll head over there. Yeah, I think that covers it for Vengeance. Honestly, while Vengeance is still maybe not in the best spot ever in War Within, I really think that they got off pretty clean in these changes. It's really not that big of an impact. One of the I would say Vengeance's two main issues right now is one, the hero talents. Vengeance has some dog shit, well, Demon Hunter in general has dog shit hero talents. I have no fucking clue what Blizzard's doing with their hero talent trees. Both of them are really bad for different reasons. Every single Demon Hunter player I know is really not happy with the current state of the Demon Hunter hero talents. It's not okay, basically. Where's the quest item? It is over here. So that is like the first big issue. The other thing is basically Vengeance has had a really shitty talent tree for all of Dragonflight, and it really hasn't gotten a talent rework. Because the only thing that the talent rework, quote-unquote, accomplished is it fixed none of the core issues present with Vengeance Demon Hunter. It nerfed a lot of the popular builds that people like me, who were historical Vengeance Demon Hunter players, not like the Flavor of the Month chasers, the builds that I always like to play just got fucking ignored and gutted in the talent rework, and they randomly decided to push this really stupid sigil synergy, and because no thought was put into it at all, they made it really overpowered. And that sigil build has been oppressive in Mythic Plus for the last 2 tiers. Well, for the last 1.5 tiers for Amir Drasil and Season 4, which is... Season 4, they did, like, no fucking balance changes, so it is just the... It's just the fucking Season 3 meta with some changes. Minimal changes. Eye of Grolok. Do I really care? Nah. What about the Zethgor one? How much XP does this give? Yeah, it's decent. I have to kill... Nah, it's too much work. Kill peons for torches, then light the torches, then set the buildings on fire. For one quest, I'm just better off heading to the other side of the map. And... let's kill a bunch of stone scythes. Definitely wanted Black Talon the Savage. Did they change that mob's name? I don't think so. I must be... Yeah, I think I'm just misremembering. My throat's gonna get sore if I talk too much longer. Let's see. Yeah, I'll do these quests while I'm here, because this seems relatively easy to do. I know there's good mob density in that area. All the stuff in this corner here. And... Oh. And then I think... What other quests would even be worth doing? I think just kind of flying around and hitting up wanted quests is maybe a good idea. Because wanted quests are usually pretty good XP for the amount of time it takes to complete. And I can solo literally any wanted quest here, so it's not like it would be a major concern. I have to figure out what the fastest way to do that is. It also doesn't help that, like, right now, dungeon queues, I've been in queue for 10 minutes because it's really early in the morning and there's just nobody running dungeons right now. So, I think, I'm gonna do one more level. I'm gonna get to 64 and finish up in, Hellfire, and then after I hit 64 and get done with all the quests that I want to do in Hellfire Peninsula, I think I will stop doing Cata leveling for today. Honestly, this has been a lot faster than I thought. I did not expect in 2.5 hours to already get this far. We've gotten 5 levels, which is really good. So this is definitely significantly faster than I expected. But I don't want to do all of this in one sitting because it's already almost 2 a.m. And if I try to get to 68 on this stream, it would be like 6 a.m. and I'm streaming on YouTube tomorrow, so, you know, gotta make sure that I'm not dead tired for that. There is also something else that I want to do at the end of this stream. Unrelated, though. Okay, I need 2 more Stone Scythe Alphas, and then the Wanted Quest. What was I saying before? Yeah, Vengeance, DH, etc., etc. I think that's about all I have to say right now about Vengeance. Honestly, yeah, they didn't really get hurt too much by this tuning. And the only other thing... So I'll talk about Prot Warrior first, just because I took a wrong turn. Prot Warrior, I think, got off the best, aside from Blood DK, and we'll talk about Brewmaster. Brewmaster is kind of a funny case. But Prot Warrior is, like, basically unaffected. I'll read the changes. You get slightly less healing from one of your passives. Impending Victory now heals you for 10% less. Whatever. Prot Warrior was never a great self-healing tank. Self-healing was never, like, their major strength. They've always been a very, like, damage reduction heavy tank, blocks, etc. And while these self-healing nerfs are not major, Prot Warrior has always struggled to completely solo sustain itself. So effectively, unless the tuning ends up being completely fucked, this will just mean that Prot Warriors will be able to keep themselves alive for slightly less time before they require direct healing, which still means that they require direct healing, so... Like, that's not changing at all. That doesn't really fundamentally change the way that they tank, right? If Prot Warrior ends up being grossly undertuned, then this might hurt them a little bit. But Prot Warrior, right now, in beta, while I don't think they're, like, amazing, they're in a solid spot. That's kind of where Prot Warrior is either really, really bad, really, really, really good, or I mean, I guess I'm kind of describing everything. I was about to say really bad, really good, or okay, but like that kind of covers all bases. But the thing about Prot Warrior is, I guess, on the flip side, Blood DK at its worst is always just good. So, Brewmaster 2, at its worst, is a good pick. They are tanks that are very much, at the very least for raids, I don't really care for Mythic Plus. The Mythic Plus meta is always based on which tank has, like, the highest ability to do damage and keep itself alive on gigantic mob pulls, and that is a very niche slice of tanks. All tanks will be able to handle, like, weekly keys for the vault. High Mythic Plus pushing very much pigeonholes tank balance, so it's just kind of hard to really give a shit about, like, how they end up handling that. Raids are really all I care about, so that's usually what I'm referring to. And at the very least, in the context of raids, Blood DKs will always be solid options, whereas there are many times where Prot Warrior brings literally nothing to the table and is virtually unplayed in raids. Right now, that is the case. Even, and the other thing is, even like when Prot Warrior is good, a lot of times it's not very popular because it may have like powerful utility that helps it out in specific cases, but like even at the start of Dragonflight, when it was considered to be one of the best tank options, it was very low on pick rate because there were a lot of things that it didn't do quite as well as other tanks. And while like technically speaking, they did a lot of damage and they were really tanky for some of the harder fights, you could achieve similar things with Brewmaster or Prot Paladin, and after Prot Paladin got a lot of buffs midway through the launch of the expansion in like 10.0.5, Prot Warrior usage basically fell off a cliff because suddenly Prot Paladin was just better than Prot Warrior, and it brought absolutely nothing to the table that Prot Paladin couldn't do. And Blood DK obviously still had its niche, that being, well, good at everything and mandatory on fights like Diurna. And Brewmaster still, despite not being necessarily the most popular class, will always have a place because of how broken Stagger is. And then in the, obviously in Aberrus, Brewmaster was extremely valuable because of, because of Diffuse Magic and just the fact that no other tank really had super valuable utility for Sarkareth. But, you know, that's a whole different story. But Prot Warrior can be very hit or miss. Right now, I feel that Prot Warrior is in a pretty good spot in terms of overall tuning and, like, how it feels to play. So, really, these changes would need to be earth-shattering to really matter to Prot Warrior at all. And as I said, it's some slight healing nerfs. You take... Ironically, you take 1% less magic damage. They buffed its magic DR by a very tiny bit, which, like, who gives a shit? You get slightly less haste from Into the Fray. Whatever. It's kind of not an issue. You take 1% more damage from each stack of Punish, because now it's 2% instead of 3%. But that only stacked up to 3, so now this is effectively on single target. Prot Warriors will take 3% more damage because of punishment. Doesn't really matter. 2% less stamina and armor. Your max health is reduced by 4%, and you now only heal for 1% of your health every 20 rage you spend instead of 10. Again, just doesn't really matter that much. Your shield wall cooldown is now reduced by 60 seconds from one of the talents instead of 30. And you... whatever talent this is, Impenetrable Wall now generates one more rage, up to 4 from 3, and now it reduces Shield Wall, or Shield Slam reduces Shield Wall's cooldown by 6 seconds every time it's cast, up from 5 seconds, which is a buff. And Disrupting Shout's cooldown increased to 90 seconds from 75 seconds, which, I mean, that's a slight nerf, especially for Mythic Plus, but that's not really that big of a deal. That's, what, a 15-second nerf? I very much doubt that every single 75 seconds in Mythic Plus keys, you need to have a Disrupting Shout or it's like going to kill you. At least outside of like super duper high level keys, I can't speak to that, but in the little bit that I played Prot Warrior, it's a nice ability to have, but like the situations where it's useful are readily apparent, and I don't think they pop up every 75 seconds within a Mythic Plus key, so this should really not matter at all. And it's an inconsequential change for raids. So effectively, the main difference that this has, Prot Warriors take 1% less magic damage, but take slightly more physical damage from most other sources. Their self-healing has been nerfed by a fairly considerable amount, but their self-healing was already one of their weaker areas, so they don't really care, like, much at all. And they also have way more uptime on Shield Wall now, and one of the main advantages to Prot Warrior in raids usually was their defensive cooldown usage. Was the fact that for really heavy-hitting tank busters, like Razageth, where you have the the Thunderous Breath that does a shit ton of damage, and you want to mitigate it as much as physically possible, Prot Warriors were really, really, really good at that, especially magic damage, because then you could do Shield Wall and Spell Reflect, and reduce the damage taken by a ton, and then the raid is taking very little damage from that. So Prot Warrior has always lacked any sort of real powerful utility, like Paladins, Demon Hunters, Monks, etc., but they've always been really good at just mitigating damage. And a lot of times the problem with being really good at mitigating damage is that Blood Decay in a lot of realistic situations is just better. If you can mitigate damage by just healing it all back, well then you don't need to reduce it in the first place. So unless there is a specific case like Thunderous Blast on Razageth, where the important thing isn't whether the tank lives, it's whether the tank is able to reduce the incoming damage so that the explosion doesn't do as much to the raid, in situations like that, Prot Warrior shines. And in situations where there is like extremely heavy physical damage coming out onto the tanks, which isn't really that common, because the problem is if they make it too like powerful, then some tanks just can't survive the fights, which would be just kind of bad design. Then Prot Warrior would be good. It's just a really weird thing, because you think about like other fights where cooldowns are really helpful, like Rashok. Rashok is very like bursty. It has heavy hitting auto attacks and it has like very large tank combos. But at the same time, if you look at Rashok, well, Brewmasters are also insane at mitigating Rashok's combos, and Prot Paladins can literally bubble taunt an entire Rashok combo and just take that damage out of the fight entirely. So why would you want to mitigate it with a Prot Warrior when you can just negate it with a Prot Paladin? Something like that. But at the very least, having way more uptime on Shield Wall will be very nice, because then in those rare situations where Prot Warrior is specifically very good, like Thunderous Blast, this kind of plays into their strength. So, you know, big Prot Warrior stonks there. I would say that this is probably still a nerf for them in Mythic Plus overall. They're like, we'll talk about Brewmaster. The TLDR for Brewmaster, which we'll get to, is that it actually got buffed, I think, across the board with these changes. But the interesting thing about the Prot Warrior changes is that outside of Mythic Plus, I think they also got buffed here. They actually made up pretty good with this, because of the Shield Wall changes. In raids, this is likely just a straight buff to them, because raids you also have consistent healing coming in from healers, so all you truly care about is mitigating damage, and if you can do that much more effectively, then that's just good. What quest is this? When do I get the quest to kill the big demon? Because there's supposed to be the quest to kill the demon in the pools of Agonar. I'm assuming that's like a follow-up from something, and I just haven't gotten that yet. If I remember correctly, this quest is like, you have to talk to a mob, and then they like walk out to the edge of the town. I suspect that somebody else just did that quest, and it's currently like cooling off, and I can't do it just yet. I need to re-queue for dungeons. I'll try to swing by there later and see if it's up. For now, I'm going to do the Cenarian post quests. Okay, so other tanks. Since I've mentioned Brewmaster a little bit, I'll talk about that next. And I'll end by talking about Guardian and Prop Paladin kind of together. Okay, at the very least, these aren't high-level players. So, frankly, I could probably kill them if I wanted to. But if they leave me alone, I'll leave them alone. I'm going to buff up here just in case they do try to attack me. That way I'm as prepared as I can possibly be. We'll just food buff here. There we go. So, what quests are these? Is Demonic Essence... And then I know there's one to kill the mobs in there. I don't really want to kill all those Ravagers. If I can do the Demonic Essence thing really quickly, then maybe I'll pick that up. I'll pick up all the quests here first. Okay, so Brewmaster... Prefacing this by saying Brewmaster actually got buffed, which is really strange. Now, a lot of the... Brewmaster, admittedly, in Mythic Plus, at least, has been on the weaker side for a while. It's not unplayable by any means. I main Brewmaster, so I should know. It works, but it's definitely one of those tanks where you need to struggle a lot more to make it work in keys. And in raids, Brewmaster has always been, if not one of the top 2 best tanks, probably like the 3rd best tank. And it may not be in the quote-unquote meta comp, but it is like the first tank that you would want to put in as a replacement for one of the 2 meta tanks. This expansion, at the very least, Brewmaster was the 3rd best tank in Vault of the Incarnates. It was the 3rd best tank in Emirdrasul, and I would say it is probably the 2nd best tank right now in terms of raids in Season 4. But that's like a little bit iffy. Because there's so many raids that are technically available, I think it would kind of depend on the raid encounter as to which tank you would want to bring. So I think it's more so that really it's a tie between Blood DK, Prop Paladin, and Brewmaster for the top tank spot. And the other 2 probably have more situations between the 2 of them where you would want to bring them, but Brewmaster overall is stronger. So I think technically speaking, it doesn't really matter. It's more so Blood DK you probably always want, and then either Brewmaster or Prop Paladin, which is kind of been the case the entire expansion. Those 3 tanks dominate, and then Bear, aside from the initial part of Vault of the Incarnates, where Warrior was very good, Warrior has really struggled to find its footing here, and Vengeance Demon Hunter has been kind of like... It was really bad in Vaults, and in Aberrus, it was probably one of the worst tanks next to Prot Warrior, and I say that having mains Vengeance Demon Hunter in Aberrus. It wasn't bad. It was definitely... Prot Warrior was off a cliff. Vengeance Demon Hunter was just lagging behind all of the other tank options, and then it was probably still consistently in like the 4th best spot within Emirdrasul, because it got like a lot of those big buffs, but none of them really helped in raid. So it's always been like, not bad in dungeons, obviously now very strong in dungeons, but still a little bit troublesome to use in realistic raid environments. But all that to say, Brewmaster has been pretty consistently good. The changes that it's getting in War Within just make it even stronger in raids. The Mythic Plus stuff hasn't really seemed like it's been too different, but it has a lot of really nice raid buffs, and the new hero talent tree that it's getting, Master of Harmony, which did recently eat a nerf. In addition to these changes that I'm reading out, there was like a set of patch notes which gave I believe some light additional damage nerfs to Blood DK, and nerfs to the Brewmaster hero talent tree Master of Harmony, which right now is the only one that is actually playable. Shadowpan is just, it's a placeholder tree. It's not actually really functional. That being said, Master of Harmony felt incredibly overtuned during raid testing, so I am not surprised that it's getting nerfed, and I don't suspect that to really hurt its viability at all. I think it's still going to be significantly better than Shadowpan, because Shadowpan is just so far behind right now, and I think the overall playstyle of Master of Harmony, which I'm not like, I don't love, but I also don't hate. It's about like using Celestial Brew as kind of a damage button. I think it will still play roughly the same. It's just your damage contribution from Master of Harmony will be a little bit lower, which, like I said, I think is good because during raid testing, my hero talent ability was my number one damage above even like Keg Smash, Tiger Palm, Blackout Strike, which felt off. That like didn't feel like Celestial Brew should be my strongest damaging ability. That doesn't really intuitively work well. So I think this should be fine. And the other thing about Master of Harmony that I like is it actually is really nice for survivability, and all of the nerfs that they did to the tree were to its damage output, not necessarily to the survivability quality of life stuff. So I think overall it should still feel really good to play, which is nice. I'm glad about that. Also, did I get... Yeah, I got the Raging Colossus one. But overall, so, like, here are the changes to Brewmaster, right? Brewmaster's Balance, which is just a class passive that we have, increases your armor by 50%, up from 25%. That is, like, a lot. That's double the armor increase from our passive. And if you're not super familiar with Brewmaster, it is the lowest armor tank in the game. And armor has a significantly higher value on Brewmaster than any other tank, which is why, among other reasons, right? But one of the biggest reasons why Augavoker is so powerful for Brewmaster compared to other tanks, it is good for other tanks, but it is disproportionately good on Brew, it is because of how big armor is for them. It gives them so much of an increase. It's crazy. So this is a colossal armor increase. And while I think a lot of people aren't really talking about this, the amount of passive physical damage mitigation that we're going to gain from just that one change is actually ludicrous. That is a pretty fucking huge buff. So yeah, that's really good. Elusive Brawler, our mastery, the chance to dodge is now lowered by 12%. Now, the wording on that is really unclear, because the way that Elusive Brawler works is, depending on your mastery, every time that you hit with certain attacks like Blackout Strike, etc., you get a stacking dodge chance until you dodge an auto attack. And then the chance resets. It goes back to 0. So the idea is, eventually you will get a free dodge from your mastery, and the more mastery you have, the faster that ramps up, so you're getting more frequent dodges. But our mastery sucks massive ass. It's bad. Because getting ramping dodge chance on just an auto attack, just to then dodge one auto attack and go back to the start, like, that's really fucking shit. And the thing is, we still have a chance to, like, we have a 30% chance to dodge, we dodge the auto attack, and then it goes back to 0, right? So even if you have low mastery, eventually you're going to get a free dodge. Higher mastery doesn't really translate directly into less damage taken. It is slightly less damage taken purely from auto attacks over the course of an entire fight. But that amounts to a very insignificant amount of actual damage mitigation, especially if you're dealing with like a fast attacking enemy where each auto attack that you're actually dodging isn't really amounting to a lot. It's only really significant on bosses with super slow, heavy-hitting autos, in which case Brewmaster's already kind of fine dealing with them just because Stagger lets you smooth out the damage intake from that, so Brewmaster is never really at risk of dying to a one-shot A great example being Echo of Neltharion. Echo of Neltharion has these really slow but massive auto attacks where when I was doing that on my Vengeance Demon Hunter, if I got insanely unlucky early on while I was in low gear and I just did not get a single parry or dodge for like 3 hits in a row and the healers weren't topping me up, I could just get fucking erased. It was brutal. But Brewmaster, I can take all 3 of those auto attacks to the dome, no dodges, with stagger. Who fucking cares? You're fine, right? It might be a slight amount of mitigation, but it only translates to that. And the other thing is it doesn't help with literally anything else, which is why Brewmaster's stat priority for like the fucking dawn, since the dawn of time, basically, for a very, very, very long time now, basically since Legion, I think, has been very reliably crit verse. Pretty much in equal measure. You want an equal amount of crit, equal amount of verse. Usually, if one pulls ahead of the other, it's crit. Crit is very powerful for reasons that we'll talk about in a moment. But that has always been the case because verse just gives you flat DR, which works pretty well with stagger, and crit, well, crit gives you healing, which, like I said, we'll talk about, but it also gives you really good damage. So Brewmaster is always just kind of built for damage because it gets basically fuck all out of its mastery, and haste is so bad on Brewmaster. I've said this before. I've simmed my Brewmaster right now. I have 100 haste. I have 1% haste. There was a period of time, like a month ago, where I literally had 0 haste because the only piece of gear that I had on that had haste on it was like 100 haste, and I'm using Slimy Expulsion Boots, which has a passive effect that reduces my haste by like 300. So I technically had negative haste. That being said, haste can't go into the negatives. So the end result was just that I didn't even care. It just did not affect me at all that I had no haste. And that isn't changing as far as I can tell in War Within. We're not really getting anything that improves our scaling based on haste. In fact, if anything, one of the main advantages to us having more haste historically has been more keg smashes because it's on a charge-based system, at least when Sal Salabims is meta. And if Keg Smash is the bulk of your damage, which it hasn't really been for a while, Brewmaster's damage is kind of split across multiple different abilities, well then having a faster recharge rate on Keg Smash can be okay. So there was a period of time where Brewmaster didn't want a lot of haste, but having, I think it was like 13% haste or something, it was a very low amount, you didn't need much to reach it, basically gave you 1 extra Keg Smash within your Weapons of Order windows, which was a decent DPS increase. It still wasn't, like, mandatory to really make Brewmaster work, but it was technically better than just stacking crit verse. But one of the funny things that is happening in War Within is that our tier bonus is actually giving us free Keg Smash resets, which means that there are multiple times when during raid testing, I've gotten a bunch of Keg Smash resets back to back, and I'm actually sitting on like capped out Keg Smash charges because I just haven't gotten a chance to press Keg Smash and it already reset itself. And now I'm sitting on 2 charges that I haven't gotten even a chance to spend yet. So haste actually kind of loses value, hilariously enough. It's just kind of depressing. So all that to say, our mastery got nerfed. I don't really know what this means because, as I said, it's a stacking chance to dodge. So when they say that the chance, the exact wording is elusive brawler chance to dodge reduced by 12%. What does that mean? Let me actually see. Let me just jog my memory. Am I forgetting what elusive brawler is? Elusive brawler is our mastery, right? I'm not crazy. I'm like 99.999% sure. But now I just had that moment of like, what if I'm just like completely wrong and elusive brawler is something completely different and I'm thinking of something else and maybe this is impactful, but I don't think it is. And where's our mastery? It should be on here. Yeah, no, it is. Mastery elusive brawler. Okay, so I am right. Every time you're hit by a melee attack or hit with Blackout Kick, you gain stacking 7% increased dodge chance until your next successful dodge. So the wording on this is really weird. My assumption from this is that the scaling that Mastery will apply to your dodge chance from Elusive Brawler is reduced by 12%. So you get 12% less of a increase based on Mastery. But again, the wording is really poor considering how this is supposed to work. So I'm not really sure. But again, it doesn't matter at all. This is a very, very, very minor nerf that we will not feel whatsoever. And, oh, I hit 64, actually, huh? If a dungeon queue pops at this point, I'll do it, but I'm going to finish up all the stuff that I want to do in Hellfire, and then we'll stop Cata for today. There's, like, one quest that I want to turn in there. So this is another one. Celestial Fortune. Now, Celestial Fortune is your crit. That's why I said that crit is really good for Brewmaster. You have a passive called Celestial Fortune where... let me read the exact wording on it, because it's quite weird. Celestial Fortune, you have a chance equal to your critical strike chance to be healed for an additional 70% of the amount healed. So it's not straight up like a double heal. Oh, this is the quest item. It's the seed. Where is it? There we go. Yeah, so you basically have a pretty high chance of, like, right now, I have, like, a pretty high crit chance. So it's basically roughly 50% of the time that I get healed, I have a chance to get a heal at 70% increased, or 70% of the effectiveness. And that doesn't sound like a lot, but that triggers off every single heal that you can possibly get. Across an entire fight, Celestial Fortune is a ludicrous amount of self-healing. And it's entirely passive. You don't need to do anything. So crit is an insanely good damage stat, but it also is a ridiculously good survivability stat because you're just getting so much extra free healing from this existing. Oh, there's the mob that I need to kill. Okay, so the queue did pop. So this will be the last dungeon that I do today. But I need to kill this mob first, so I don't waste my time. Nice, that's pretty easy. Let me fly up into the air. Perfect, and it's actually a new dungeon that I haven't done yet, and it's Slave Pens, which is... At the very least, Slave Pens in retail is maybe the most efficient dungeon. Actually, no, Blood Furnace is probably the single most efficient dungeon. Slave Pens is maybe the second most efficient. They're very close, though. And even Ramparts isn't that far behind. This dungeon's really fast. Just check. Yeah, so they nerfed Celestial Fortune. Now, instead of healing you for 80% of the original heal's effectiveness, it heals you for 70%. That is so inconsequential. Like, that is technically a minor nerf over the course of a fight. But the other thing about Celestial Fortune is, while it is very good, a lot of times you're just going to get overhealed from it, because the main advantage of Celestial Fortune is many times, like, a set of heals that would heal you back up to, like, 80% health will now shoot you back up to 100%. So it just makes your healing and survivability a lot cleaner over the course of an entire dungeon, or not dungeon, entire, like, raid fight. It makes you feel much, much, much safer. And that change going from 70 to 80%, at the very least in raids, you're not even going to notice it. That's whatever. Who cares? In dungeons, it may feel a little bit bad, but the thing is, in dungeons, crit isn't quite as powerful anyways. So, it's hard to say. I don't know. It's weird. I don't really think this is a big change, though. It's a very minor nerf, and especially compared to, like, getting 25% more armor, it's nothing. But then here is the big change that I mean, I don't really know what they're thinking, but like, okay. Amount of damage staggered increased by 8%. It's a buff. We stagger 8% more damage. That is a lot. That's a lot. This isn't like a massive buff, but considering Brewmaster's greatest strength already was its ability to stagger damage, we're just getting an 8% buff to our stagger. At that point, every little bit counts. Every bit of additional damage that I'm staggering is huge. That's more damage smoothing, more time for the healer to keep me up, and also more stagger in a weird twist means more damage, because Brewmaster has a lot of passive effects that make it so the more stagger that you currently are holding, the higher like your damage spells hit for. There's like stuff that buffs Nizao, stuff that buffs your mastery depending on whatchamacallit, how much stagger you have, which, while I did say that mastery isn't super great, that's something. Unfortunately, I actually don't think we'll be able to take that mastery talent, because the mastery talent that in question, we will be taking the Nizao one, where Nizao's stomps are increased in damage based on the amount of stagger that you have, and there's a lot of stuff where when you purify stagger, gain like additional effects based on the amount purified. So, for instance, Gaiplin's Imperial Brew, which at the current state of Brewmaster's talent tree is really difficult to justify taking, but who knows, maybe we'll find a use for it. Gaiplin's will heal you the more stagger you purify. So the irony is that by increasing our stagger, with Gaiplin's, we're actually getting more self-healing, because we're double dipping on that. So even though we lose a bit from Celestial Fortune, we now have more on-demand self-healing in the form of Gaiplin's, if we are allowed to run that, which, again, might be tricky just because the way that Master of Harmony works, it kind of pigeonholes you into a very specific playstyle, which, with the new layout of the talent tree, can be difficult to take all the stuff that you want. Gaiplin's is in a very awkward position. Yeah, I don't really know exactly how that will work out. Who knows, though, there's another talent that we were taking before that was really broken that has just been nerfed, and we'll get to that later on in these changes, so maybe we drop that. I'll have to see. But the other talent that I talked about, Training of Nizao, gain up to 15% mastery based on your current level of stagger. While mastery obviously wasn't great for survivability, the damage increase from having more mastery, because mastery also gives you flat attack power, did make it worth it to run that talent in a lot of cases, especially considering the other talent on that choice node is Light Brewing, which reduces the cooldown on Purifying Brew and Celestial Brew. And you may be like, well, if you're building for damage, why wouldn't you just take the thing that gives you flat attack power instead of the thing that gives you Brew CDR? But the thing about Brew CDR is, with Master of Harmony, with Celestial Brew actually being a significant portion of our damage, higher Celestial Brew uptime now actually results in more damage in a very weird way. So Light Brewing is actually kind of mandatory for the Master of Harmony playstyle, which, it's odd. Yeah, it honestly, I might make a Brewmaster guide for War Within just because the playstyle is very counterintuitive, but like I actually kind of vibe with it, so I think that I could probably do a pretty good job of teaching people how it actually works. We'll see. That could be fun. But then here, another big thing. Percentage of magic damage staggered is increased to 58%, up from 45%. And magic stagger was one of our weakest things, so that is just a colossal buff. Brewmasters basically just became probably the best raid tank, right up there with Blood DK. I will be absolutely amazed if Brewmaster is not one of the best, like one of the two top tanks used in the Rhubarb Palace. If it's not in like the meta tank comp. Hard to say if it'll be literally the best tank, because Blood DK is still looking really good even with these changes, but generally speaking, you'll want a mix of tanks. You would want Blood DK and Brewmaster, not two of either, so that's probably what it'll end up being. But this stuff, Brewmaster was already very good. It felt really strong in raid testing, and this just makes me think, what the fuck? Like, our main forms of survivability in raids just got massive buffs, whereas every other tank just ate a huge nerf. Okay, sure. That's just fucking crazy. I genuinely don't know what they were thinking. But yeah, it's crazy. And then the other weird thing is Dance of the Winds had its dodge chance nerfed down from 10% to 5% for Brewmaster only. And if you have no idea what Dance of the Wind is, you're forgiven for that, because Dance of the Wind is a 0% pick rate talent on the class tree that gives you just flat 10% dodge. And nobody ever picked it. At least nobody who knew what they were doing ever picked it, because flat 10% dodge on a choice node with Dampen Harm, one of the strongest defensive abilities in the game, up to 50% DR on a 2-minute cooldown. Maybe, I have no idea for like super high level keys if people were running Dance with the Winds. I have absolutely no clue. In raids, at the very least, I can tell you it's a 0% pick rate talent. There's absolutely nobody who knows what they're doing with Brewmaster that was taking 10% dodge versus one of the strongest defensives in the game. It's just a no-brainer. So that got nerfed. I don't care at all. I'm just not going to run that. One other change that is a little bit, like, annoying, but, you know, doesn't really matter too much, is Yu'lon's Grace got completely gutted. Now it only gives you an absorb shield for 1% of your maximum health, down from 2%, every 3 seconds, up from 2 seconds. So it ramps up much slower, and it gives you a weaker shield. Basically, whereas before, Yu'lon's Grace would have given you, after 6 seconds, a 6% of your max health absorb shield. Now, after those 6 seconds, you would only have a 2% absorb shield. So effectively, its effectiveness has been reduced by 66%, which, on one hand, is a colossal nerf. The talent has been completely fucking gutted. It is dead now. On the other hand, while Yu'lon's Grace was fairly strong for magic rot fights, and I've been running it in a lot of cases, like on Tindral and Farok, it's really good, because you're taking a lot of rot damage, and that over the course of an entire fight does result in a shit ton of absorb for magic damage, like especially if you're the seed carrier on Farok, that helps you out a lot. On Tindral, it helps you out a lot. But here's the thing. It's on a choice node with Diffuse Magic, which Diffuse Magic is a ridiculously powerful defensive magic damage cooldown. Always has been. And for most of this expansion, I've just been using Diffuse Magic. For all of Aberrus, I use Diffuse Magic. All of Vault of the Incarnates, I use Diffuse Magic. For any magic damage tank busters, it has always been the better pick. And even in Amir Drasul, there are still multiple situations where Diffuse Magic was really powerful. Even on the fights where Yu'lon's Grace is very good, like Tindral and Farok, you could still use Diffuse Magic on, like, soaking the mushrooms and stuff, and more importantly, Diffuse Magic was really good on Tindral if you needed to eat a fire beam to soak your mushroom, which doesn't always happen, it's very RNG, but in the chance that that does occur, that could mean the difference between life or death. Taking 60% less damage from what is normally a lethal mechanic can keep you alive and allow you to soak a mushroom that would otherwise wipe the raid. Unfortunately, that mechanic is just dog shit. It really sucks that it can screw you over in unpredictable ways, but Diffuse was really good at that. And on Farok, honestly, for early progression, I use Diffuse a lot, because at the very least, in Phase 1 and Phase 2, for those Farok tank busters, Diffuse Magic is just better. It gives you, overall, more damage mitigation where it counts, because in the moments, like when you're taking those heavy hits, that will keep you alive. And if you look like at your healing over the course of Phase 1 and 2, yeah, Yu'lon's Grace is still putting in work, because there is still a lot of ticking damage in those sections of the fight, but it's not, like, enough to really make you care about, like, dropping Diffuse Magic, basically. The only reason why I usually switch to Yu'lon's Grace for Farok is when you are the seed holder in P3 Farok, and you're taking constant ticking magic damage, and you're not really taking much upfront burst magic damage, that is where Yu'lon's Grace shined. It was really, 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 really good. However, at the same time, that doesn't mean that Diffuse is even bad in P3 Frog. It technically results in less overall mitigation than Yu'lon's Grace, but if you just save Diffuse Magic for whenever Farok does his big, like, your scream shall fuel the Inferno. I don't remember the name of the mechanic, I just remember what he yells when he casts it. Whenever he does that ability, you just pop Diffuse, because that's when healers are going to be strained the most, and that should be able to keep you alive, because 60% DR for the duration of that ability, which is 6 seconds, but still, big burst of damage, really, really, really good. That's going to give healers time to top up everybody else, and then once the initial burst of damage ends, they'll be able to keep you alive through the ticking damage of the seed. So, kind of works out. So, all that to say, while Yu'lon's Grace is dead, it's a talent that's on a choice node with something else that is ludicrously powerful. Every other tank in the game would love to have Diffuse Magic, except maybe Blood DK, because AMS is probably the only magic damage mitigation stronger than Diffuse. Spell Reflection being a close one, but Spell Reflection, I think, in some areas is stronger than Diffuse, and other areas it's arguably weaker than Diffuse, but they're probably pretty comparable. But it is still a ludicrously powerful button, so, I mean, as a Brewmaster, I'm not really upset about being forced to pick Diffuse Magic. It's just like, okay, I guess this is now what I'm going to pick 100% of the time instead of 50% of the time. I am not sad about it at all. And if I'm being honest, I like having Diffuse available. I kind of felt like I needed to run Grace of Yu'lon because of how much it did mitigate over the course of a fight, so it felt like just the correct play in many ways. But if I'm being real, it is just so much more enjoyable as a tank to be fully in control of your survivability, and having just another button that I'm able to press to mitigate large bursts of damage, that just feels better for me overall. So I actually have always preferred when those two talents, Dampen Harm and Diffuse Magic, were viable, and now Blizzard has mandated that you take those two. Okay, sure. I don't really think anybody cares too much about that. That is just a pretty good deal at the end of the day. 1 second, let me clean this up. Oh yeah, there's some stuff in this bag that I got to delete too. Alright. And I'm gonna go ahead and turn in these quests, and then we'll stop for now. I'll put myself at an inn. I also, I'll head to Shat City just before I leave. That way I'm already there and I don't need to, like, fly back. I think that'll save me a little bit of time. Where's that stupid NPC that I need to find? I'll take the sword, highest vendor value, sure. And then I think the other one, yeah, this is the guy that just patrols along the road, so I just gotta find him. And then we go to Shat. But anyways, all that to say, right, Brewmasters made out like bandits in this. The other stuff is Healing Winds, which is a new talent. Now only restores 10% instead of 15% health. You never took Healing Winds anyway. It's a brand new talent, so like most people probably don't know it, but it's whenever you use Transcendence Transfer, you heal for 15% of your health. Now it's 10%. Okay. That is such a pitiful amount of healing anyway, and Transcendence is an ability that you only ever used for mechanics, so any healing that you would have gotten by pressing that is like a bonus. You don't care about it at all. You're never going to use Transcendence as a 10% heal. So, considering that is meant to be in the capstone section of the talent tree, which is a joke, by the way, it's unbelievable that they decided to nerf this when it was already never going to be taken. They nerfed Staggering Strikes. This is the one that gets me. Staggering Strikes reduced by 28%. Staggering Strikes is one of the worst talents in the Brewmaster hero tree. That is just a straight up 0% pick rate talent. I don't care what content you do. There is no chance that anybody who knows anything about Brewmaster was ever taking Staggering Strikes, because it's in the first section of the Brewmaster tree. It just, whenever you Blackout Strike, it reduces your stagger by a set amount. The way that this is set up, you have to pick. You can either take Staggering Strikes or you can take Gift of the Ox. Gift of the Ox summons Healing Spheres. So you can either take something that gives you free self-healing, or you could take something that reduces your stagger. Well, one of them you can only get via Gift of the Ox. The other one, stagger reduction. A little secret about Brewmaster. I mentioned earlier how, like, purifying your stagger is, good. A lot of times, the more stagger you purify, the more stagger you have, the benefits you get. The more stagger you purify, the more damage Nizao does. The thing that Nizao benefits from, so I'll read that talent. Improved Invoke Nizao the Black Ox. While Nizao is active, Purifying Brew increases the damage of Nizao's next stomp based on stagger level. So it's not just a flat, when you purify stagger, you gain damage. It is when you purify your stagger via Purifying Brew, your Nizao stomps do more damage. Which means, the hilarious thing about this is that if you purify your stagger through other methods outside of Purifying Brew, you are actually just gimping yourself. You are losing damage via Improved Nizao the Black Ox, but also you're just kind of wasting a talent point because Purifying Brew already does an insane amount of stagger purification. Slight amounts of additional stagger purifying really do not help you at all, especially if you're running talents that revolve around Purifying Brew, like Guy Plin, which gives you more healing based on how much your Purifying Brew purified, right? So in that case, by running Staggering Strikes instead of Gift of the Ox, not only are you losing the healing by Gift of the Ox, or by not taking Gift of the Ox, but you're also reducing the amount of healing that you could be getting by using a Purifying Brew via Guy Plins, and you're reducing your damage dealt by Improved Nizao the Black Ox. It is such a terribly designed talent. It is the type of talent that was made by somebody who has literally never played the spec before in their life, and they don't understand how Brewmaster actually interacts with the rest of its kit. Can I show /played? Yeah. We're currently at a little over 18 hours. Which, all things considered, thought this was going to take a little bit longer to get through the TBC levels. So, I'm pretty happy about this. I'm going to set my hearth at the inn over here. I assume you can set your hearth here, right? Where's the innkeeper? There's no innkeeper. Alright. There is a way to... Yeah, there's just no innkeeper. I guess it's only Aldor Scryers that you could set your hearth to? That's weird. What I'll do is... I'm going to do the really annoying Khadgar escort quest while I'm here, because got to do that at some point, and this gets me to the next level, 65. We take heavy repercussions, and this way, while I'm doing this quest, I can finish ranting about the tank stuff. So basically, Staggering Strikes is just an absolutely abysmal talent. It has never been a good pick. It has been one of those where the developers of the spec had no clue how Brewmaster actually played, and so they designed a talent that is actually counterintuitive, and anybody who picked Staggering Strikes did not understand Brewmaster and was actually hurting themselves by taking it. And
Coming back to the changes, Staggering Strike's effectiveness was reduced by 28%. That talent got nerfed. What? Hello? Why are we nerfing 0% pick rate talents that aren't even good? It just goes to show that a lot of these changes had very little actual thought put into them. It's just like blanket, find all of the healing abilities, all of the tank self-healing abilities, and nerf them. Because this is all about healers, right? This is what really gives it away when they start nerfing 0% pick rate self-healing talents that nobody actually wants. What the hell? Now, that being said, they did also nerf Gift of the Ox and stuff. So basically, there's two talents in the top section of Brewmaster's Tree that you both take. Gift of the Ox is when you take damage, you have a chance to summon a healing sphere. Spirit of the Ox is when you use Rising Sun Kick and Blackout Kick, you have a chance to summon a healing sphere. So they both work together, it just gives you more healing spheres overall. So now, Spirit of the Ox, the one where when you use offensive abilities, you summon spheres, the chance to summon a sphere is reduced by 40%. Honestly, that does kind of suck. That is easily the biggest nerf out of all of this stuff, because all of the other changes that we've read so far are inconsequential, but having a 40% lower chance to summon a healing sphere by doing damage, that's going to really suck, especially on single target. Because in Mythic Plus, when you're taking damage from a ton of different sources at once, generally speaking, it doesn't really matter if, you know, you have a slight chance from your single target abilities, in this case, Rising Sun Kick and Blackout Kick, to generate spheres. Like, that doesn't really matter. You're going to be getting so many of them by taking damage from multiple mobs. But on a single target boss, especially when you're not actively tanking, the only way that you really have to generate healing spheres is by dealing damage. So a lot of times when you aren't actively holding the boss, you can be building up like a big expel harm, and then when you are tanking the boss, when you drop low, you can use those healing spheres to mitigate a bit of damage, which is pretty nice. So this is more of a raid nerf than a dungeon nerf, which, you know, does suck, but of course, this is, I mean, small potatoes next to getting a colossal stagger buff. So, do I wish that that was different? Absolutely. I definitely wish that they didn't nerf our self-healing. Do I care? Fuck no. I'll take the stagger buff any day. That is a really, really, really good trade-off. What is going on here? What else? Oh yeah, this is another one. Elixir of Determination's healing is reduced to 30% of recently purified damage, was 50%, or a minimum of 8% of your maximum health, was 20%. So this is a brand new talent that they are adding in War Within. Elixir of Determination is when you fall below 40% health, you gain an absorb for 30% of your recently purified damage, or a minimum of 8% of your maximum health. Cannot occur more than once every 15 seconds. And this nerf was justified because based on raid testing, you proc this a lot because as a brewmaster, your health will kind of like seesaw all over the place. And then, you know, you'll drop a little bit low, healers will top you up. That's fine. 40% is a decent enough threshold that you'll hit it multiple times within a fight. So Elixir of Determination was close to my top healing. In fact, if I look at... I can just pull up logs and double check. Here are my logs from... So on Heroic Sikron, Captain of the Sureki, which was a very, very, very damage intensive fight, I took 22 or 226 million damage over the course of the fight, which was a lot. I was taking 600k per second. I was holding the boss more often, so I was taking more damage from the auto attacks. And if we look at my healing breakdown, my healing was... I must have changed my talents, because actually I got 0 Elixir of Determination procs on this entire fight. My Celestial Brew is the bulk of my healing, and then Celestial Fortune slightly below it. Let me find an older log from... Somebody else was logging the previous. I know for a fact that I was running it a lot on the earlier tests. So I just gotta find those logs. At the very least, it goes to show I must have swapped my talent build without thinking of it on the previous test, because I got 0 healing from that. But frankly, that's a good sign, because that means that I still had insane self-healing even with 0 Elixir of Determination activations. So on Heroic Rationon was demolishing Brewmasters. On this fight, I had... Yeah, oh wow, it actually... Okay, yeah, never mind, this is a bad boss to look at. Okay, eventually we'll find a good example. How much damage did I take on this fight? No, that's still a bad example. You know... Was it... Okay. You know what? I found all of the logs that I managed to find so far. I could have sworn that Elixir of Determination was a higher percentage of my healing. It's actually pretty low. It's really not that impactful. So, if anything, this just means that we now have one more free talent point to spend on other stuff, because this is pre-nerf, right? And it's doing, like, effectively 5% of my overall healing, which is okay, but considering there are better talents that I would really want to spend this on, I actually don't really care too much about this. There are better options that I could take. But yeah, they gutted this talent. Now it heals for considerably less. It's down to 30% from 50% of recently purified stagger damage. And the minimum heal is lower, which doesn't really matter, because realistically, if you're getting knocked down to 40% health as a Brewmaster, you probably should have been purifying recently, so this shield shouldn't be getting, like, a minimum. I don't know. It's a weird talent. If anything, I think that after looking over my logs, it probably didn't need a nerf, because it doesn't seem like it was that strong. But maybe it was, like, a lot better in dungeons or something. Either way, now you probably just won't take that talent. Now it's a dead on arrival talent. But on the plus side, Brewmaster was really struggling to choose where to spend like 1 or 2 of its last talent points in the middle of the tree, because there's a lot of good options, this one, Elixir of Determination, being one of them. I chose to spend it on that. This just means that you'll take one of the other really good talents, and it, What? Did I abandon City of Light by accident?
Light be with you. Light bless you.
Are you kidding me? I must have accidentally abandoned City of Light without realizing. Well, I'm gonna have to repeat this quest. That's fucking shit. I guess it works out well just because I still have not finished talking about the tank stuff, but that is still annoying. Oh well. Now, this is a fairly sizable nerf, kind of. Celestial Brew healing is reduced by 10%. Celestial Brew is our main source of self-healing at this stage. It's an absorb, but same thing. And obviously, our main Master of Harmony hero talent tree plays around that. That definitely is a bit of an oof, losing a pretty big chunk of self-healing. But, again, doesn't really matter that much. 10% in the grand scheme of things is a relatively low nerf. It's still not going to even remotely offset the stagger increase. And then another talent nerf, Pretense of Instability, now gives 10% dodge down from 15%. Pretense of Instability being a hilariously undertuned talent that, again, nobody ever picked. So, again, another 0% pick rate talent nerf that doesn't matter at all. Brewmaster monks made out like bandits. Now, Prop Heli and Guardian Druid. So, Prop Heli I'll read first, and I'm just going to read through a lot of these changes and then talk about both of them together, because
it's kind of similar in terms of how they're impacted. Shield of the Righteous increases your armor by 150% of your strength, down from 170%. Damage reduction effect while standing in Consecrate of Mastery Divine Bulwark is reduced by 20%. That is significant. Getting a big damage reduction penalty by not having, or from your Mastery, I mean, is going to really impact you. That was a pretty big modifier, so that kind of sucks. Sanctified Plate's armor increase no longer applies to the bonus armor from Shield of the Righteous. Basically, you just get a little bit less armor scaling. Kind of sucks, but whatever. Improved Holy Shield increases your chance to block spells by 8%, down from 10%. So 2% reduced chance to block spells. You take 1%, or you lose 1% DR from one of your passives. Your Word of Glory healing is increased by 10%. Word of Glory healing is really undertuned at the moment, though, so Prot Pally self-healing is kind of trash. Sentinel's duration reduced to 16 seconds, down from 20 seconds. Eye of Tears duration reduced to 6 seconds, down from 9 seconds. And Righteous Protector Holy Power abilities reduced cooldown by 1.5 seconds, was 2 seconds. Basically, you get less CDR on your cooldowns by spending Holy Power, which, yeah, these are some pretty big nerfs. So overall, Prot Paladin got a lot of pretty big damage reduction nerfs, which was its main specialty. Prot Paladin was never an amazing self-healing tank. It had ways to self-heal itself, but the thing that it was really good at doing is just reducing its damage taken by an insane amount. And, like, kind of blocking, but not by quite as much. It more just had a lot of DR modifiers, such as Sentinel, which now lasts for 4 seconds less. And that's, like, kind of a decent amount, especially on a big Mythic Plus pull. That can really make or break being able to do some large pulls. The big one here, though, is Eye of Tear, only lasting 6 seconds instead of 9 seconds. That's a pretty big duration decrease. So now 2 of Prot Paladin's strongest defensive cooldowns have been nerfed by quite a bit. So for high damage periods, they're going to be a lot weaker. They're no longer going to be able to take massively reduced damage for an extended period of time, which is one of the strongest things about Sentinel. And the thing is, Sentinel's probably still going to be required because of how powerful it is in those situations of reducing a shit ton of damage. Eye of Tear is probably still going to be required, but it's now going to be a lot harder to play around because you have 3 less seconds to gain the DR buff from it. And now you're going to have less CDR in your abilities. So let me just double check that that's what I think it is. Protection Paladin. Yeah. Righteous Protector is a capstone talent that reads, Holy Power abilities reduce the remaining cooldown on Avenging Wrath and Guardian of Ancient Kings. Avenging Wrath being Sentinel. Sentinel upgrades Avenging Wrath into, you know, an ability of the same name that, in addition to giving you all the benefits of Avenging Wrath, increased damage, increased crit damage, etc., it also makes you take reduced damage. I can just read Sentinel. Right. Sentinel calls upon... let me put myself on auto run. Calls upon the light, gains 15 stacks of Divine Resolve, which increases your maximum health by 1% and reduces your damage taken by 2% per stack for 16 seconds. And then as the spell goes on, you lose 1 stack per second, but the more holy power you spend, the less delayed your stack reduction is. So it's a big spike of DR that fades over time, and spending more holy power will keep more of the damage reduction for longer, and will also then reduce the cooldown of the ability via Righteous Protector. And while 2 seconds down to 1.5 seconds doesn't seem like a lot, that is, over the course of an entire fight, a pretty sizable nerf. That's a 25% nerf to that ability, which is a really powerful passive. Yeah. This is a pretty heavy hit to Prot Paladin. It's going to be way more impactful in Mythic Plus, and I say way more impactful. You playing most of these tank changes, pretty much all of these tank changes for the most part, if you play in a Mythic Plus right now, you probably won't really feel the impact of any of this stuff because there's such small differences that you're never going to notice, like, just with your eyes, right? The stuff that this will have an impact on is as you start to push into really high keys, whether or not Prop Paladins can survive larger pulls for 4 more seconds can have a pretty big impact. And you're not really going to see that until the later stages of the Mythic Plus season when the meta is being defined. And all of this is relative, right? You know, while these changes may not feel super bad, when you realize that Brewmaster's got a pretty massive buff and Prop Paladins are getting a decent nerf, it starts to feel considerably worse. Now, well, that stuff is, you know, whatever. It also does kind of impact them in raids a little bit. I think Prop Paladins probably aren't going to change too much in raids to the point where this will affect whether or not they get brought. Realistically speaking, I think if you're going to bring a Prop Paladin for its utility, you would still do that, even with these nerfs. That's really not going to change a ton. It's just going to be down to tuning and whether you need their utility stuff. And Guardian Druid, final class to talk about. Frenzied Regen now heals you for 20% instead of 30% of your max health. Iron Fur increases your armor by a lower percentage of your agility. Renewal now heals you for 20% instead of 30%. Renewal, not necessarily an amazing talent, but this still does kind of suck. Reinvigoration reduces Frenzied Regen's cooldown by 10 or 20% depending on the amount of points you spent instead of 20 or 40%. That's like having the effectiveness of its CDR. Pretty terrible. Earth Warden now only reduces damage by 25% instead of 30%. Earth Warden hit or miss. It was run sometimes, but not always. I'm just going to take Allegiance to the Scryers. Don't really care too much. Tooth and Claw now gives you 3% less DR. Survival of the Fittest reduces your cooldowns by 12 or 24% depending on points instead of 15 or 30%. Kind of matters a little bit. After the Wildfire now triggers after you spend 300 rage instead of 200 rage. That's a pretty big nerf. Ursoc's Fury grants you a shield equal to 25% of your Thrash and Maul damage instead of 45%. Alun's Favor now heals you for 25% of arcane damage dealt, down from 40%. Rage of the Sleeper is now 8 seconds instead of 10 seconds, so decent duration nerf. You take 5% more damage, or rather, you lose 5% DR from Rage of the Sleeper, you lose 5% Leech from Rage of the Sleeper. Pulverize got nerfed, and nobody gives a shit because that talent hasn't been taken in ages. Ursoc's Guidance reduces the cooldown on Incarnation by 1 second for each 25 rage spent, instead of 20 rage spent. These are some pretty big nerfs to Bear. And the biggest issue is that Bear has always been a very tuning-dependent tank. Like, across the board, Prop Pally and Bear just got, like, a lot of very, like, numerical changes. The only real thing that Prop Pally lost outside of that is, the, like, cooldown changes. So these definitely hurt a little bit more than the others because they hit parts of its kit that are more important. Like, they hit Paladin's damage reduction, which was its most important part, and they hit Bear's self-healing, which was always its most important part. Bear has always been a solid mitigation tank, but Bear's ability to self-heal and shield itself through difficult, like, damage spikes, like, it takes a lot of damage, it presses Frenzied Regen, it heals all of that back. That has always been a very key part of doing damage as a bear, or surviving as a bear, I mean. And its ability to get massive shields by Ursoc's Fury and trickle healing from other effects has always been really impactful. So this is going to mean that not only are you getting significantly less Frenzied Regenerations over a fight or over a dungeon because of the nerf to Reinvigoration, you're also healing for less with each of those Frenzied Regens, and all of your other healing effects like shielding from Ursoc's Fury, Alun's Favor, and Rage of the Sleeper is just neutered. It's significantly lower. So this is bad, especially considering, as I said, the only thing that Bear has going for it is its survivability and damage raw tuning. Bear has no real utility to speak of. If it has poor survivability, which has historically been reliant on self-healing, then it has absolutely nothing to offer. Because if it can't pull the entire dungeon and survive without external healing assistance, which, with these changes, I don't know, man. That's a pretty big nerf to Ursoc's Fury, which was one of the biggest enablers of that. After the Wildfire also being completely gutted, and after the Wildfire being one of Bear's best abilities to sustain other group members without a healer, that's huge. I think one of the biggest things that has surprised me about these nerfs is that I don't see as many people talking about how badly Guardian Druid got hit. Like, a lot of people are just like, yeah, it's fine. One of the biggest topics is Brewmaster got buffed. What the fuck? And a lot of people are hyper fixated on the Blood Decay changes, even though it's not really as big of a deal as some people seem to think. But I've seen a lot of people just kind of lumping in Vengeance Demon Hunter, Prot Warrior, and Guardian Druid, and just being like, yeah, they're all kind of fine. They didn't get many changes, but like, Prot Warrior maybe got a buff with the shield wall changes. Vengeance Demon Hunter had some pretty inconsequential nerfs. And then Guardian Druid had basically every single form of its strong self-healing gutted. It lost 2 seconds on one of its really strong cooldowns. It lost CDR on Ursoc's Guidance. It had, after the Wildfire, fucking destroyed. And then it lost CDR through Survival of the Fittest and damage reduction through Iron Fur and Tooth and Claw. Like, Guardian Druid got fucking absolutely blasted in pretty much all areas of its kit, minus its damage. But like I don't even think its damage is that amazing based on what I've seen. I haven't really seen many bears ever so far in the War Within beta. Almost all of the tanks that I played with have been... I've been mostly playing Brewmaster. I've seen mostly Blood DKs, Paladins, and Vengeance DHs. I've seen like one Prot Warrior and no bears. So it's hard for me to really say how they're holding up in a raid environment right now. And I haven't really played around with them yet. I probably will a little bit because I am kind of interested in their playstyle, but this feels bad. This feels pretty bad. Anyways, let me log off my Prot Warrior. I shouldn't be sitting in ins like this, especially now that I'm using /played. Okay. Time to just continue this run. Before I hop in, I'm gonna rant for a second because some context real quick for the people watching either the recording or tuning in onto Twitch. Basically, today is Sunday, pretty late at night on Sunday, but I mean, I already planned to start the stream late. And yesterday, I streamed on YouTube, and I was planning on doing some testing for pre-patch leveling. So the Chromie Time rework of 10 to 70 in War Within. And initially I was going to stream again today and do an Evoker speedrun, but there was like a million bugs on beta. It was completely fucked. I had to effectively rebrand that stream, and instead of it being the planned Enhancement Shaman run, I changed the title and made a brand new thumbnail about like War Within is extremely buggy, because basically 90% of that stream was just dealing with random bullshit bugs in the War Within beta. So figured that was more fitting. But the main bug on that stream that we encountered, and the thing that I talked about for like the first hour, because I had to fucking deal with it, is the fact that they randomly decided to change heirlooms to be warbound until equipped, and now it's no longer bind an account. Which is a nonsensical change. It benefits nobody. It just hurts people who like to enchant their heirlooms and move it between characters. And for some reason, there are people just simping for Blizzard, leaving stupid comments. And I'm gonna be honest, like, I normally will leave comments that aren't, like, outright insulting. I did just outright delete these ones.
that were left on YouTube because it's fucking bootlicker behavior. And I just don't get why it's like, who cares that this shit got changed to Warbound until equipped? Like, it's stupid to complain about it. Like, no, it's not stupid to complain about it. What the hell? If you don't care, don't fucking click on the video and leave a comment. But like, the fact that there are actually people in this world who see, oh, Blizzard changed something that is strictly negative and has literally no impact on the player base besides fucking over a small subset. And it doesn't affect them at all, and yet they feel the need to basically say, you're complaining for nothing, it's not a big deal, get over it. Like, what? What? Like, I don't get it. I don't get it. How do you defend that? You know, either just think to yourself, oh, it doesn't bother me, and move on, or be justifiably upset about it like I am. The idea that people can be like, this doesn't affect me, so I'm going to tell somebody else that they shouldn't care, even though it affects them. It's like, fuck off. Really pisses me off. So I don't know. It's, that's just been annoying me because I've seen multiple comments like that. Thankfully, at least the post that somebody created on the forums about it seems to be getting like a decent amount of traction, and there's like a handful of people jumping in there to say like, hey, this is bullshit, Blizzard, what the hell? So at least I don't feel like I'm taking crazy pills, and there are people that I can see that agree with me and are like, yeah, this is stupid, it should be fixed. But man, it's just tilting that like the War Within beta is in such an unacceptable state, and for just calling out blatant issues, there are people out there who just genuinely can act like Blizzard does no wrong and attack people who try to bring up problems. That shit annoys me. I'll be completely real. Anyway, I've just been kind of angry about that all day. Squiddy Mariner said, hi Harlden, I must say your channel should have 10k viewers. I don't get how it's not happening. Other BS streamers get viewers instead. I mean, that... I appreciate the sentiment, for the record. Obviously, it's subjective, right? Frankly, it's a tough thing to say, because I'm not going to sit here and say, would I not like more viewers? Obviously, who wouldn't, right? But I don't necessarily think that it's, like, I should magically have more viewers. Like, a lot of my approach to YouTube is inherently... How do I put this? It's like, if you look up a guide on... Not a guide per se, but if you look up, like, tutorial videos, etc., like how to run a YouTube channel, etc., basically everything that I'm doing is what a lot of people will tell you not to do, or at least a lot of stuff I'm doing. There's obviously some stuff that I do right. At this point, I could probably hop in. We can just rant about this while we're leveling. There's obviously a lot of stuff that I do right, otherwise I wouldn't be where I am, which is not an insignificant place. And I do get decent viewership on YouTube, I should note. Twitch, obviously, it's more niche, and that's kind of the entire point. The reason why the Twitch streams obviously don't get a ton of viewers is because I intentionally save the less interesting topics for Twitch, because I know that it's not like the main place where people go to watch me. So the Twitch things are meant to be, like, you know, more low-key, more just fun, and it's basically like, I'm either going to record this on my own, or I'm going to stream it on Twitch. Because, like, way back in the day, a lot of speedruns that I did, if you look at a lot of my older ones, pretty much any of the speedruns that weren't live streamed on YouTube, I would just record them on my own. So I would be doing commentary and stuff, and I'd be, you know, talking, not necessarily to people because I'm recording it in a vacuum, but I'd be like telling stories, commentating on whatever's happening, and those still do well. Honestly, some of my best videos are the ones like that. Like, actually, at this point, my most viewed speedrun is exactly like that. It's the Cult Huron Druid 10 to 70 run, and that one was not live streamed. I recorded that on my own because it was a world, well, I say world record attempt. It ended up being, at the time, the world record. I've beaten it. Well, beaten segments of it. I haven't reattempted the entire thing in one sitting, at least not within Dragonflight, and now, of course, 10 to 70 is going to be just Chromie time. But that entire video was just recorded not on stream, and then I just posted the thing to YouTube. Nice. Mana Tombs is a good one. I need to buff up before I forget. I can also use Relentless Assault, which means I can drop this. And Adamantite Sharpening Stone. And I won't bother with food buffs. I'm probably good with this. But yeah, that was, like, outside of a stream. So basically, unless there's a situation like those world record attempts, where I deliberately don't stream it, because... And that will continue. If I ever try to do a world record, never going to be done live on stream, because, for one, anything that involves something in the open world, I will never live stream those attempts, because there is a risk of sabotage. That it can just happen. And there have been multiple times in speedruns where somebody ganks me, and I don't care, because I never do serious streams, or serious runs on stream. They're usually just for testing purposes. But, for instance, the recent sub 30-minute attempt, I didn't live stream that. We did that off stream. We had like a Discord channel for the people participating in the run, and we were in Discord communicating. But I did not do that on stream. And it's a good thing that I didn't, because we actually failed the first attempt, which is yet another reason why I tend to not stream that stuff, because if I am going for a world record and I fail to get the world record, I'm just going to redo the run and go until I get it. Okay, this is going to be a little bit of an aggressive pull, but we're fine, I think. Oh my goodness, those are some spicy gloves. I don't know if, I think there's a Death Knight who might need it. Yeah, somebody else won it. Oof. Oh well. You managed to kill those gankers? I witnessed it once. If they're around my level, I kill them more often than not. Yes. But, I mean, the other, like, basically, at the start of this video, because obviously this is going to be a multi-part thing, so anybody watching this on YouTube in the future will have witnessed me getting killed by gankers, because unfortunately, I can kill gankers, like, on, and I think part 2 of the warrior run, somebody tried to kill me in Jintha lore, and I killed them. But while leveling through Hellfire Peninsula, there were, like, multiple max-level characters who were just one-shotting me, and there's nothing I can do about that. So, if that were to happen in an actual attempt, that would just be really difficult. And I don't even think those people were stream snipers, because I was streaming it on Twitch, and there's really not that many people watching. So, I'm fairly certain that just happens normally. There are people who genuinely spend their time doing that. But if I was streaming it on YouTube, then it would be even more common. Am I into gold making? No, not at all. It's just never something that I've been super into. Like, if I need to, I absolutely can make gold, but it's just such a weird topic, especially if you're making, like, videos on it, because you just can't really make good gold making guides. The reality is, by the time that you're watching a gold making guide on YouTube, it's already no longer a good method. Unless you get really lucky and you're super early into it, or like the YouTuber who you watched happened to discover it before anybody else, and you're really, really, really far ahead of the curve. Sometimes that may happen. On average, you're going to be behind, and then Blizzard will fix it before you can really benefit. Am I paying for... Oh yeah, I pay for my sub with Bunny. Yeah. Think about it this way. In terms of, like, the amount of time that it would take me to farm gold, I'm better off just spending time doing research for a video topic, because then I'll just make back whatever money I would have spent, $15, right? And then I have a video that can be used to help people, right? So it's just... A long time ago, I realized that trying to farm gold to, like, pay for my sub or whatever, or even trying to farm gold to, like, pay for stuff in-game is just not worth my time at all. And in a lot of cases, it's actually more worth it for me to buy tokens to get extra shit, right, that I wouldn't normally buy, if that helps with the speedrun. Like, the whole speedrun stuff, I spend a decent amount of gold setting up a lot of these speedruns. And if I had to sit here and farm all the gold to get this stuff for testing, that would just waste too much time. So it's better to just buy a token, buy the items for that, and then do the run. And, you know, self-fulfilling prophecy, right? The more runs I do, the, you know, more videos I put out, the more I'm able to buy tokens. This is what I do for a job. Yeah, that is my, as you put it, IRL profession. But to kind of touch back on your question earlier, I know you probably didn't mean it like literally as like, why do you not have as many viewers as other people? But I do inherently touch upon slightly more niche subjects, and a lot of the other like bigger YouTubers will make very like case by case basis, of course. But there are definitely a lot of people who make pretty bottom of the barrel content, and they just kind of shovel out the same generic stuff that appeals to like the widest audience. I still try to, especially with my like guides, aim it at new players. So even though I know that my target audience is more so, you know, people who are looking to optimize stuff, I know that there's plenty of new players who are like not super experienced who are interested in this stuff too. So I still try to write my guides in a way that is easy to understand for them. But like, how do I put this? There is usually some assumption of do your own basic level of research. Like, I'm not going to water down my content just to make it a little bit more like broader appeal. I'm going to try to make it understandable, but like I'll give you a good idea or a good example of this. Like when I made the videos about how to efficiently boost characters and whatnot, I can either make a 15-minute video that goes into like really like basic terms of what does boosting mean? Like, what is an alt? What is a starter account? Like, how does a starter account work fundamentally? And what are the differences between that and a main account? Like, I had a number of comments, for instance, on the level 20 mop remix boosting video of like, how, like, what the hell? How does this work? Am I able to open both accounts at once? Do I need to buy a second computer to do this? And to a certain degree, I would expect that 90% of my viewers are smart enough to understand that no, in order to boost a character using a low-level alt, you don't need to buy a second computer, right? That's the kind of thing that I could put in my videos, and I could try to water it down and literally make it for like the lowest common denominator. But instead of doing that, I tried to make a very fast 5-minute video that is streamlined, right, and doesn't waste people's time. It has all of the information that you need and nothing more. And for the vast majority of people, I think they're going to watch that, get everything that they possibly could want to know, and walk out of the video happy. There's going to be a bunch of like brand new players who may be like, oh, this guy didn't explain super basic terms to me. But the reality is people who've been playing this game for a super long time don't want to spend 10 minutes listening to somebody explain terms to them that they learned back in 2005. So I try to like strike a balance usually, but if it like push comes to shove and I need to decide, do I want to make like a more streamlined video, or do I want to like break down terms so that like, you know, Joe Schmo who started 2 days ago can follow my guide? I will usually opt to focus on making the video like more streamlined and easy for the average player to follow, not necessarily beginners. Is that a good thing? Is that a bad thing? I think some people will tell you that you should appeal to the lowest common denominator. I don't, but is what it is. And another thing is like, I only focus on videos that are about topics that interest me, which is primarily optimization stuff, speed leveling, rating, you know, how to gear up characters and whatnot. most of the time, the videos that I cover are things that I'm doing anyway. If I am interested in a topic, I'm going to try and optimize that topic, and then once I figure it out, I'm going to teach other people how to optimize it too. But I'll give you 2 quick examples of things that a shit ton of other World of Warcraft YouTubers do that I have never touched, and I don't at least really plan on ever touching that because I just don't have any interest in it whatsoever. But technically speaking, for the health of my channel, it might be a good idea for me to try that. That is patch note reading and mount videos. Like, how to get 5 mounts in 30 minutes or whatever the fuck. You see so many of that slop on YouTube. Which, I mean, I'm going to be honest, I just think that is garbage content. I genuinely don't understand how those videos get, like, gazillions of views, relatively speaking. Because some of this stuff is just bare bones. And I've always kind of said I am not a mount person. I've never really been interested in mount collecting. But it does still blow my mind that people are so obsessed, new players at least, are so obsessed with getting mounts that they'll watch like a shitty 5-minute video telling them how, like, explaining to them in super baby terms how to get the easiest mounts in the game, instead of, I don't know, just like playing the fucking game and earning mounts naturally, because half of that stuff you kind of stumble upon on your own. And also, a lot of those videos are just built on increasing the number of mounts in your collection, which that I've definitely said before, I will never fucking understand. I kind of understand, like, the collector mentality of, I have almost everything of X in the game, I want to collect more of it. I am like that with toys. So, in retail, in regular World of Warcraft, I have, like, a shit ton of toys. Usually, if there is, like, a new toy from an event, I will try to get it, because I've collected a bunch of those, and a lot of times there's, like, weird toys that can be used for speedrun tricks, so I like to have as many of them as possible on the off chance that I need it for some sort of speedrun thing in the future. And I don't want to, like, miss out on that. So, that is something that I try to collect, but the reason I collect it is because I already have, like, 80% of them. I would like to get as many as possible. I cannot understand the mentality of, like, I'm playing a brand new game, and I'm just going to mindlessly collect random shit just for the sake of collecting random shit. If I start a new game, I'm going to go collect something that I think looks cool. I'll get one outfit that I really like. I'll get one mount that I really like. Maybe it's just different people like different things. That's just I do not understand that, personally. And so I would not make videos on that. But again, like I said before, there's like a billion videos covering topics like that. I just don't get it. I really don't get it. And then the patch notes thing, I mean, that one's pretty self-explanatory. The patch notes one, I think, is hit or miss, because a lot of times there are channels who will read patch notes all the time, and a lot of their patch notes videos do really badly, but they get, like, somewhat consistent viewership, and then every once in a while, they'll be, like, the first person to post a patch notes video for some big change, and then they get, like, a gazillion views just for reading something, which, that's the kind of thing where if I really wanted to do that, I could open the patch notes on a second monitor, read through it, provide some bare bones commentary on it, and then fuck off, right? Do that every single time. But honestly, I don't think you need me to read Wowhead or the blue posts for you, right? Like, that's something that you're all big boys and girls. You have your own pair of 2 eyes. Maybe you don't. Maybe I'm being, like, ableist for blind people. But, like, you know, if blind people want to watch patch note readings, like, that makes sense. I can understand that. But I don't really think that the people who are posting constant patch note reading videos are doing it because they want to help out blind people. I'm pretty sure they're doing it because they just want to make easy money. And, yeah, I don't give a fuck about that. And sometimes, if there are, like, interesting patch notes, I might make a video covering it in more detail. Like, when the patch 10.1.5 changes came out, which had Chromie Time rework stuff, I made, like, a 2-minute video summarizing that stuff, and then explaining, like, here are the changes, here's how it's going to impact leveling. But I'd rather do something like that, quick, short video that highlights the specific things from the patch notes that you need to know, and more importantly, what impact this will have than just mindlessly read out the patch notes line by line. I just think that's lame, you know? Anyways, kind of ranted about that for a bit. Obviously, the entire topic is like, why don't you have more viewers? And it's like, there are things that I know could get me more viewers. Another two obvious ones completely unrelated to that is more clickbait, right? Like, that's just kind of a no-brainer. There are people who do, like, egregious clickbait, Bellular, and obviously I don't hate people like Bellular, but it is kind of, like, exhausting sometimes seeing some really, like, out there thumbnails. I'm just like, okay, that's like borderline misleading at that point, and you're just trying to trick people into being like, wait, Blizzard did what? And then they'll click on your video, even though the thing that Blizzard did has nothing to do with, like, the topic that you're covering. Shitty stuff like that. Like, I think, obviously, the clickbait topic is a completely separate one, and I think most people know, like, the idea of, it was like that Veritasium video a few years ago of, like, type A and type B clickbait. And I will sometimes do, like, clickbait that is related to the topic I'm covering. And I'll just be like, this leveling route is insane. But the video is about a leveling route, right? It's just like, you know, I'll use clickbaity language, but I'll never mislead people. The video is always pretty self-explanatory. You'll be able to look at it and easily understand what it is that you're about to watch. The type of clickbait that I hate is when, especially for, like, the videos showcasing upcoming changes, they'll have something in either the title or thumbnail that very clearly makes you think that something is happening that is not. Another really good example recently is there's a YouTuber who made a video about how evokers or Drakthir are being added to other specs. And they were like, oh, Drakthir, the title is something like Drakthir coming to other classes in War Within, and the thumbnail is like a character creation screen that makes it seem like this is an actual thing that's launching with the War Within, when in reality, it's just a developer said, yes, we'll probably look into giving Drakthir to other classes at some point. It's not on the beta right now. The thing in their thumbnail is like a mock-up that they did, but they intentionally designed it to look like it's a real thing that's on beta right now. So you look at that title and thumbnail, and your impression is, oh, they're actually adding it with the expansion launch, clearly, because the thumbnail shows that this exists, right? When in reality, the thumbnail is effectively fake, and there is no outright confirmation on when Drakthir are coming to other classes. It's just a statement from an interview, and one line from an interview basically gets spun into like a 10-minute video. That's the type of clickbait shit that I really hate. That's the one that I remember off the top of my head, but I'm sure you've all seen examples of that stuff. But guess what? That gets views, right? There's a reason why I'm aware of that video, despite the fact that I haven't even watched it, because not only did it get recommended to me, but the reason that I know that the entire thing is bullshit is because multiple people came to me and said, this is like an egregious example of clickbait. Like, this is fucking disgusting. And I'm like, yeah, I agree with you. And people tell me that stuff because they know how much I hate this type of clickbait bullshit. So when they see examples, they tend to bring it up to me. But yeah, stuff like that. Another big one is like Facecam, which, you know, that one, like, even my dad tells me that I should probably use Facecam. And at some point, I probably will. It's just like, it is 100% an anxiety thing. It's really just that simple. And I've, like, done Facecam in the past, so I think especially for live streams, it's difficult, because I've actually never done a Facecam on a live stream. The only 2 times when I've used a Facecam is on, like, pre-recorded stuff. So on the Cataclysm Speedrun, I had my Facecam on while I was, you know, ranting about the topic in that video. But obviously, that was an edited video, so if something happened, right? And, like, here's the thing. Realistically, I couldn't even tell you what could happen, but it's just having my Facecam on would make me nervous. But if I ended up looking stupid or something, or making, like, a dumb face or whatever, I could just edit that out while working on the video, so I wasn't as nervous about it. Same thing with, like, the other time when I used a Facecam for a TBC Classic leveling video that I did a really long time ago. Because obviously it was during TBC Classic.
And those are the only 2 times when I've used my face cam, and both of them were on edited videos. So, you know, if something did happen, I could fix it. But it definitely is an anxiety thing using face cam on live streams. But there is like shit tons of data to show that if I were to use a face cam, it would probably boost my viewership. It's just simple. And that's something that, like, I probably could do, probably could boost my viewership. I probably will eventually, just because I know that it is the smart thing to do. But that is, frankly, just a mental block that I'll have to get over at some point. But I'm sure if I, like, you know, I'd like to think that I'm decent at self-reflection, right? I know that there's things I can improve. So if I really sat here and, like, nitpicked every single little thing that I do, I am absolutely sure that I can find other stuff that I'm doing that's technically wrong. Another one that just immediately jumped to mind, I don't have a consistent streaming schedule. Every single place like YouTube, Twitch, etc., when they give advice on like new streamers, like how to grow your channel and stuff, basically the #1 rule they always say is have a consistent upload time, have a consistent streaming schedule. I have never, ever had a consistent upload time on YouTube or a consistent schedule for streams. And even when I do say that I'm going to start streams at a particular time, I am spitballing, and I end up just like, I wake up that day, I begin prep for that stream. When I'm done with prep, I start the stream. And 99% of the time, my prediction is off by at least an hour. I don't force myself to start the stream at exactly the listed time, because I'd rather just have everything ready for the stream instead of just arbitrarily holding myself to a specific time that I picked out earlier. Yet another thing that, again, every single resource out there tells you this is like a surefire way to increase your viewership. All things that I don't do, right? Another one, like I said, I could find a million things that I can improve upon. It's obviously easier said than done, right? Which is why I can sit here and rant about it, but there's a reason why I haven't made any of these changes, because, again, easier said than done. This one obviously is a little bit harder to implement, but I don't upload or stream or whatever as frequently as a lot of other channels, because especially one of the biggest reasons why large channels stay large is if you have a gigantic channel already and you're making a lot of money off that channel, well, here's the thing. Now you can then invest that money into editors, into like better equipment and stuff like that, into like thumbnail designers and stuff. And I've said it before, but just in case, you know, you've missed that part, I do all of that stuff on my own. I don't have anybody helping me with anything on my channel. So, like, I don't know exactly what Asmongold has behind the scenes, but I know he has like an entire team of people who help him organize events. I know he has editors. He has people who design his thumbnails. Basically, all the things that he does for any videos. Like, he doesn't even touch his videos as far as I'm aware, in like 90% of cases. All Asmongold has to do is show up to his own stream and start streaming. And again, I'm sure that it was not always the case. I'm willing to bet that Asmongold, like with most other people when they started off, had to edit his own videos, etc. Almost nobody starts doing YouTube paying other people to edit their content. That just doesn't make any sense to do that before you know you have a successful channel. But what I'm saying is a lot of the reasons why a lot of those streamers are able to have gigantic channels and continue getting a ton of viewers is because they can dedicate 100% of their time to just streaming or just, you know, playing the games and, you know, getting footage for the videos. There are entire days where the only thing that I'm doing is I'm sitting there in Adobe Premiere working on editing a video. That's all I'm able to spend my time on, because I gotta do editing. Otherwise, the video doesn't get posted. So that, you know, obviously a lot of other smaller YouTubers will have the same issues as me, but if you're wondering why some people are able to stream constantly and I don't, it's because I gotta do all of that on my own. Right? And that applies to a lot of those smaller YouTubers. Anyways, as I said, I'm sure that I can think of more things, but I can, I think hopefully that thoroughly answered, even if it maybe was like a rhetorical question. Hopefully that gives you an idea of why I don't have a shit ton of viewers. It's not necessarily, and you know what, another thing is, I think a lot of other smaller creators, obviously case by case basis, but a lot of times I've seen people say
on like Reddit and stuff, you know, I don't understand why people aren't watching my videos, etc., etc. If I ever run into an issue with YouTube or something and I have to look on some, like, I Google something and then there's like a YouTube help Reddit post, I'll always see like suggested topics of something like, what, you know, why don't people click on my videos, etc., etc. And a lot of people, instead of sitting here and basically ripping apart all of their decisions, like I've just done, will basically just be like, no, my content's awesome. It's the viewers who are wrong, right? I should have more viewers. I should have as many viewers as Asmongold. My content's amazing. Instead of sitting back and thinking of all the things that they are doing wrong that they could do better. So, at a certain point, like I said, I draw a line in the sand, right? And I'm like, I know that this could get me more viewers. I am choosing to not do these things for whatever reason. Either because it's just too much work, and I'd rather have some free time left over instead of just killing myself by overworking myself, right? Because I have to do everything. Or because, like, you know, an ethical standpoint, like the whole clickbait thing. Could I boost my viewers with clickbait? Sure, but I find it amoral in a lot of cases, and quite frankly, it doesn't really attract the audience that I want. I don't want the type of people who would rather click on, like, you know, schlop content that is not meant to actually help them out and is just meant to be like, you know, bottom of the barrel crap. I want people who are also interested in optimization and, you know, well put together guides to be watching my channel, so that's kind of who I market towards. Anyways, that was a long rant. I missed a bunch of messages in chat, so let me go back and read all of that stuff. I'm not ignoring you guys, I didn't want to, like, pause in the middle of that rant and, you know, respond to stuff. So let me scroll back up to the top. What you meant is that my guides reflect intelligence and talent. I really appreciate that. Words. I appreciate that, yeah. I'm glad to hear you think so. All I'll say is, yeah, I put a lot of work into them. I am proud of my guides. If I'm working on a video and I don't like how it's turning out, I'll just scrap it. I don't like putting out low quality stuff, or at least, you know, to my standards, low quality. Everybody has different standards. If I'm working on something that I think is below my, you know, standards for video quality, I will just scrap the project. Or, well, maybe not scrap entirely. I might go back to the drawing board and completely, like, retool it. I've done that a few times. I would say, like, 75% of the time it becomes clear very quickly that it wouldn't be worth the effort to try and salvage the video, and I usually just say, fuck it, you know, we'll just scrap this concept. Happens a lot. But a lot of times I will go back and find, like, a really cool way to, like, change the topic of the video, and yeah, it all works out. I don't need that. And I won't be able to use any new items for a bit. Please be a dungeon I haven't done. Nice! Okay. Yeah, this is one of the ones I haven't done yet. And Underbog is really good. Amazing quests here. At this point, I've out-leveled it a little bit, but considering how good this place is, I will not complain. Okay. Hello, Siriex. My wisdom is rare and unique. Wow, lots of compliments today. Thank you. You're gonna make me blush. Replacement for the Evoker stream? Well, not necessarily a replacement per se, because the Evoker stream still will happen. I'm still going to do the Shaman stream. I'm still gonna do the Evoker stream. I just can't do it because the beta's broken. The PTR servers were taken down without notice, and the beta servers are bugged to hell and back. You just can't really do anything on them. So, my plans for that haven't changed. I just literally can't do that today. So, the current plan is, throughout the week, I'm going to check the beta. If it's working, I'll do a test run, and until then, we'll just do other stuff. I don't know. I'd like to be able to do at least the Shaman run on Wednesday. I'll
I'll just completely restart it. Technically, we leveled up to like level 20 something, but the 20 levels that we did were really scuffed because I had to deal with constant crashes and whatnot. So I'm not going to try to just continue where we left off with the shaman. I'm just going to recreate the shaman and we'll start from scratch. So we'll just deal with that. Then I don't know when I'll be able to do the evoker run. Ideally, like ASAP, but we'll figure that out. It's definitely going to be the next like YouTube stream after the shaman one. We'll get back to doing that. So this isn't necessarily a replacement. This is something, the original plan, I don't think I like officially said that anywhere, but the plan that I had in my head was I was going to do the shaman stream on Friday. I was going to stream effectively this on Saturday because I wanted like 1 day break in between the two streams. And then the evoker stream was going to be on Sunday. I kind of had already figured that evoker would be one of the two winners. And I wanted to do the evoker run second because I figured it would be nice to kind of break up the streams of the first one is just the first 10 to 70 War Within test run. And the entire appeal of that stream would be seeing how the chromie time scaling works, like what's changed, whether the existing route is still functional. And it would be like a bog standard run with, you know, nothing really crazy. We'd just be following my standard leveling route and seeing how that stacks up. And for that, I could use whatever ended up winning second place, which I wasn't sure if it was going to be Paladin, Warrior, or Shaman. It ended up being Shaman, but I was planning on doing that first. That way, the second stream would be the Evoker stream, because that is also kind of cool and unique on its own. And then Saturday, I was like, oh yeah, you know, because I'm not streaming on YouTube, I'll finish up the part 3 of the Warrior run, which is, you know, this, and then we'll get back to the Evoker stuff on Sunday. Obviously, Friday, the servers were completely fucked. I had a lot of prep to do because I realized the servers were completely shafted. Blizzard said they might do some fixes, so I had to push the Friday stream back to Saturday, which means that I wouldn't have been able to stream this. But then it turns out that yesterday, the servers were still really fucked, which means that there's just no point in streaming the Evoker run on YouTube, so here we are. I'm just doing this instead, which is what I had originally planned to do on Saturday. And then, yeah, Cata said Evoker and Shaman stream will be after the live pre-patch. Yep. Yeah, that is the plan. Now, I don't know if I'm going to do them on live servers. I might still do them on the beta, but after pre-patch has gone live, just because it may be easier for me to set it up, and the reality is I don't need the characters. Last thing I need at this point is another character leveled up. So, most likely, I will just do them on PTR servers, and I'll just, like, copy over consumables and stuff. One of the nice things is, because it's Evoker and Shaman, I can actually prep a full set of mail stuff, and then mail it over, assuming heirlooms get fixed, because if they don't, then fuck. But either way, that way I can save time doing prep for the speedrun, so I can just prep it once on live servers, copy over that character with all the prep stuff, and then just mail it over 2 times after copying it to the PTR. But it would be after the pre-patch has actually gone live, because at this point there's no real time to do testing before the patch goes live and before Blizzard fixes the servers. Which is unfortunate, but is what it is. Season 4 Dragonflight catch-up video was great. Yeah, I appreciate that. I'm glad you think so. That one especially I put a lot of work into. And one of the other things that, like, it's... I would say that I got, for the most part, like, really good reception on that. And a lot of people said, like, that was really well explained. This broke things down for new players. And that is the type of thing where I do try to break things down into really simple to understand terms, because that is a guide meant for new players. The level 20, like, alt boosting thing, I kind of skimmed over some, like, basic terminology, because that type of guide is inherently meant for more advanced players who are looking to, like, speed level alt characters as efficiently as possible. It's an inherently more advanced concept, but there are videos like that example, the Season 4 Dragonflight catch-up, where the target audience is brand new or returning players who may not be familiar with a lot of the basic terminology, so I think an important part of that guide is inherently explaining that in the simple terms. So, one of the other things that did help, I've mentioned this before, but when I was making that video, I had a few friends from Season of Discovery who were trying retail for the first time. So in order to make sure that that video was as understandable as possible to completely new players who had no idea what retail was like, I had them proofread the script and test the stuff on their own to make sure that it actually worked for brand new players. And, like, basically asked for their opinion on, is there anything that you have encountered that you think should be better explained because you found it confusing when you were trying it out yourself? And I'm trying to remember the only thing that one of them suggested that I didn't include, and I was like kind of torn about it, is I forget exactly what it was. There was some type of content that they were trying to do where they tried to solo it. I don't know if it was Ring of Blood or some quest line that you're supposed to do as a group, or realistically, like, the game expects you to be in a group for it. And they tried to solo it, and they were like, maybe put, like, a notice there that if they try to do this content... Oh yeah, Dream Surges, that's what it was. Basically, my guide mentioned Dream Surges, and they tried to go solo the Dream Surge event, where you have to, like, kill all of those Druid of Flame elites in the corners of the zones. And they said you might want to put a note in your guide that if you try to solo this as a new player, it could be really difficult and you should try to find a group for it. But the thing is, I kind of recommended that you just don't do the event entirely. So I was kind of like, you know, I don't even want to encourage people to touch that content. Like, if they want to try it on their own and they want to go and try to kill the Druids of the Flame, sure. But it's not necessarily, like, an efficient way to complete that event. So I told them, I'm going to go ahead and assume that if somebody does try to do that content, and they try to pull, like, 5 elites and instantly die, they will immediately realize that this is something that is not meant to be soloed. So stuff like that is kind of where I drew the line at. Most people probably don't need that explained to them. But there were a few other small tips on, like, wording stuff where I use, like, a term that they weren't familiar with as new players, and I'm like, oh yeah, I can change that to make sure that it's easily understandable. What mouse did I get? I don't even know the name. I got, like, some mouse that at least looked like it was decent and wasn't, like, super expensive, because I don't want to buy something that's, like, really, really, really pricey. So, nothing incredibly fancy. Yeah, I don't know. I don't think it's not like a Razer and one of those, like, big brand mouses. It's just slightly more advanced than the usual $5 mouses that I would buy off Amazon. Though I did also buy this one off Amazon, it just wasn't a $5 Amazon Basics mouse. So, not entirely sure. The replayability of those videos, somebody might play it, then play it again while trying to get it, then come back again if they don't finish it, etc. Yeah, that's fair. I could understand why that might boost the viewership. But I mean, it's still, like, bottom barrel content. I'm just not a fan of it. I don't have anything against, like, guides for difficult to get mounts. If there is an actual mount that is, like, a challenge to obtain, like the Hive Mind or whatever it is, the Lucid Nightmare or something like that, a guide on how to specifically obtain that mount, well, that's a different story, because that's, like, an actual thing that you kind of need a walkthrough for. But people telling you basic stuff on, like, you know, go kill this boss, get, like, the Bronze Drake in Culling of Stratholme. I mean, you know, you don't need a guide to tell you how to do that. That's the stuff that, I dislike, to be clear. And I don't have anything against the fact that people like collecting mounts. It does baffle me a little bit, not in the sense that it, like, offends me or anything, but it's kind of just a head scratcher for me of, like, why do people care so much about this as a new player? Like, what is the obsession behind, like, watching number go up just mindlessly? I don't know. Like, the only things that I like collecting are things that have practical value. Even the example that I gave earlier about toys, I mentioned it before, but just to be clear, the only reason that I really like collecting toys is because historically there have been a lot of really impactful toys, like Darkmoon Seesaw, like the little Red Riding Sled thing, and even within Mop Remix, there have been countless examples of powerful toys in Mop Remix that, if I hadn't farmed ages ago, I wouldn't have been able to use. Mailbox toys, etc. God, I've lost every fucking roll in all the dungeons that I've done. You could put the Harlden spin on it, mount, unlock, speedrun. Nah. And that's another thing, like, challenges are fun. That's a whole topic that I could talk about. Challenges can be fun, and I do speedrunning challenges every now and then, but some people take it to the extreme, I think, and, like, everything has to be some weird challenge, and at a certain point, it just seems weird. Like, to me, all of the challenges that I like to do, they're usually to prove a point. The classic ones are like deathless challenges, hardcore challenges, stuff like that. Speed runs are another technically form of challenge. How fast can you do something? And those serve a very specific purpose. It's either to prove that you can do something without dying, because sometimes content may be really difficult. And the reason why stuff like that will arise in the first place is maybe somebody will say, man, this boss is so hard, it's impossible to do this boss without dying. And then somebody will go ahead and do it without dying just to prove that it can be done, right? Or somebody will say, this thing takes really long, there's no way to, like, level a character quickly. And that's why, you know, I do leveling speedruns, to show how to quickly level characters. So usually when I do challenge runs, they serve, like, a particular purpose. There's not, like, a lot of just meaningless challenge runs just for the sake of it. Like, a good example would be the whole herbalism and mining only leveling speedrun that people have asked me to do, which is why I kind of, like, jokingly said that it would be a, I don't know, 500,000 subscriber special or whatever. If I ever get there, that's when I would do it, because at that point, like, at least I'd have a reason for doing it. But the idea of just randomly doing an herbalism mining only challenge just for fun is like, why? That sounds like the exact opposite of fun to me. I would never want to do that, because it also doesn't serve a point. Like, what question would I be answering? Is it possible to do this? Well, I guess we already know that it is, because Double Agent did it. But is it practical to do? Well, definitely not. So there's no real advantage to doing something like that. You're still waiting on the Mechanome? Hopefully we'll get to the Mechanome eventually, but we're quite a ways off from that. Oh, I need to requeue. Also, I've got to say, Burning Crusade leveling in Cataclysm, ludicrously fast. Like, right? This has been insanely quick. I thought this was going to be a really annoying slog. It was going to take forever. But I'm almost done. We're almost level 68, and this has been in total, what, like 4 hours? I think we're at the 4-hour mark for 58 to 68. All things considered, really not that bad. Slash Played is currently at close to 20 hours, which is, what did I say that I wanted to get under 30 hours? We'll basically have 10 full hours to do 68 to 80. No idea if that'll be possible. Maybe that'll be really slow. It'll take forever. Not sure. But I thought TBC was going to be way slower. And it definitely is not. The only problem with this is TBC dungeons are, without a doubt, the fastest way to level through this bracket. I've been getting so much experience by doing these dungeons because, you know, it's no secret, right? TBC dungeons are insanely fast. There's a reason why it's still the dungeons that we use in retail to this day. And by the point of Cataclysm, we have the retail versions of these TBC dungeons. all of the quests right at the start, and there's like really good quest density. So these dungeons are basically already as good as they are in the Chromie Time speedruns where I use them. So it kind of is no surprise that they are as fast as they are. Unfortunately, because of, the fact that leveling doesn't scale with you, I am sometimes going to get ramparts, and ramparts is going to be, not necessarily super efficient when all the mobs are green for me. But even then, I don't necessarily think this will be bad. It's still a very efficient dungeon, so I don't have any problem with it. And I guess technically speaking, I don't know if I unlock Wrath dungeons at 69. If I don't unlock Wrath dungeons at 69, then I'll just continue with TBC dungeons until that point. Because there's no real point in, like, sitting through that slush level again. The reason that I did it for TBC is because doing Blackrock Spire is not an efficient way to level. But if I have to do TBC dungeons for another level, I am not upset with that at all. I would gladly do that. Okay. But yeah, this has exceeded my expectations in terms of how quick it is. And I mean, all things considered, Wrath dungeons are not bad, because I'm pretty sure we also have the retail version of Wrath dungeons where all the quests are at the start, and they have comparable quest density. The only problem with Wrath dungeons is some of them can be a little bit slow. But, like, the Nexus isn't necessarily the worst dungeon ever. It's not great, but it's fine. Utgard Keep is just, honestly, a pretty fast dungeon. What else? The, Gundrak is relatively fast. Draktherin Keep isn't too bad. What are the other dungeons? I can check the journal. Oh yeah, Ashdol Narub is super fast. An-Kahet can be a bit of a pain, but I'm pretty sure An-Kahet has, like, relatively good quest density, and you could skip Jadoga, though you'd probably want to do her at least once for the quests. And either way, there's a lot of trash that you can bypass. I don't really think it'll be that bad if we do have to get it, but An-Kahet definitely is kind of one of the sucky ones. We probably won't end up getting Oculus or Halls of Stone until the very end. And, like, Halls of Stone is maybe the only one that you would just leave. I'd probably do whatever quests are available within the dungeon before the roleplay, and then I would just leave the dungeon. Halls of Lightning, notoriously fast dungeon. Actually, the fastest way to level from 80 to 81, and technically up to 82, I believe, is just Halls of Lightning spam. That's what I did on launch, and it was very efficient. So, getting that, like, early on, I don't know exactly what the leveling ranges are, but it's a really good dungeon. What else? Yeah, we'll just do a big pull. Pretty sure that I can survive this at this stage. Yeah, I'm taking, like, no damage. Okay. And I'll respond to the other stuff in chat in a second, just hold on. I know there's more messages, I'm trying to, like, think right now. Overall, I honestly think Wrath of Lich King leveling should be relatively quick, if dungeons are this fast and Prot Warrior is, like, this good at clearing them out. We'll have to see for sure, but it feels really nice. And that's kind of the thing where, like, if I were to try and optimize this further, I don't even really know what I would do, because technically speaking, I'm sure that there are, like, slightly more efficient quests that I could be doing in between dungeon queues, but I'm pretty sure the fastest thing would just be to spam dungeon queues over and over. So it's a little bit hard to compare. We'll see. At this point, unless I have a lot of free time later this year, I don't know if I'll do any questing only Cataclysm speedruns. That's probably like a little bit too bleh for me to spend my time doing. I'll think about it. But the reality is, after War Within is out, my top priority will be doing War Within testing. Okay, this is LOS. Definitely gotta LOS that. And I'm gonna have a lot of fun when Mop Classic comes out. And doing leveling testing for that, because that's basically just a better version of Cataclysm leveling. It would just be even more streamlined, all the best bits, effectively. Got that. You have an extension that replaces the thumbnail with the first frame of the video. Oh, that's interesting. Huh. I feel like that would be... That could sometimes be a little bit misleading, though. I don't know. Like, sometimes I open the video with B-roll because, like... If the topic that I'm covering... Like, I'll give you an example. The level 20, like, leveling video that I made, that I've been using as an example, the initial 30 seconds-ish of that video is just me on my priest doing the Chi-Ji thing, where you heroic leap past the mobs after the first boss, and then Chi-Ji all the way to the end. Which, I don't necessarily think that's a bad way to open the video, because I actually got a handful of comments being like, what the fuck? How are you running that quickly? So, that was kind of meant to be an attention grabber of like, this is the kind of stuff that you can do even on a level 20. Look how fast my level 20 is clearing this dungeon. But while I'm showcasing that footage, I'm explaining the general premise of the video and basically being like, you know, I've been able to consistently level up characters in 2 hours, and in this video I'm going to show you how I did it, blah, 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 blah. So, on one hand, I don't necessarily think that was a bad way to open the video, because it's just interesting footage to accompany generic explanation that was necessary, but doesn't have any, like, necessarily, like, perfect corresponding footage to go along with it. But then it may be a little bit confusing if that you saw that as the first frame of the video without, you know, the full context. I don't know, it's an interesting idea, though. I've never heard of that. But I could see how people would find that useful. Yeah, overall, even for Ramparts, that was still relatively solid experience. Okay, yeah, the Paladin needs Hellreaver, so I'll pass on it. The ones you absolutely hate are the ones that go, the Blizzard devs tell us 5 things coming to the War Within we've never seen before. Number 3 will blow your minds. Oh, God, yeah. That's actually a really good example. Yeah, and the thing about 99% of those videos is it's like basic information that anybody who has even remotely been keeping up with the Wowhead posts or like interviews and stuff will just know on their own. But it is like fringe enough that some completely unaware players will watch it and be like, wow, that's so cool. And then that information will get attributed to that video instead of like the interview that it was taken from. Yeah, shit like that's annoying. You had a blast getting Lucid Nightmare? Yeah, that mount was pretty fun. I actually had a lot of fun getting that back in the day. Second. I think, assuming that this last dungeon that I get into doesn't get me all the way to 68, I'll probably do a handful of elite quests in Netherstorm, because I should be able to solo all that. Oh, nice! Set that calls. This is the last good Auchindoun dungeon that I didn't have, so getting it here is pretty sweet. Just gonna refresh that so it doesn't fall off mid-dungeon, then I forget. War within 70 to 80 leveling speedrun while wearing an eye patch and turning the monitor upside down while looking at it through a mirror in a smoky room. Yeah, that's definitely how some of those challenge runs feel. I think, like, the most out there type of challenge run that is relatively popular is blindfolded runs. Because technically speaking, there is no practical reason to speedrun a game blindfolded, but I can understand the appeal for something like that, and the strategies that people use for blindfolded speedruns are pretty cool. So I think, like, the appeal to blindfolded speedruns isn't necessarily that it, like, answers a practical question, but more so that the way in which you are forced to go about it is interesting. And that's the types of challenge runs that I may actually enjoy doing. So I guess I kind of ended mid-thought earlier when I was saying that. Effectively, the two types of challenge runs that I would want to do are ones like I described that answer a practical question, like the how difficult is it to level without heirlooms, how difficult is it to level like on a fresh account, etc. That kind of stuff, because that is something that new players may need to experience on their own. But the other reason is just because it's fun to do, because the way in which you go about solving that problem can be interesting. Can't really think of any examples off the top of my head in WoW other than one particular challenge run format that I've mentioned for a while, but that one I'll definitely get back to developing it at some point in the future, so I don't want to spoil it, but there are definitely cool ideas that I have for potentially doing stuff in WoW, but it would need to be fun. Because the whole example of, like, the, you know, herbalism and mining thing, like, that's something where we already know, yes, it is possible to level through just herbalism and mining, but is it fun? No. Is it entertaining to watch? Also no. Is it challenging at all? No. It's purely a test of endurance, but there are tests of endurance out there that are more interesting. Frankly, the kind of thing that I would like to do is, like, for instance, yesterday on stream, doing delves completely solo. Honestly, on launch of War Within, I will probably try to do most of my delves entirely solo. Oh, wow. I'm not even high enough level for that yet, but obviously when I get there, that'll be really good. I lost the roll by 2. Oh my god, man. I am cursed. That's, I assume I need to pick up a quest from this guy? Or no, he says he'll make his way to Shat. Hold on. Since this is a semi-big pull, I want to make sure I do it right. It is kind of wild how, even at this level, Prot Warrior is still topping damage. Like, the damage from Revenge, Thunderclap, Cleave, and Rends is just kind of ludicrous. It's so much AoE. I really do wonder if any tank can beat this. What was I saying? Right. Challenge formats and stuff. Oh yeah, but with delves, you know, it was really fun trying to see if I could beat it on my own. And like Torghast is another example. I always did my Torghast runs solo, even though a lot of times people in my guild would like put together 5-man Torghast runs. Oh shit, I need to loot the Cobalt Eyes. I don't know why I forgot to loot it. But yeah, a lot of people in my guild back in Shadowlands would do 5-man Torghast runs just to make it easier. I always soloed it just on principle, because I thought it was more fun and it felt more like an actual challenge that way. It's the only way that I can make myself actually enjoy Torghast. And I did have a lot of fun building like the perfect heroic elite build on my warrior and just crushing Torghast with it. That was actually pretty enjoyable, I'll admit. So that's the kind of thing that I don't mind doing. You wonder if they're removing the 1 evoker per realm limit? I think they are, yeah. I think it's finally happening in the War Within, because they're going to be level 10, so there's no advantage to it. I'm pretty sure they did the same thing with Demon Hunter when it started from level 10. Might be misremembering, though. Oh my god. Okay, that time the mage kind of cranked. Yeah, Dragon's Breath. So I think when it gets to be, like, insanely high target pulls, Prot Warrior falls off, because a lot of its stuff is, like, 3 to 5 target capped. But on low target cleave, Prot Warrior is crazy. Yeah, because, like, Revenge only hits 2 targets, I think. Oculus is annoying. Honestly, I don't mind Oculus. The thing about Oculus is, like, for me at least, once I did the research for my guide and figured out what the proper strat for Oculus is, and I knew how to do it correctly, I really didn't mind it, because it's pretty straightforward. And it's not even that long of a dungeon, all things considered. The problem with Oculus is that a lot of people get completely lost within it because they don't know where to go, and then it takes a really long time. But if you just kind of follow through it in a pretty linear way, it's a pretty easy dungeon, and it doesn't really take a very long time. But I distinctly remember back in original Wrath, I didn't like Oculus that much because I didn't understand it. I didn't know how to do the dragons, I didn't really know where I was going within the dungeon. A lot of times if the tank got lost, and I didn't play tank back in Wrath, in original Wrath that is, then things would get confusing. But every time I did Oculus in Wrath Classic, I would just say at the start of the dungeon, follow me, and this will be easy. And then we get to the dragons, and I clearly state, this is the best dragon comp, pick these dragons, and we will win. And then if somebody picked the wrong dragon, I would tell them, hey, so-and-so, you picked the wrong dragon, go back, swap dragons, takes 2 seconds, and it'll make the rest of the dungeon much easier. 99% of the time they listen to me. Every now and then you have somebody getting indignant, like, I'm gonna pick whatever dragon I want. It's like, whatever. At that point, I just don't fight with them. Usually I can still carry, even with a few bad dragons. But if people pick the correct comp, it is basically impossible to fail the final boss. It is super duper easy. And everything before it you can just carry as a tank. Ads on Twitch are the fucking worst. It's a full minute and a half where you just mute your phone. Yeah. Unfortunately, I have no control over Twitch ads. It does its own thing. And I'm not even allowed to turn them off because Twitch will penalize you if you try to disable the ads. I already tried. Yeah, no, I fully understand why you're complaining, Siriax. I completely get it. I figured that's why you brought it up. This boss is always annoying. Blindfolded runs are so fake. Well, I mean, there are fake blindfolded runs. There are legitimate blindfolded runs, though. And the people who do the legitimate blindfolded runs, that is cool. And that is why everybody hates fake blindfolded runs so much, because it takes away from the people who genuinely put in the time and effort to pull off real blindfolded runs. And the people who do those fake blindfolded runs usually kind of disrespect it because they think, oh, it's so easy, right? I'm just gonna, like, make it so I can see right through the thing. Ha! You know, people are dumb. They're not gonna think about this. When in reality, like, actual blindfolded runs, you know, they require a lot of skill to set up. Like, I mean, I wouldn't even know where to begin doing, like, a blindfolded World of Warcraft speedrun. I'm sure it would be possible, but that would require an insane amount of practice. $14.99 for Twitch is steep to remove the ads. Damn, that's how much it costs? That is brutal. Yeah. Yeah, I'd usually just suffer through it. I've actually had, I've been watching The Boys on Amazon Prime, and despite the fact that I, like, actually have an Amazon Prime sub, it still gives me ads, specifically when I'm watching The Boys. I don't really know why, but it's really annoying. And I wish that I could turn it off. Half the time it is exactly like you said, a minute and a half, where it's just really loud, really annoying ads, and I just mute my phone and I just put it down and wait for the ad to go away. So I get it. It sucks. No, I have not finished The Boys yet. I'm still actively watching it. I've been watching it at a very fast pace. So I should be caught up within a week or so at the rate that I'm going. Right now I'm on the second to last episode of season 3. So I'm almost done with that, and then I'll watch season 4. But no, I'm not caught up yet. I finished the level range. I'm just going to check if I can queue for Wrath dungeons. I cannot. So initially, when I set out the original level ranges, I thought that, because in future expansions at 58, you can queue for the next bracket of dungeons. Like, I'm pretty sure in MoP they changed that. 58 is the point where you can start queuing for those, because the dungeons get scaled to, like, specific ranges instead of being at weird times. I think the problem is only Utgard Keep is technically available right now, and you need at least 2 dungeons for the Dungeon Finder to become available. So the original plan was to do 58 to 68, but now we already had to do quests at 58, and I don't want to start them early, so we'll just keep doing this for one more level. It's only one level, so not even a big deal. And I can do some group quests over here that are pretty good. Yeah, I figure that's a MoP change. Oh no! Oh no! It's this dungeon. I mean, all things considered, in the context of Cata Classic, Escape from Durnhold is not that bad. Because, okay, Escape from Durnhold, it is a slightly slow dungeon, right? But the thing about retail is Escape from Durnhold is on par. I don't know why they scaled it like that. Because this is a level 67, 68 dungeon. Ramparts is a level 60 dungeon. And then in retail right now, it's in the same bracket as like the level 64, 65 dungeons right now. Kind of strange. It's grouped up with Mana Tombs, Sithek Halls, etc. But either way, Escape from Durnhold is just significantly worse than all of the other dungeons in its range, and because everything is scaled equally, there is no advantage to Escape from Durnhold. But right now, like, let's look at the dungeons that I could have gotten. I got Sithek Halls, I got Akanai Crypts, Mana Tombs, Underbog, Slave Pens, Blood Furnace. So I have done literally every single other available dungeon right now out of the Burning Crusade ones. These give me quests for additional experience, so that already makes it good. But also, if it was anything other than Sithek Halls again, which wouldn't be possible because you can't get the same dungeon twice, then I would be getting less mob kill XP, which actually does matter. So, well, I do say, no, not Durnhold, just because we're used to it being the worst dungeon in retail. It actually was kind of the best thing I could have gotten here. Not really too upset about it. Oh, that's a disorient. And I would say mob kill XP actually matters a little bit more in Classic than it does in Retail, where the dungeon completion bonus in Retail is just such a colossal chunk of the overall experience gained from dungeons. It's still not bad in Cataclysm, for sure, but Mob kill XP, I think, adds up a little bit more at this stage. Ah, fuck. I hate the minimum range. Alright, if they can go... Oh, there's more mobs. Alright. What else did I miss? Do I think they'll do Mop Classic? Almost certainly. I will be very surprised if we don't get Mop, and honestly, I think we'll get Legion Classic. That one is a bit more of a stretch because they need to figure out what they want to do with WoD. But I think it would be a good idea. I know a lot of people who would play it. Mop Classic is like 99% guaranteed. It would be really insane for them to take a risk with Cataclysm Classic and then not go with the guaranteed win of Mop Classic. Because we all know, right? Mop Classic will perform well. Mop is a beloved expansion. It is incredibly good. I have seen a lot of people saying crazy shit like Mop Remix means they're not doing Mop Classic, which is, like, stupid. If anything, I think Mop Remix basically means that they are doing Mop Classic, because the way that I've seen reception to Mop Remix is a lot of people saying, I don't really like the remix parts of it, but I really like Mop. And there's been a ton of people who have gained a newfound appreciation for the Mop content, having played through it in Remix. So Remix is basically like a big advertisement for Mop Classic. So a lot of the people who never tried Classic before may actually give Mop Classic a shot when it comes out. It is almost guaranteed. I would be amazed if it did not happen. Like, they would just be throwing away money. Because tons of people would play it. Tons of people would buy their, like, expensive digital deluxe editions for it, get, like, retail mounts. It costs them very little to do, especially considering, let's be real, they're putting in no fucking effort to actually doing these classic releases properly anymore. Cataclysm was a shit show. There were multiple Cataclysm features that they had to scrap because they just couldn't get it working. So it's not even like the bar is that high. They are doing the bare fucking minimum to get these releases out. It is just free money for them. The only way that they wouldn't justify classic releases is if the minimal amount of time it took to, like, polish the content up and pay for the servers to run wouldn't justify the sales and, like, digital deluxe content. For Mop, it is easily going to pay for itself. For WoD, that's going to be a little bit of a tough sell, which is why I've said before, I think the way they handle that is they announce WoD and Legion at the same time. They lay out a very clear game plan for WoD, expedited thing, and they already say Legion Classic is coming after, so you'll have, like, a speed run through WoD to get to Legion Classic. That way you get people hyped for Legion Classic, and you let that hype carry WoD Classic and drive sales for your, like, store bullshit. And then Legion Classic would absolutely make a shit ton of money. That's a no-brainer. Beyond that, BFA Classic, I think, would be a flop. They honestly may still do it, to be honest, because there is still a chance that enough people would play BFA within 4 years or whenever that's going to come out, that it would just make, you know, logical sense for them to re-release it. Hard to say for sure. There may be enough nostalgia by that point for, like, fucking Nyalotha that it'll be worth doing. I don't know. Right now, BFA Classic would be a flop. Who knows down the line? But I can tell you that right now, there's already so much Legion nostalgia, they could release Legion Classic at this very moment, and it would perform well. So yes, I am 99% sure we are getting all the way up to Legion Classic. I am counting on it. Oh, come on. Let's see. Not a different expansion, but a different formula. I mean, they're already doing a different formula, right? That's SOD. So if they're already doing SOD and they're doing Cataclysm at the same time, I don't see why they can't do both. I don't see why they can't keep doing, like, MoP Classic and then do TBC Season of Discovery or something like that. Obviously not the same thing, but you get the idea. Like a remixed version of TBC Classic in addition to MoP Classic. Now, I would argue that they should put more resources into it, right? Like, Cataclysm Classic was an embarrassment in terms of how it released. I'm still having fun with it, don't get me wrong. I'm still leveling characters. I'm still actively raiding in Cataclysm Classic. I still think Cataclysm is a fun expansion to play through, and I am still doing it. But I think that the way that they've handled the release is really shitty, and it makes me mad because I like Cataclysm, and I wish that it was given a little bit more respect. And I hope that's just because they figured that people don't really give a shit about Cataclysm, and in their minds, they didn't really need to put a lot of effort into it. But if they do the same thing with MoP that they've been doing with Cataclysm and with SOD, it's just going to turn out badly. So I think that they should keep up the whole, like, you know, doing SOD stuff and doing regular classic releases. But I think that they need more resources if they are going to do that. As for whether or not they get those resources, who the fuck knows, but I think that makes the most sense. I would also really love to see more, I would love to see more SOD-like stuff, because while I have ragged on SOD a lot, most of my complaints for SOD are just about how they've actually been handling, like, this iteration of SOD. I love the idea, which is why I actively played throughout Phase 1 and 2, and played a lot of Phase 3 until I got bored. And it's the reason that they somehow got me to try Phase 4 at all. I wanted to like it, I just couldn't get myself to like it again. The idea behind it, I think it could be really fun. They just really haven't hit that stride with SOD so far. I think, like, the bare minimum they need in order to make... Also, this dialogue's so loud. I don't know why. The thing that they need as a baseline to make SOD fun, in my opinion at least, is they need TBC talents. TBC talents fix, like, all of the issues with vanilla... Well, okay, maybe all is an overstatement. TBC talents fix, like, the vast majority of the issues with vanilla class design. And that is such a major issue, because they've spent so much of SOD trying to plug holes in the absolute mess of a class design that is vanilla WoW. And the thing is, this is kind of my problem with SOD's design, right? Classic is kind of endearing in a way because it is so janky, right? The fact that warriors and rogues do like 5 times the DPS of most other specs is not great, but that's just kind of how it works. The game wasn't balanced. The fact that only warriors could tank, that's just how the game works. So they have spent so much time just trying to get classic WoW up to a point where it feels like a playable game. But so much of that legwork was already done in Burning Crusade. I don't really think we really fully got there until Wrath, but Wrath, in fairness, brings some changes that a lot of like the diehard classic players aren't a big fan of. So I think at the very least, if you have TBC class design, where most specs at least feel playable, and you don't need to release like a million runes just to make specs feel playable, then you can start taking stuff that just makes the specs go a little bit further beyond. And it's not completely rebuilding a spec from the ground up, you're just building onto an existing semi-interesting class design in TBC. But right now in SOD, the issue that I have with it is that it's like, it just has a very conflicted identity. You have some stuff where they're basically trying to completely modernize a spec that used to be dead in original vanilla, and now they're adding all this crazy retail shit to it to make it feel more modern. But then in the same breath, you have these developers saying things like, melee range taunts are a staple of Classic. Like, what the fuck? Which is it? Like, why are we drawing the line here? Is this meant to be updated retail-like experience in Classic? Or is it meant to just be a slight addition to vanilla, because we've already gone well beyond slight additions to vanilla. So then why are we randomly saying that really inconvenient mechanics are against the spirit of classic? It just has no clear identity. And if it was meant to be just a slightly augmented original classic, like Season of Mastery was, then I'm fine with that. I played Season of Mastery a little bit. I didn't make it to max level, but I had a friend who played it a lot and really enjoyed it. And it was, like, kind of fun trying out, like, slightly altered vanilla. I think Season of Mastery would have done a lot better if it wasn't released pretty much immediately after the first version of Classic ended. A lot of people were trying out TBC Classic by that point, myself included. So it just kind of flopped. But SOD is, like, swinging the pendulum way in the other direction, and then there's just still some arbitrarily held back mechanics, like the whole taunt melee range thing I described. It's just weird. And obviously, like I said, there's two ways to go about it. There's the slightly augmented classic, or the full retail upgraded stuff in a classic setting. I want it to be the latter, so I think TBC is kind of a good baseline for that. You take the TBC client and stuff like that, update it with SOD mechanics, and then add content to it in that style, like they've done with SOD. Because frankly, with the exception of Nightmare Incursions obviously massive flop, and to a certain extent Sunken Temple, a bit of a flop. I have enjoyed a lot of the actual content changes in SOD. The thing that I've not enjoyed about SOD is the class design and the systems. The systems in SOD are over-designed. It reeks of just rookie developer. Like, they just don't really have a lot of actual experience under their belts to know what works and what doesn't. Like, the entire rune system is just incredibly clunky, and it is the backbone of all of the new abilities in SOD. It just doesn't really work well. So, if instead of just adding all of these janky mechanics on top of Vanilla WoW, they just make the entire game feel more fluid to play, like, don't add external abilities, just give me TBC Classic, but with slightly altered talent trees and a few new abilities to make specs feel more engaging, and then add new content to TBC Classic. Another thing that I think they should do is just make TBC horizontal progression from vanilla. That could work too. I think, honestly, that's how they should be doing it going forward, instead of just having phases be like Black Fathom Deeps, right? Make it so, Molten Core and Tempest Keep are, like, on the same level of gear. Pull a Guild Wars 2. And make it so... I know that some Classic players would probably hate this idea, because a lot of Classic Andes are all about, like, chasing item level increases, but to me, I just enjoy fun, difficult content. So if every single patch just introduced a new raid with basically equal item level content that had, like, new fancy itemization and effects and trinkets and stuff with new raid bosses to fight, that would be more than enough to keep me engaged. That's the kind of shit that I enjoy. I mean, it's why I like retail raiding. You know? In retail, you just effectively have to regrind the same gear half the time, which isn't necessarily super fun, but I don't really necessarily care about grinding gear. It's just a thing that I need to do, as long as it's not incredibly tedious, which in recent expansions it hasn't been. The only thing that matters for me is that the raid is fun, and that I have fun, you know, killing the bosses and playing my class. That's about it. Second. I think that's the last pack. I'm pretty sure. Also, I think the only quest I have here is to rescue Thrall. Right. Ah, too close to charge. Oh my god, what is happening? The mob just, like, fucking ran behind me. Hold on, I'll read your message in a second, G-Fairy Gaming, after this, this dungeon. Let me just quickly read all the other stuff I missed while talking about that. You like Remix just because it gives you a chance to give the old expansions a try without losing time to retail progression. Yeah, that's fair. The thing about Remix is I think it was a very shallow version of MOP. So that's why I'm mostly excited for MOP Classic, because I think a lot of the coolest parts about MOP weren't included in Remix, like, you know, the tillers, etc. But who knows? We'll see. SOD TBC would be interesting. Yep. You're hoping the next remix is Legion? Yeah, that could be cool. SOD TBC could work better since it only has 10 extra levels. Well, that's the thing. I think that if they do SOD TBC, like I said, it should just be horizontal progression. I honestly wouldn't be upset if they just did TBC, but with, like, SOD-type content. I just think TBC is a little bit too small on its own to sustain, like, Classic Plus type content. But if you basically took all of original vanilla, added TBC content to it as, like, side content, and then expanded upon that, and you had all of vanilla, all of TBC, and SOD exclusive content, well, that's a lot of stuff. That could be pretty interesting. Okay, G Fairy Gaming said, "Hello, how is everyone's evening or whatever time zone you're in?" My evening's good. Words. My evening is going pretty well so far. It is just past midnight where I am. And grats on my sub 30 10 to 70 run. Thank you. A lot of work went into that. Got a lot of help from other people, many of which are in chat. At least Cadis and Dosakuva are here, and both of them helped out with the sub 30 run. Okay. At this point, I'm wondering if I... How much XP does this give? 12,000. And I need... Yeah, no, I need a lot. So it's better to do another dungeon. Ideally, I would get Sethek Halls. Pretty sure that would be the best option here. And then, while I wait for the queue, I'll just do these other quests. But this is still going to be faster. You'd probably play Classic MOP as you left WoW during Cata and never played the original. Yeah, exactly. I think that's the case for a lot of people. Because there's a lot of people who quit around that time. And MOP obviously was a really good expansion, and I'm sure you have probably heard many things about it, as with most other people who quit around that point. So I'm sure that a lot of people who played, or didn't play during that era and have heard all the praise that MOP gets would be willing to try a MOP Classic. Where is the... Oh, I think it's that guy. Yeah, there we go, Arcane Annihilator. Alright, that quest is done. MOP was an awesome expansion. The last time you PvP'd and had a blast with that on your lock. Yeah, I actually did PvP a little bit back in MOP. It's one of the few expansions I have PvP'd. Second. I've had Honkai Star Rail open on my phone while I've been streaming. Just because I was finishing some daily farming things because I forgot to do it earlier. But I'm just closing it real quick because I finished all my farming. This quest is probably also worth doing. Oh yeah, the Green Fire quest for Warlocks. That was a good one. Oh, somebody tried to do this and died. Unlucky. I'm pretty sure that I should be able to solo this. I would genuinely be amazed if anything could kill my Prot Warrior at this stage. Unless I tried to, like, solo dungeons. But anything, like, realistic, I don't really think it could.
Uh, I'll just... Yeah, I'll let the queue run out, because I don't know how long this quest takes. I'm pretty sure I just need to defend this mob for a while. You played launch up until 1 month after Cata launch, popped in for a week after MOP launch, a week after Legion launch, and finally came back to WoW in November, and you've been here since? Nice. Yeah, I have a lot of friends who kind of have played WoW like that. They kind of dip their toes into it every now and again on X-Pac launches. Personally, I've been here pretty much the entire time. Do I have to kill the Scrapped Fell Reaver? I don't think I do, but I'll re-queue also just in case. There's 3 mobs now. And... how long do I need to kill these mobs? I don't remember this quest, but I definitely did it at some point. I'm pretty sure this is one of the pre-quests that I did for TBC, or Wrath Classic, at least. I'd imagine there's gonna be, like, a wave of 4 mobs, and that'll be, like, the last one or something. Or there'll be a named mob that I need to fight. That's usually how it goes. I doubt I'm supposed to kill the Fell Reaver. Maybe I am. God, here we go. Q popped. Let's hope that we're almost done. I guess I'll try killing it. Maybe that genuinely is the solution. Shouldn't be hard to kill it. Its health is going down pretty quickly. God damn it. Q again. Let's just pretend that all of the dungeons I just missed were Escape from Durnholds. That'll make me feel better about missing the queue. Wait, oh, I was supposed to kill it. Oh, fuck. Well, that's... Okay, now I feel like an idiot. I thought I had to, like, wait for something to pop out and then I kill that. Well, you know. That... yeah. I really overthought that one. Right, now I'm looking for Netherrock. And realistically, any sort of dungeon along with these wanted quests should be enough to get me there. There he is. I'll just kill him now so I don't lose him. If I can do it before the queue, awesome. If not, whatever. Can't, so... Okay. Got credit for that. What's synthesis of power? Oh, that's just like, you need to kill mobs to get one. I think I can buy an arcane tome off the auction house to complete that quest. Maybe I'll do that. Well, just give me... Archmage Vargoth staff. Okay, I have to kill this mob. And then... Does this drop? Okay, perfect. And I'm pretty sure, if memory serves... No. I can use it later on to summon Archmage Vargoth, but I guess I need to turn in the first one before that happens. No, that's not better. This is 14 strength. Nope. What about that? Nope, that's bad. Okay, Underbog. This one's pretty solid. So I'll do this, I'll turn in the wanted quests, and that should be level 69. Funny number, haha. Also, I know that I've missed a handful of messages in chat. I was just trying to focus on that stuff. Just give me a moment. Yeah, let me scroll up. Incoming random 85 alliance to make you eat your words. Yeah, well... That definitely could kill me. True. But I mean, like, at-level content. I know, you're just joking. You played WoW from original launch up until 1 month after Cata? Damn. Yeah, I definitely didn't play since the literal original launch. But... I did play in vanilla, but I was 5 years old, so... I had no fucking clue what I was doing. Alright, that's a little spooky. Alright. You came back briefly in Legion, but really got back into the game at the end of Shadowlands after they announced Dragonflight. Nice. Yeah, I don't blame you for not being able to really get into the game during Shadowlands. It was not the best time. I think, now that Dragonflight's over, though, I think it's pretty safe to say that it was a very mediocre expansion. I was kind of saying that the entire way through, and I had a lot of people telling me that it was like the next Legion, and thankfully it seems that the underwhelming ending of Dragonflight has kind of quieted a lot of those people that were shouting from the rooftops that it was like the expansion that would save WoW or whatever the fuck. Dragonflight was never bad, but it was also
very consistently mediocre the entire way through, and it got a lot of undeserved praise from people just because it wasn't Shadowlands. And, like, it's better than Shadowlands by a mile, sure, but I don't think we should be setting the bar that low. Like, hey, at least it's not Shadowlands, when we've had so much better in WoW's history. And, I mean, I'm really hoping that Midnight and The Last Titan get us back there, but I can tell you right now, War Within is just another expansion of mediocre slop. I'm gonna keep playing it because at the very least the raids look good, but the War Within is absolutely nothing special at all. It's not reinventing the wheel in any meaningful, interesting ways. It is the same, like, not risk-taking design that Blizzard has gone with for many years now, where they just put out very safe, easy, boring content that people will play for a few months and then get tired of, unless they're like me and they raid Mythic, in which case, like, at least the Mythic raid team is still doing a good job. But if you're not interested in raiding or dungeons, you probably aren't going to have a ton of fun in the War Within. Delves look interesting, but now that I've actually tried Delves, I think they're fun, but I'm going to be honest, I cannot see Delves being fleshed out enough to hold over a player's interest for a long period of time. Considering I was already able to do Delves in the hardest difficulty in like a handful of hours of progressing through it, and I didn't fail a single time. Like, obviously the gear was scaled, so in regular World of Warcraft you'd have to farm item level first. But the actual content wasn't really that hard. It was, the only challenging thing was like the optional elites that just had one-shot mechanics that did basically my entire health through stagger, and then I had to pop defensives and do everything I could to survive. And like, that was kind of fun, but it was blatantly overtuned compared to every single other thing in the content, so yeah. It's also 99% of delves are just unavoidable auto-attack damage, which, you know, as I said, was a fun challenge for me to solve once as a Brewmaster Monk. Like, how do I kite these mobs properly to be able to live this really high damage? But that's not going to be fun for classes that simply don't have the tools to deal with it, and it's also really not going to be fun from a mechanical standpoint. It was only really fun for me from, like, a testing, can I do this shit standpoint. So, yeah, overall, War Within just, yeah. It's just another Dragonflight, which I guess if you like inoffensive, safe, boring content, or if you like Mythic raiding, then yeah, it'll probably be fine. But, Legion obviously was a very new, different expansion compared to what we had before, and they just have refused to experiment on that level again, which is kind of depressing. Ever since Legion, they've just tried to remake Legion systems with a different coat of paint, because it worked well once, why not again? Instead of realizing that the thing that people liked in Legion is that it was such a massive change for World of Warcraft. Eh. Arlden makes you feel old. He was 6 when OG WoW came out. That blows your mind. Yeah. And well, actually, I'm pretty sure I was 5 when OG WoW came out. I'm fairly certain when I first played WoW, I was 5 years old. Now, it wasn't for that long, but my dad started playing WoW in, like, within the first 6 months. Not, like, on launch, but I started playing WoW whenever my dad started playing WoW, technically speaking. And I'm pretty sure I was still 5 years old. Alright. Your first was born during TBC. You remember standing in line holding him, waiting for the midnight launch of Wrath of the Lich King. They're 10 and 15 now. Nice. That's pretty cool.
Second. Back in the day when you had to buy physical copies of games, oh yeah. I got to experience 1 or 2 midnight releases when I was a young kid, so I got some of that experience. Though, by the time that I was kind of entering middle school, that was already beginning to become a thing of the past. And Steam and online releases were starting to become a much larger thing. It's kind of interesting how, like, my childhood was right in that transitional period. It wasn't quite past the point of, like, you know, the TikTokers and everything being terminally online, you know? But I was so young back in, like, a lot of the analog days and whatnot that I have vague memories of it, but I didn't really get to experience it. So, it's odd. So I was worried that that guy was going to let me die for a second there, but he had me covered. Wrath Midnight release was crazy. It was your first and only time doing one. You were a big fan of Warcraft 3, so it was the expansion for you. Oh yeah, I can imagine that. Lots of people were probably really excited for Arthas. It's kind of interesting thinking about it, because, like, I played Warcraft 3, but I played Warcraft 3 after playing WoW. Basically, sometime, I think it was in Wrath, it was either in late TVC or in early Wrath, my dad saw Warcraft 3, like, at some store, and bought it for me, because, like, he had no idea that Warcraft was even a thing. Like, he just heard about World of Warcraft from somebody at his work, and I was pretty young, so I didn't really know much about, like, the backstory of World of Warcraft and stuff. So I had read about some of the lore, but I didn't really realize that there was a separate game. Like, I had read a few articles as a young kid on WoW Wiki, or yeah, I think it was WoW Wiki back then. And I just kind of read those stories, but it never occurred to me there was an entire game before that I hadn't played. So around that time, I played through Warcraft 3. And I really liked it as a kid, but it was kind of weird because I had already been introduced to, like, the Lich King and Illidan and stuff through World of Warcraft before I ever got to see their original appearances in Warcraft 3. So, yeah, I had that whole experience backwards, basically. And it's also weird because as a result of that, I've never been, like, excited for any villain in World of Warcraft, right? Like, the only villain that I ever remember reading about in WoW lore and being very excited to see how we fight him is Sargeras. And they kind of dropped the ball on Sargeras in Legion. I like Legion, and I think the story was, like, marginally better than a lot of the previous expansion ones, but the way they handled all of that stuff, I'm not a huge fan of. It's kind of disappointing. But, you know, it is what it is. I guess it's kind of like, I would imagine it's probably similar to how I felt when I was playing Final Fantasy Endwalker. Because Endwalker, for me, obviously, I'd been playing Final Fantasy fairly actively for years by the time that it came out, so it really did feel like the culmination of, like, this long arc, which is kind of why it annoys me that for Shadowlands, Blizzard tried to, like, pass off Shadowlands as the culmination of the Warcraft 3 story, when, like, fuck off. No, it's not. You don't get to, like, pretend that your shitty fanfic tier jailer villain is somehow attached to Warcraft 3 The Frozen Throne. Like, Final Fantasy earned that. Shadowlands did not. What really sold you on Dragonflight was the introduction of dragon riding and bringing back the talent trees. Yeah. I mean, dragon riding, admittedly, it's a nice feature, and I'm glad that we have it now. For me, I'll preface this by saying I don't dislike dragon riding. Like,
a lot of people, when they hear me kind of criticize it, they're like, but dragon riding's amazing. It's the best thing to happen in the WoW, blah, 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 blah. And I don't dislike it. I think it's a cool feature. I'm glad we have it. But I've played Guild Wars 2, and the mount system in Guild Wars 2 is really, 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 really good. It's amazing. It's infinitely better than dragon riding, even now, with all the bonuses that we get for it. So, while I like that dragon riding exists, and it's a good thing for WoW, I think it's good they added it. I have heard a lot of people say that dragon riding got them to play Dragonflight, but to me, like, it wasn't a selling point, right? Because I've already played with the better mount system in Guild Wars 2, so I'm just like, it's cool. Like, I don't dislike it, but I wasn't excited when I saw dragon riding. I just thought to myself, oh, neat, I get, like, knockoff Guild Wars 2 mounts in World of Warcraft. Which, again, I love the mount system in Guild Wars 2, so that's a good thing, but, like, I wasn't excited for it, if that makes sense. Okay, one more quest to turn in. Fun fact, the term World of Warcraft was actually coined in the original Warcraft game in '94. Ah, interesting. Okay, so I hit level 69, and I can finally learn Shockwave, which is really nice. That's actually going to be huge. I'll put Shockwave on... Yeah, it does a ton of damage, too. I always used to put Shockwave on H, so I'll put it there. Yeah, that works. And let me just confirm that I am able to queue... Yep, random Lich King dungeons. Perfect. And I assume I can't even queue for random TBC dungeons anymore. Alright. I'll read the rest of chat in a second, by the way. Also, I should note the stream is not going to end here, even though we are done with this part of the warrior leveling. I'm just going to wrap up one or two things here, and then we're going to shift gears to something different in a second. I don't know how long I'm going to stream, but I will continue a little bit. Time to clean up the quest log? Yeah, I'll do that at some point. Where's the auctioneer? Arcane Tome. Firewing Signet. Oh, wow, that's a lot. All things considered, that's actually not that bad. Sure, Cadus, yeah, if you want. I'll try that. I don't really think... After I turn in these two quests, there shouldn't be any that I'll need to hold on to. Let me double check what this guy gives. Report to Spy Master, blah, blah, blah. Oh, there was a breadcrumb quest for Area 52. Well, doesn't give much XP, so I guess it doesn't matter. Alright, I'll try that in a second. And we'll turn in this. I guess there's another quest for Sun Fury Signets that I could have done. Ah, fuck. I think that Sun Fury Signet quest should give XP. That one definitely gives XP. But the repeatable one, I don't think has any XP tied to it, so that's not worth doing. Hold on, let me check.
The dark times will pass.
Ooh. Okay, 10 Sun Fury Signets for 18k XP. That's pretty solid. If the cost of Sun Fury Signets is not too excessive, I will buy that. And then we'll move on to Wrath Zones. Well, the Wrath stuff will be in the final part of the run.
but then we'll just end this part. Sun Fury Signet. Oh yeah, that's super cheap. That's really cheap. Definitely worth. You posted in Discord? Nice. I'll copy paste from Discord then. Because yeah, sometimes Twitch will like add random line breaks to it. Also, I don't know exactly when I will stream the final part of this run, because starting next week, we're going to be pretty busy with PTR testing. So let's say within the next week or so, I'm going to try to do like the final part either on like Friday or something, or maybe if I am not streaming at some point on Saturday or Sunday, we'll do that. But, oh crap, it's outside. TBD on when we stream the last 11 levels of this run. All right. There we go. And then I can do a single Sun Fury Signet. And yeah, that only gives rep. Perfect. So for Slash Played, we are at close to 21 hours. So I would say 21 hours for, or what would that be? 9 hours for 11 levels seems like it would be pretty reasonable. I think that's doable. We'll see if I manage to achieve that. And yeah, when we pick up this in part 4, we'll be doing Wrath of Lich King dungeons, and I'll probably do the same thing that I did for TBC and fly around Northrend and just grab relevant quests whenever I can. I probably should have done Ring of Blood, because I'm pretty sure I could solo that. I'll try to do Amphitheater of Anguish for the last part, if I remember. But yeah, that for Twitch people, don't go anywhere, because this stream is not ending. But for YouTube people, thank you all for watching part 3 of the Warrior Speedrun. And I know it wasn't exactly up to 68, but I'll probably make sure the title and stuff reflects that. And make sure to subscribe and like the video. That way you don't miss part 4 when I eventually put it on the second channel. And also, if you're watching the recording, make sure you check out my Twitch channel and follow so you don't miss the actual live streams if you prefer to watch it in that format.